we go. Now, I got to add Madame to our call because we still see Jimmy up there. But Skype guest window, and here we go. Paizo CEO.
Well, yeah, among other things. It was
There
funny
you are.
coming up with a title for you, Lisa, because you've done so much. And we're
Yeah.
live! Yay!
Hello,
Oh,
everyone.
hello.
Welcome back to part 2 of our closing Kickstarter stream.
No, you have to say it the right way. It's
Oh.
Kickstarter Ending Live Stream Extravaganza. Trademark.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
That we've been desperately waiting for and can't wait to get past this so we can all sleep for a few days, right?
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Oh, God, yes.
Absolutely.
So tired of Kickstarting. Yes.
But
Thanks for joining us, Lisa. So, Brian, do you have like a litany of questions for Lisa ready to go? Like a true interview?
Normally I would, but it's weird. I talk to Lisa somewhat regularly, so I got no questions left. We're done. We're done.
oh,
done.
thank you guys. I'm out of here. Bye. No.
Yes, I have all sorts of questions for Lisa. So I guess we can just jump right in. I guess the big question is, Lisa, how many movies that I make or partner with are you going to be in? Because you're in 2/3 of them so far.
Trying to think of like what topics can we possibly do. I mean, you could do a biopic on my career. That would be a good one.
That would be. I think we would need more than an hour and a half to cover all that.
Probably, but
So here's the big
I think
news.
you're stalking me with documentaries. So
Yes,
I mean,
it's a
so you
very
never
it's a very
talked
informative
about
form of
the art
stalking.
one. The Eye of the Beholder. I never got in that one. I guess I really never should have. But anyway, I had some fun stories for you. Because I have fun stories there, I had some fun stories I could have said. But anyways, that's fine.
Here's the time we can talk about some of those stories. The big news is, as you and Paizo just announced, you are retiring, stepping down as the sort of day-to-day head of Paizo.
Yeah.
For people who
That's why
somehow don't
I'm
know.
able to be here.
There you go. For those who don't know, Lisa Stevens started Paizo Publishing, a amazing role-playing game company, Pathfinder, which I'm assuming you all have
No,
played.
we've never heard of that.
And prior to that, Wizards of the Coast. Was Wizards right before Paizo? Right, because Paizo started, you were doing the Star Wars.
There's about a year between where I went out and did lots of vacations.
And then White Wolf before that. It's
White Wolf before that.
these inconsequential, no-name
Yeah.
companies.
No one's ever heard of them before.
Yeah.
What did you work on at White Wolf? Just I don't know. Refresh my memory. What were you doing at White Wolf?
Well, I mean everything, but see, my career when there's small companies like that, you tend to do a lot of things because there's not that many people, and so but I wasn't at White Wolf all that long. It was mostly Lion Rampant before that, which was like it was like the kernel of what White Wolf was, because Lion Rampant was most of what White Wolf became. Because White Wolf was White Wolf magazine. That was one guy. It was right. That's it. So he was just doing a magazine. His brother Steve Wick helped a fair bit, and then we merged the companies together, and then it became White Wolf, and I was with them through the launch of Vampire the Masquerade. So that was a couple year and a half or so. Anyway,
I mean, that was a defining moment in RPGs. The game felt so different than what we'd been playing up to that point.
Yeah.
There might even have been a trading card.
Well, that was
later.
Yeah.
Well, then we went to White Wolf after that, but anyways, that's a long story. But no, it was pretty cool. I mean, we came up with the idea of that game on the way to Gen Con, and what year was that? 89?
Wow.
89?
Around then, yeah.
Yeah, somewhere point where you got those long drives where you're driving up. We drove from Atlanta to Gen Con, and it was like, and Mark had a different game he wanted to do at the time called Purgatory. But it was cursed. It was a cursed game. Literally, I mean, right before we left, we had the first playtest session of Purgatory, and so Purgatory it was an interesting idea. It was all about you're playing characters that died and went to Purgatory, and then you have to kind of work your way either to like paradise or hell or whatever. And so
Oh, cool.
it's kind of like, and I had this idea that you could, we'd find some way that you could take characters that died in other role-playing games and make them into purgatory characters.
That's awesome.
We'd have all these just weird,
Yeah.
characters coming in from different genres and stuff. So you could have a superhero character next to a sci-fi character next to a fantasy knight or whatever. And, we thought that'd be kind of fun. And we actually had our first play test. And one of the guys that runs Purgatory was, I don't remember the guy's name, Charon. Well, I think it was Charon. And Mark had all the mood, had the lights kind of low and music going, and he was really trying to set the mood. And then all of a sudden, he said, and there's mist, and the mist comes, and he describes Charon, and he says it. All of a sudden, the entire room just lit up with light, and it went dark, and we were like, "Oh wow, whoa!" And we look at Mark, and Mark's like confused as hell. Like, this is not part of his plan. We thought it was like great theatrics, and it wasn't. and he runs to the window, and we run after him and look outside, and next to a neighbor, we were on a hill in Suwanee, Georgia, and a Domino's pizza driver delivered a pizza to the house next door, and it didn't he didn't put his car in park, and it rolled down the hill.
Oh my god!
And ran over the transformer that was between our two houses. And we're out there looking, and there's kids like riding on bikes and stuff. And they're all coming over to the car, and we could see from our angle gasoline dripping onto.
Oh my god!
Sparking, sparking things. So we run. Mark runs out the front door. Get away! Get away! And they all start peeling away, and the thing blows up.
Oh my god!
Holy crap!
I don't know if Mark still has it, but he had a piece of the metal that had melted, the glass and metal all melted into a piece that he had found on the ground afterwards.
My God.
That explains a lot about Mark Reinhagen games like that.
So, does that constitute a successful or failed playtest?
We didn't go back to it, so we never played anymore. And then, so Mark had been writing, and he had this manuscript, and we go to Gen Con that year, and the manuscript is sitting in our basement in this house, and we go to Gen Con, we come up with the idea for Vampire, come home, a pipe had broken in the basement right above the manuscript, and literally the water just spouted on one place, that manuscript, destroying it. And Mark said, "That's it, we're done. This game is cursed. They don't want me to make it. We're done." And we literally never touched it again. I went to Vampire instead, and that all worked out pretty well.
Yeah, it did.
So, anyone tuning into this probably wants to hear more about Magic. Although I love this history of gaming. But so tell me, how'd you end up meeting Peter, and what convinced you that this company, Wizards of the Coast, was worth going to? Because Peter, you're this guy who doesn't have any experience running a game company or any company. I mean, it was Talslanta at the time, right? Was that even being published
yet? He had
nothing. Okay, so
he had a PO box in an incorporated company.
Okay, so how did he get you to go from Georgia to Seattle to join this company?
Here's how it all happened. So I was at White Wolf, and I went to the Gamma Trade Show in 1991. And Peter had, one of the smart things he did is he decided to send somebody to the Gamma Trade Show to do reconnaissance, to learn more about the game industry. And instead of going himself, he sent Rich Kalis, who was, and still is a good-looking guy. If you're out there, Rich, hi. And so, a young girl and stuff like that. And so I'm there at the show, and there's a paid lunch that happened one day. And so I get lunch, and I'm looking for a place to sit, and I see this guy sitting by himself. So I sit down, and I introduce myself, and it was Rich. And we start talking. He starts telling me all his plans and what he wants. He has a new company up in Seattle and what they're looking to do and stuff. And I proceed to tell him everything that's wrong with his plan. Like, oh my God, don't do that, you'll die, blah, 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 Just go down this litany. And instead of being like mad and angry, like, oh no, we know what we're doing, he's like, this is really good information. God, I wish, would you be willing to like talk to our president and talk to him about some of this stuff? You really know what you're doing. And I said yes. And so when I got back home, this is days of like you had to pay for phone calls. So we figured out a way to. There was a couple of really techie people at Wizards at the time. Ken McLaughlin was one of them, and he had a gig at the University of Washington. And ended up like jumping from the University of Georgia's computers and jumping across the United States from computer to computer for free to hook into a little bulletin board Ken had set up at the University of Washington. And then Peter and I just basically chatted on that bulletin board. And then finally, after chatting for a while, he is calling me a couple times, paying for the long distance, and then so I basically said one of the cool things about when I got started in the industry is a lot of the industry people really helped out. There was a lot of camaraderie, people sharing information, term sheets, distributor lists, whatever, right? Just saying, and whenever I always asked, what can I do? They said, pay it forward, So here's me paying it forward to these young Wizards of the Coast guys, And so then Peter ends up, that summer, he's like, why don't you come out to Seattle and have a vacation, and you can stay at my house, and we'll take you around Seattle and show you a good time. And that sounded pretty cool because I hadn't been on vacation like you forever. And so I booked it right between Origins and Gen Con. And so we're at Origins. It's the launch of Vampire at a convention, really successful convention. Sold a ton of Vampire. But I ended up, and I couldn't even tell you why anymore. But I have a fight in the booth with Nicole Linders, who was also a White Wolf at the time, and her boyfriend John Brandt. And John had actually been in my college D&D game, so I knew John and brought him into White Wolf. But then he fell in love with Nicole at the time before Chris Pramis. And so we had this fight, and it's a real knockout drag-on fight. And for whatever reason, Mark and Stuart decide that all of us should go and leave White Wolf, and they kind of kicked us out. And I kind of get it. At the time, there's a lot of personal things happening, and it just it probably was in the best interest of them, but it really kind of slayed me at the time. I mean, it was to the point like suicide, that kind of slay. You're like, you put your life into something, right? And you're just, I have plans outside of this, so you take that away, and I'm like, what do I do, right? And so I call Peter up and I just got let go at White Wolf. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do with my life. This is days away from my trip, and I think I have to cancel so I can figure out I got to get a job. And Peter's like, come up anyways. I'm like, are you sure? Yeah, don't worry, just come up. You already bought the plane ticket, right? Come up, we'll take care of you and stuff. And of course, then I got up there and he puts on the full court press of trying to convince me to come up to Seattle. And I introduced him to everybody that is involved. It felt like I was being interviewed for getting married to somebody, because it was a serious everybody was coming in and analyzing me and critiquing me and stuff. And it's supposed to be my vacation, but the moment that really struck me and that really kind of sealed the deal was one night. So Peter lived in Kent, Washington, and near a golf course. And there was a river, the Green River, that flowed through the golf course. And one night we walked down and sat on the banks of that river, just talked about dreams and ambitions and just the future and stuff like that. And we just saw so eye to eye. And then Peter at one point was talking about, he said, and this was very genuine in his part. He said, I asked kind of what's his big dream vision. He goes, I want to make all my friends into millionaires. And I took him. I mean, I just literally said, I said, I want to be your friend. But I meant it really sincerely, because I didn't know how at the time, and it literally, their plans were mush. It was like not really. The best thing they had was Primal Order.
Right.
And so it was, and that was still kind of ways away and stuff. But he had some interesting kernels of ideas with the cap system, he called it. And so it was just like, he convinced me to come and do that. And then a few weeks later, he flew down to Atlanta and drove me up in a truck, and U-Haul truck. And then I got sick with some virus or something, and I spent most of the time sleeping with a fever, and he drove me all the way to Seattle.
Hey.
I don't remember a whole lot of that trip, but it was a little crazy that we got up, and actually before I even got up there, that's right, that's where he met Richard. In that time between when I said I'd come up and then when I moved up, he had met Richard Garfield, and I remember him calling me about Robo Rally, and me saying, sounds like a fun game, but we're gonna have to build from scratch. We need to build that. Those are expensive to make and stuff. And see if that Richard has anything else he can make for you. And that's when Peter went back and said, "What about this card game, or this idea for this card game?" And Richard came back with Magic. And Magic arrived pretty much not that long after I arrived back right up in Seattle. It was probably a few weeks later that the first playtest decks showed up at our doorstep and just disrupted everything that was going on, because wow.
Did you, when that game came in, like you said, everything was they didn't really have much, and Peter convinces you to join this company, but then suddenly Magic is there, in this sort of nascent form.
Very nascent form, yeah.
Did that change how you started looking at the potential for this company? Did that sort of hit in that way for you?
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, when I saw Magic and the effect it had on the office and stuff, I knew we had a hit. I mean, right away, I knew it was going to be a hit. But what I didn't know is how the hell we're going to make it. And there wasn't anything like it out there. And
right.
I was a print buyer in addition to being the art director and layout person and sales manager and marketing manager and shipping department and everything else, right? And so, I was tasked with trying to figure out how to get it made, and it was just like I was coming up with goose eggs. Everybody I talked to was they either could do random card packs like baseball cards, or they could do set playing card decks like a 52 card deck of of playing cards. So and so it was just like it was really, really tough to figure it out. And and on top of it, Richard wanted like a randomization so the decks were playable and stuff. Like, how do you do that and everything? It was a pretty daunting thing. Then it was also like we need 300 plus pieces of original artwork, color artwork, right? And back then it was maybe $800, maybe $1,000 would be for a cheap cover at the time. And you're talking about, the year before Magic came out, I think we did about $250,000 in sales.
Right.
Right. And so you can sit there at 300 times 1,000.
Yeah, that's your whole revenue, right?
Yeah.
Right.
It's more than that. That's.
And that's not, then you just got print stuff. So there was just a lot of this sort of like, I love this game, but I was also really scared. I was like, Peter, this, if you show this to anybody, they're going to get hooked. And if you show it to somebody that's got connections to another company or money, and they could go steal this idea. It's like, this, they may not be as good as us, but they may beat us to market because we don't have the money or anything to do this. So, we are, as much as Peter wanted to go and show everybody in the world, like, he had to kind of like pull back and just show people that were like in the inner circle and stuff like that.
Right.
And be really circumspect about it. And then he had to like figure out how to raise a lot of money too, which was.
I was going to ask, given the sort of daunting task ahead of you all, A, where are we going to get the money to pay for stuff? But B, even if we have the money, how do we get past some of these technical hurdles? What kept you moving forward? What made you say, okay, these are solvable problems? Because they seem like massive problems to me, or potential problems.
I mean, it's a mixture of just enthusiasm, youth, energy, never say die attitude, and then maybe a bit of naivety. I don't know. I mean, it's a little bit of all this stuff, right? I mean, it's like once you had that game, you wanted to see it made. And you just, there was a certain amount of just wanting to see Magic the Gathering come to fruition. Because I really thought it was like going to be huge, millions of dollars, at least millions, maybe even 10 million or something. I mean, but it's, as big as I could dream at the time. And, you just wanted, you knew the RPG business was small potatoes, right?
Right.
And you just, you want to take that swing, and you're going to do anything you can to take that swing and see if it, connects and stuff like that, like you feel it is, right? It was kind of that calculated risk, I guess. As Peter says in your trailer, you should have been more scared than we were. But, he's right. We probably should have been. But, I wasn't, now having been in Peter's position as CEO, I don't know how he did it. He was balancing a lot. I mean, that year before we launched Magic, he was taking his Boeing salary and turning into my salary at, a little for a little bit and stuff. I actually didn't do that for all that time, but he was doing it before that for sure. And then there was a period that I didn't get any salary, and I was working everything at Wizards plus writing stuff for TSR and editing, and I had to deal with Mayfair to write a product that Peter ended up buying out after Magic launched, called Chronomancer, which ended up getting released by TSR.
If Peter hadn't met, so fast forward, Peter meets Luke Mertens from Cardamundi, Card Publishing.
I met Luke.
You met Luke before Peter?
Yeah, I was because I was a print buyer. Remember?
Oh, right.
Doing all the print buying.
Right.
And so I had reached out to like everybody I knew, including White Wolf, and my Mark and Stuart, because I had a pretty good relationship with Mark, Stuart, and Steve. After everything had happened, because I got up to Seattle and I was enjoying myself, and actually. Secretly, I was trying to figure out if there was a way to merge our companies back together. Believe it or not, and that was like one of my goals, is to try to merge our companies a little bit. That never happened. But they met. Mark meets Luke Mertens at Gen Con in '92,
right?
And he knew, and I'd been asking about these printers if they knew anybody, and so then he brings Luke over to the booth and introduces them to me, and I started asking some questions, and Luke's like, "Oh, we could do that. Yeah, we could do that. Sure, we could do that." And I'm like, Peter, get over here. This is Luke Mertens, and and then I brought Peter in, and then Peter starts talking to Luke, and then I don't think Richard was there, but really quickly afterwards, I think Richard got onto a call with them. I talked through all the geeky stuff about sheet layouts and stuff to see if it was worthwhile, and Luke would talk about oh yeah, we can do that, we can pull sheet cards off like this to go into a deck, and we'll just how you put them on and so it all worked out, but
so that solves the printing and the randomization problem. What I was curious about is, if you all had not connected with Luke and with Cardamundi, was there a plan B? Like, did you have something in the back of your mind, like, this is what we're going to do, oh, we meet this guy, and this is a better option?
No, we had no plan. I mean, there's literally no plan yet. This is 92, right? So Gen Con 92, so a year out from release. And I didn't have anything. I mean, I was, I guess if it had gone much longer, I would have maybe see if I could hire some sort of print broker. To see if they knew what to do, because I was using all my contacts. I was using everything. I was about down to empty, in terms of like what I, was able to bring to the table. And then Luke fell in our laps and solved it. But no, there was no plan B. I mean, there was crazy thoughts about printing cards and throwing them in a blower of some sort and randomizing them, and then having some machine, put them in. I don't know. Ken McLaughlin was drawing these crazy drawings of machines and stuff that we could build or something, but none of them were ever realistic.
I mean, it's such an integral part of what makes the game work, these packs of random cards. To think that was also the biggest stumbling block is sort of a nightmare, you know?
And no one was willing to like retool for us, right? So no one was able, like, oh, we could do this, but we'd have to buy some new machine because
they didn't know. They didn't realize what the revenue was going to be from this thing. Like, why would I do that?
We were ordering 10 million cards. I don't know, what ended up being $500,000 or something. So no one's going to retool their factory for us or something. So
right.
Now they were all willing to do it after Magic.
Of course.
Was there a moment for you when you felt like, okay, this is all coming together? Wizards of the Coast is coming together, Magic's coming together, everything, it's starting to feel like a real company with momentum, forward momentum, and not we're just hanging on and like duct taping it as the machine is rolling down the street or something?
No, it was right after Gen Con. I mean, that Gen Con 93.
Really, that's soon?
Was huge. Oh, yeah. I mean, I'll tell you about a phone call I had with Glenn Godfrey at War Games West. They were our biggest distributor kind of at the time. Well, they weren't really our biggest distributor into Magic, but Glenn was a smart guy, and I'm on the phone with him, and he is looking for a restock of Magic, and so he gives me an order, and great, we'll do that. And we're talking some more, and he's like, well, let's double that order. Okay, great. And then, after a while, he's like, how much Magic the Gathering do you have? I'll order that.
That's a pretty good sign.
And it was just that, we kept back, and it was just like, when Peter's like, get out of your contract with Mayfair, I'll pay them back. We need you on this thing full time, because it was just like exploding. And we're trying to hire people, and you'll see stories out there about how if you're sentient and breathing, got hired. If you anybody, there's a funny story. It's like there's a lot of like this. If you ever read John Tynes' little thing about like Death of the Minotaur or whatever, on Salon.com, he talks about the Goths. Well, the reason is because of Vampire and Me. The Vampire fan club was in Seattle at the time. The camera. And I move up, and they find out about it, and so they come and ask me if I would like be an advisor on their board and stuff. And so I start hanging out with those guys and doing cosplay and stuff of vampire stuff, and going to conventions, hanging around, and just acting like a first gen vampire, which was a lot of fun. Watching everybody fade away from me as I walk down hallways or fall to their knees. It was great. And by the way, Vic got to be my ghoul.
That's amazing.
Oh.
I can imagine just people walking through the hallways just obfuscated.
I'm obfuscated.
I'm just every so often like I see you. And, But anyway, I knew all these people from the Camarilla, and so when we needed people to hire, well, guess what? You guys want jobs? We need people. So that's how we got some of these Camarilla goth people into the early days of
That
Wizards.
explains it all. We were going through all these old photos and stuff, and we were sort of like, there were a lot of goths working at like Wizards of the Coast. It's just weird.
It's my connection and stuff. Though funny because like Steve Bishop was related to Jesper. I can't remember if he's a cousin or whatever, but he was the head of DCI, but he's also a goth, so it's like. But yeah, Jesper was kind of gothy too, And, back then he wore a lot of black leather long jackets, walked with a cane and a top hat, like a little fedora. So, with his big beard and stuff.
One of my very good friends, to this day, claims that Jesper's art for Pestilence is what turned her into a goth. So she's like, I became a goth when I saw that art. So, and here's what it looks like, by the way, for the folks following along at home.
Magic, the influence was far-reaching. Which actually, I'm curious about. Yeah, so this game comes out, it's going to be a success, the company's going to be okay. It was a very different game than what was being published at the time. Was there any sense for you that this was going to be something that shifted the industry the way it did. When did that start to become apparent that this is creating a new market? It's not just a one-card game and a sea of RPGs and miniature games and stuff.
I mean, part of it was just like, that year between 93 and 94, Gen Con. I mean, just how many trading card games came out, everybody and their brother was, working on them. Now, some of the first ones were like thrown together by guys in their basement. Well, not that we weren't in Peter's basement, but you know what I mean. And it was, they kind of suffered from not really understanding. But then, like, it was when, I think for the moment, for me, it was when Decipher got involved. They did the Star Trek one and Star Wars. And I was trying to get the Star Wars license, of course. and there's a long story. It's too long a story for this thing. But, we kind of went back and forth and trying to get that. And they ultimately won the deal by making the deal with Hasbro and got them. And I got, I had a relationship with Robert Watts, who was the guy who was the producer on some of the original Star Wars stuff, and then and also uncle or I don't know, cousin to Jeremy Bullock, who played Boba Fett. Anyway, so I had that connection into Lucasfilm, and he knew George, and so he went to George for me, but then Hasbro came and said, we got the license and blah blah blah. We want these guys, so it kind of they ended up winning out. But that's when I knew it was like, okay, everybody. Oh, and then Hollywood. When Hollywood started coming around.
When did Hollywood start coming around?
Well, late 94, maybe
really?
Summer 94. Already, yeah. I started having to focus on. I mean, that's why I started divesting a lot of my jobs really quickly. I even right after that Gen Con 93, I think I got rid of marketing, Casey, and sales to Carol Monahan, and then just. I was a lot of stuff. I was doing a lot of new business development, and we started having, I started having some crazy trips down to Hollywood looking for, because everybody wanted a Magic the Gathering movie at the time, and I had Paramount and Sony and Disney all like vying for that thing.
So why didn't it happen then? What got in the way?
Yeah.
If you've ever done anything looking at movies, they won a lot of the rights. I mean, basically, the best deal was Disney, and Disney. I had dinner with Michael Eisner, and it's just like they were pulling all the stops. They had an entire floor of a building, like theme with have a room themed out with what Magic merchandise could look like, and had storyboards of what this is what the movie was going to be, and so, I mean, just characterize characters and everything. It's Disney way, right? I mean, they went all out, and the contract they gave us supposedly was a really good contract, because that's what the lawyers we hired in Hollywood said. Oh my God, I can't believe you got this good of a deal. But if they still wanted, they were going to give us the rights to the game, and then they were to take care of pretty much everything else.
Right.
Right. And so and so. We were like, well, we want to play with these things. We just built this thing, and
right.
and we give all these rights away. I mean, we're happy to give away, sign away the movie rights and the merchandising rights to the movie and stuff. But they wanted all the rights in perpetuity forever and ever, and
I'm sure they wanted all the video game rights, the book rights, the comic book rights, the clothing rights,
T-shirts, whatever. I mean, everything but the game itself, right? And we just weren't willing to do that, and so we stepped away from it and said, "Nah." Well,
I had another question for you. What you mentioned, you talked to Hasbro. Were the seeds planted for the Hasbro acquisition earlier because of that relationship, or would it have organically happened anyway?
No, I was talking not to this Hasbro. I was talking to licensees. I didn't know anybody at Hasbro. So, so no, that came much later. I mean, we had people almost immediately try to buy us. I mean, there was a steady stream of big companies coming.
Like who? Who were some of the
companies?
Yeah,
are there any names you're comfortable saying?
First one was Avalon Hill.
Oof.
Oh, okay. Nice.
I think they offered us $1 million or something. After that first Gen Con, laughed at them. And then I think the next might have been Mattel.
Wow.
They came in, they made an offer us like $20 million
Right.
later. But it was just like every time it was just like, that's not enough, right? So we got, we did dinners with these guys and they gave us the pitch and then we went, yeah.
Just get a free meal out of it anyway.
Man, that had to be a good feeling though, to know.
Leave them on for lobster. That's what I do.
We were all young and our visions for where Magic goes were just, had become huge, right?
Yeah.
And we were looking at other trading card games too, and obviously Pokemon became like the double dagger, the double hit that really kind of propelled that deal with Hasbro. But and we didn't know what that second one was going to be, but we put a lot of effort into trying a bunch of things to see if we could get a second thing to blow up. And there was a lot of other ones that got worked on part time and went away or whatever. Or we signed licensing deals and never did them and things. But that was like that we just you're always. I think part of the thing is you're always looking at the future and you think you know what the future is going to be, and they're always looking at the past and trying to evaluate you on the past. And I'm like, but that's like we're going to be so much bigger than that in a year or two. And so it's just like. It's like when you're in that growth thing, you're just like, really, unless someone's willing to like buy into that growth, they're never going to pay you what you think you're worth. And even when we sold to Hasbro, in retrospect, we sold too soon. Not horribly soon, but like maybe a year too soon, because I'm pretty sure that Hasbro made all the money they bought Wizard of the Coast for from us in the first year. That they basically the cash was enough to pay for the Wizard of the Coast thing. So, too soon, But then we lost the Pokemon license. I think it was like 2 years after the Hasbro deal went down. So if you had waited till after we lost the Pokemon license, then
it would have changed again.
So, but I remember when the deal was, Peter was trying to get approval of the deal. He walked into my office and closed the door and he told me about the deal and you want to do it. And I was just like, I think we should wait. I don't know. I'm not really ready to sell yet. And then he wrote a number on a piece of paper, a very, very big number, lots of zeros, and threw it on the table and handed me some dice and said, all right, you're at the craps table. That much money's on the table. You can roll the dice, but if you roll craps, you lose all that. Or you take it off the table now, what do you do? And I'm like, I take the money. And he goes, that's the way out. You might be able to double that money, but you might lose it too. I think this is the perfect time for us to take this money. It's a lot of money. And I'm like, yeah, it is. So we took a deal. So that's how Peter's on selling.
Let me back up for a second, right? So there's the exit, the Hasbro exit. What did you think or say, or how did you react when Peter came to you and said, I want to buy TSR?
Well, it was funny. I was at a Magic tournament in New York at the time. I was, because I would do a lot of, I do some judging, and then I was also writing stuff for the Duelist, and part of the Brain Trust that was running the Pro Tour at the time. And so I'm at New York, and Peter calls me up, and just out of the blue, it's like, you're on an airplane, you have an airplane flight tomorrow morning to come to Milwaukee. I'll pick you up. We're buying TSR. And it's just like, out of the blue.
Look at him.
Like,
By the way.
Oh, and by the way.
Drop it, by the way.
And I had no clue. I mean, literally no clue. And I packed for the weekend, and all of a sudden I'm going to Lake Geneva for the summer. And so, funny story is when I got there, I had it closed, and so I raided their. They had a bunch of leftover T-shirts and stuff from past Gen Cons in a room, and I spent the summer wearing Planescape and Dark Sun.
That's awesome.
Okay, that's pretty awesome.
All these other T-shirts that I scavenged out of their leftover apparel. And then I did go home once.
So were you the person on the ground that was like, all right, I'm evaluating this business and I'm checking it out? And...
No, not at that point. No, they already made the deal. Peter wanted me there because he knew I had a good relationship with a lot of the people there. And he knew I was a fellow D&D player. And he knew a lot of those people knew me because I've been in the industry longer than he had. And so a lot of that, my job was kind of to infiltrate the ranks, become friends with a lot of the people, which wasn't hard to do, and sell them on Seattle and sell them on Wizards and sell them on our the future. He was going to do the same thing, right? That was kind of one of Peter's charms, is that he could go in there and win you over with his visions and stuff like that, and just how cool of a guy he was. And so it was just kind of our thing was to win the hearts and minds of the conquered, as it were, because it was. I mean, I don't know if you read Ben Riggs' book, Slaying the Dragon, but he talks there. One of the things I talked about there is like the day that we bought TSR. I remember walking through with Peter, and I felt like the Conquerors coming into like Troy or something. I mean, all the conquered people off to the sides, cowering, heads down, whatever, and we were walking around. I own this now, right? I mean, it was really weird, but you see, there's a palpable sense of fear around everybody, because they didn't know what the future was for them. Their job, do they have jobs? What's going to happen? Do they need to move? We're just going to take the brands and make a trading card game, and they didn't care about D&D. I mean, no one really knew. So that was part of that whole thing, was like, we need to be hearts and minds on the ground. One of the things I did really early in that was I did America Online chat, because it was like the only way to do
AOL
that.
chat, huh?
AOL chat, Messenger.
It was like the biggest AOL chat ever. I mean, it was ever. They had so many people trying to get it, and they had to make huge amount of chat rooms and have moderators copy paste what I'm saying into all the chat rooms and stuff like that, because they had a limit to like, I don't know how many people could be in it, like 500,000, something like that.
Wow.
Maybe, I don't know, 10, 20,000 people. It was a lot of people wanting to know. And that was just my, and I was the person front and center, like, okay, give me your questions, and people, the fans were like, they were a little angry even about it, because they didn't really understand. So I had to like make sure they understood. No, Peter and I, you're trying, understand, we're a long time old geeks, here I'll lay down our cred, so you can understand how, like I'd done writing for TSR and editing and stuff, and Britain, I have articles in Dragon Magazine, and we're not a bunch of guys that make magic. We have the street cred with D&D too. So it was good, and kind of start winning over the hearts and minds of everybody. And I bet you almost all those TSR employees were probably in those chat rooms watching what I was saying.
Yeah.
And stuff. It was kind of a big moment.
I can imagine. Let me ask you one other question about that. We talked to Peter yesterday, and Peter, I will relate this to you. Peter said, yes, he absolutely wanted immediately to do a Dungeons & Dragons Magic the Gathering expansion, and he was stymied from doing that. And just a year or two ago, when they finally did come out with Adventures in the Forgotten Realms, he managed to track down the contact info for a few board members and sent them a "See, I told you it would work" email. So what did you immediately jump to that place where, wow, we really need to do a Dungeons and Dragons Magic expansion, and why didn't it happen?
I mean, it's a complicated question, because
I figured.
one of the things that besides winning the hearts and minds, Peter put me in charge of a couple of things right away that summer. He put me in charge of the RPGA. I had a long time. I had a very early membership card in RPGA. I was one of the first, I can't remember what they call them, Paradox or whatever, highest level of role playing there at the time. So I was like, a very, I knew everybody. I used to volunteer for Gen Con to help RPGA get ready. So I knew everything about that. So, and it had been kind of poor Robert, who was Robert Weiss, was running it. He was like shoved off in a back corner, a storage room, and a little desk in a storage room. And that's where RPGA was. So he was like the forgotten guy. And so we buy them, and I come in like one of the people at bottom, like, hi, we're making shit happen. So there's some fun stories around that too. But one thing was Magic the Gathering. Magic the Gathering D&D stuff, or Magic the Gathering role-playing game. We weren't really quite sure at the time, right? But Peter wanted to do something with Magic the Gathering and role-playing, or D&D or something, Yeah. And so, so I was put in charge of that, and I ended up hiring Jonathan Tweet to to actually end up being designing the game, and it wasn't going to be based on D&D. And he had a pretty creative thing. What got in the way of a lot of these things was the Magic the Gathering brand team, actually. They had done a lot of like research and found that the psycho whatever, demographic of the Magic the Gathering player is not equal to the ones for role playing, and they didn't want to cross the streams and just can't alienate those guys. And so every time we came up with things that had to put D&D or Magic together, it was always nixed by that brand team. So that was that.
That's so sad. I mean, I was unbelievably excited when we finally got our Forgotten Realms and Baldur's Gate expansions, and I'm running a D&D game every Monday night now in Strixhaven, which is a Magic created world. Like it just seemed so intuitive. But I guess back then there were brand people and marketing people saying no.
It might have been the wrong time too, just for the people.
That might have been a lot of it. I mean, I don't think there was a lot of love inside TSR for it either. I mean, remember, if you've ever heard me or read me any writings I've done on this, the reason TSR failed was they kind of broke up the D&D audience into too many little pieces. That's one reason actually when we did the Magic game, it was not going to be a D&D game, so I didn't want to go down that route, and so it was going to try to find a game that played maybe a little more like a card game, had a lot of card elements and things. It's really creative. Jonathan Tweedy is one of the more genius people out there on creating games. But I think at the time there was just TSR needed to find new footing, and Peter knew there needed to be a new edition stuff, and it's just he needed to kind of like have a new wipe the slate clean a bit, start over from a new foundation, and so maybe that wasn't the time to be adding Magic into that, and so I could kind of see some of that stuff, right? Now like a card game, D&D expansion for Magic. Well, I think maybe part of it they wanted to continue to build Dominaria and stuff like that, and that world, and not add. I mean, originally, original early plans, they had in the fall of '93, right after the launch of Magic. I mean, had a bunch of stuff. There was a Magic Talislanta on the board. There was a bunch of other stuff, using other worlds and stuff. Because nice thing about Magic is it's multi, planes and stuff like that, summoning in monsters and stuff. So we like that idea, but then, we started doing more and more expansions and building up the whole Dominaria, myth and stuff like that, and some of the, even getting people to start like, what's the world look like, and just starting to, come up with that world. And in a sense, like, well, why are we bringing other worlds in? We can build this world. People know this world. They know from these cards. We've given them glimpses in. Then we did the novel deal with HarperCollins. And all of a sudden there's stories and written in that world and stuff like that. And so it's just like, it's a fledgling world for a new card game. Let's not sully it with other worlds and stuff that may be more popular right now. Let's build that up and see if we can make that as popular as the card game. So I think that was a little of the thought process on it. But
so when did you decide, right? Alpha Beta. Was there from the beginning an idea that this needs to be its own IP and we need to create our own myth and lore? Because Arabian Nights seems to kind of fly in the face of that, right? Like,
but remember, Arabian Nights was really quick. I mean, it was a holy shit, we need to get something out fast. And so it was just, that was Richard saying, well, let's take the Arabian Nights myth and just kind of make a card game based on that with Scheherazade and things like that. And it wasn't until you got to Antiquities where Richard had sit down and talked about the Brothers' War and some of that, and just kind of coming up with a little bit of history to back up the card game expansion that you started into it. And then with Legends, there's Legends was less about a single story and more like characters and moments from stuff. But then from then on out, we started like really talking about like, okay, this is going to come from this area of the world and this and that, and these, this is where the names are going to come from, and we started paying a little bit more attention to that. But we're just like, things were coming so fast and rapid. we needed to make stuff, and a lot of times just have time to do all that work, because we went from 0 to 1,000,000 miles per hour in like days, and so it was just like, you're kind of like, all right, whatever we can do is let's get this done. Here's the most important thing: if this card expansion gets out on this date, stuff like that. So we gotta, catch the tide while while the wave while it's high, and it's just like, so it's just like, everything else kind of took a back seat to that, and there was only so many people to work on stuff too. Or hiring as fast as we could, but then you still got to get up to speed, and so.
Somebody in the chat was asking if with the latest D&D adventures going into space, will there be crossovers with Gamma World or Star Frontier?
I think that'd be hilarious. I would love to see a Star Frontier.
Well, the Star Frontier brand trademark got taken by the new TSR.
I've been following that.
Oh, really?
Let's just say it's not a good look.
It's not a good look.
It's contentious.
No.
It's not a good look, and that's about the nicest way I could possibly say it.
And you have said it in the nicest way.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I think it's unfortunately a Star Frontiers. I mean, obviously they still own like the stuff they had made for Star Frontiers, but the brand maybe not as much. And Gamma World, I don't think they own the rights to that either, because I know Jim Ward was doing some stuff, I believe, with we've launched Gamma World at some point in the last 15 years or something like that. So I don't know exactly where those rights are.
Yep.
I have to go look. There's a lot of stuff. They just didn't have much.
We only have a few minutes left, but I wanted to ask you, what are you most looking forward to with retirement?
I don't know. Not having to. Really not having to like worry about your business all the time. I mean, it's like I don't know. It's a little bit hard that way, and just sleeping in a little more, working on my Star Wars collection.
Nice.
It needs a lot of tender loving care right now. So
yeah.
And I got a couple other plans I'm not really talk about yet, but
Good.
at some point in the future we'll, it's not gonna, it's gonna be some fun stuff, but it's stuff I'm gonna do as more of like an advisor, board member, as opposed to being in the day-to-day operations. I'm too old for that shit, as they say. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for the.
Thank you.
Great seeing you again, Lisa.
It's
always
always
great seeing you, and we'll send that box in the mail with your VHS memories this week. So
that sounds great. Let me know when the next documentary that crosses my life is up.
I'll give you a call.
I look forward to having you guys come to the house, and we'll do another interview.
Sounds great. Thank you,
guys.
Lisa.
Thank you.
All right.
Congrats. Start, by the way. Congrats.
Thank you. And smile before you leave the call, because you'll get frozen in that position for a minute.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care, Lisa.
Hello, Mr. David Marshall.
Let's add him to the call. Is he here?
He is.
He is. All right. Let me check. Let me swap him out.
All right.
You can unmute yourself and talk.
Hello.
Hey, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Brian, how's it going?
Going well. How about with you?
Good. We're just getting you up on the stream here.
Yeah, just a momento.
Okay.
There you are. You are not Lisa Stevens, though. There you are. Skype? Hello, Skype. Hi, I'm here. Skype seems to have pooped the bed for a moment, though. Hopefully they will be back momentarily. Yeah, I'm still here, so I don't know what's going on. I see the stream is live. I am live. Hello. Yep. Hold tight. I will let them know. I could sing and do a little dance while I figure out what's going on with Skype, but we'll get right there. One-man monologue, go. Yes, all right. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all. Yeah, all right. I'm gonna kill the Skype call and restart it. Oh. Hey, JB Luna. We had a little quick tech difficulty, and we'll be back momentarily. Yep, it's just me. Yeah, so Peter Atkinson did that to me last night, by the way. Froze himself to, there we go. Let me join the call. Hey, everybody's back.
Yeah, you're not frozen, but we all are.
I know. So Skype did something weird when
there we are.
BDM joined, and we're all back.
Okay, we were all frozen in time there.
Yep, everybody's here. Got audio. Everything's good.
Now repeat everything you said. No.
I literally was doing a little song and dance to entertain the stream. So.
Okay. Well, now we're all actually.
That's what we get for letting you do all the TikToks.
Yeah, exactly.
Geez.
Right.
All right. Let's talk about Mr. Video.
So, yeah, I mean, what sort of brought us to reach out to you in the first place for the movie was just your long history with the game and with the sort of the tournament play side of it. That was it, and looking back at, like, you know, the New York tournament and stuff you were doing in Common Grounds and things like that. Neutral Grounds. Sorry.
Common Grounds, yes.
And
Common Ground is a coffee place in every city on Earth.
I know, and that's where my brain is at the moment, trying to stay awake after hours of live streams. We're coming back, you know, we're back finally after COVID with organized play, and, you know, Wizards made some big announcements about, you know, stuff they're doing with the Pro Tour and things like that. I guess what I'm curious about to start is how have you seen the sort of big trends with Magic shifting over the last 30 years? And I don't mean like the little things, you know, the types of play styles. I mean, these sort of bigger movements pushed, you know, Commander and everything else, and how that shifted things.
I mean, I think Commander is obviously the biggest trend over the last, you know, chunk of that 30 years. And I don't think that that's actually new so much as a bringing into focus this behemoth player base that lurked beneath the surface and played on kitchen tables and played on the playground and scraped their cards on the concrete without sleeves and made up house rules and set like boundaries on how many cards people could no, we will buy 6 packs each and that's it, never again, right? So I think that that's always been there, but I think that the emergence of that player base and the megaphone that they get through Commander to have some say in the shape of the game, like, I think the pro community has probably had an outsized say in the game for a huge chunk of the history of the game.
Sure.
And you know, not always to the game's maximum benefit, right? You know, that, you know, the things that, you know, a pro player is going to find appealing may not always sell as well as the thing that are going to, you know, appeal to a more social player. I hate the term casual gamer.
Right.
I hate that term. I've become almost exclusively a Commander player in, you know, the last however many years since I've stopped, retired from an active role with the Pro Tour. But I play pretty seriously. You know, I don't play casually. I spend a lot of money on my cards. You know, so it's a social experience, right? It's like, you know, I don't want to call it casual, right? Like I a lot of time and energy and thought and money goes into things. So I always think of it as social gaming as opposed to casual gaming. Casual gaming is like my friend Tony, who's played Magic 7 times since we played the game 30 years ago. He's a casual gamer.
Right. And that's the thing. Like, so why do you think, and this is something we talked about in the interview, but why do we see that shift? You know, that shift towards this more social play as opposed to, you know, the push towards the tournament. Like, and I don't mean why, you know, because Commander was invented. I mean, like, what is that fulfilling with people that is driving the gaming in that direction?
You know, thought about this a lot. I thought about what is so appealing, specifically about Commander, because I think Commander's, like we said, driven this movement, and I do think it is because, and it's funny, because Commander's moving in this sort of direction that is getting away from this, I think, to some extent. But I do think that, people throw the term around a lot, magic as Richard Garfield intended, right? Oh, we're playing the game, as it's sort of this ironic, I'm destroying your lands and I'm doing this, and whatever. But for me, what I've always taken from everything I've read or had the opportunities to talk to Richard, right, was that it was this idea of this very personalized game experience, right? This idea that I have this deck, over here, that is my set of cards, my idea, my expression of how I want to approach the game, of how I want to solve the problem of, reducing someone's life total to 0, or running them out of cards, or making them pick up all their permanents, or whatever win condition I've decided upon, right? It is this very personal expression. And I think through a lot of great content creators talking about Commander, we've really empowered people. I think people are really feel empowered to go out and pursue that, and to, I was very reluctant to start playing Commander when I first saw people playing it, right? So Commander really popularizes itself, oddly enough, at the Pro Tour.
Wait, why were you reluctant?
Well, because I was, very spiky, right? And would qualify for the random Pro Tour every couple of years, would try to qualify for the Pro Tour, would be commentating at Pro Tours, and just a mindset. And I was like, this is not the Magic I signed up for, right? Was my sort of dismissive, like, oh, these people just sitting around in the lobby having fun. Get out of here.
How dare they?
And the way I got hooked on the format was Ron Foster, who was, when you would go to a Japanese Grand Prix, Ron was the guy who would take you there. And he was a American who had been educated in Japan and learned English and learned Japanese, and worked with Hobby Japan, and would put together these events. But he's also I think he's at Pokemon now. He was a giant Commander fan, and he was like, BDM, you have to play Commander. You're gonna love it. And I'm like, I don't know, man, not for me, right? Like, not my thing. He's like, will you trust me? And I'm like, sure, I'll trust you. He's like, I'm gonna hand you a deck, and you're gonna play with this deck, and you're gonna become a commander. And I'm like, I'm on top of everything else you know about me, Ron. I'm a contrarian. I'm a curmudgeon. I'm stubborn. Like, there's very little chance of this being successful. And he handed me a deck that was blue-green. So I'm like, I'm Simic. That's me. He handed me a blue-green deck built around a commander called Momir Vig, Simic Visionary.
Many counters.
Well, no, it was just all my favorite cards. It actually wasn't this super broken deck. It was this super dirtily mid-range deck with Yavimaya Elders, and like I was casting Spitting Image on my Yavimaya Elder to make another Yavimaya Elder, which I would sacrifice to draw a card and get a land so that I could retrace my Spitting Image to make another Yavimaya Elder. This is all I wanted for all of my professing to be a spiky player. This is all I want to do when I play Magic. That's it.
That's awesome.
And I was hooked. He was right. I went home, just was like, where are the boxes that say blue and or green? Pulled them off the shelf, built the deck. I still have the deck to this day. It's somewhere here within arm's reach. And I have a special altar that I got made for it of Momir Vig. Like I was, wanted a rendering of Momir Vig in the style of 1920s New Yorker cartoonist Peter Arno.
Oh, wow.
Awesome.
That's so specific.
It was very specific.
If you have it, I would love to see it.
Yeah, let me see if I have the card here. That is.
And while you're searching for the card, right?
Yeah.
What was it about Commander and its ability to let you be the dirtily guy, sitting there copying
Dirtily,
things
I love that
20
word.
times, oh, I make 4 more of these, then these 4 more tap to make 5 more of that. Was it just that, or was there any of the social aspect? Because obviously in a cutthroat game, you can't do that. Like, that would never happen. You'd be dead. Right? Was it just the idea that it let you do that, or that there was a social component, or?
It was the idea that the game slowed down a little bit and really did allow you to do those things. Hang on one second. Too many boxes.
I love
So
it.
many boxes.
That's my box of spider tokens. Here we go. So
Still,
I also have
you get to see some of this while you were out there. Oh my
That's
god!
awesome.
Oh, that's
and it's like all the things I love. Obviously, I love ephemera, right? I like stuff. So this is a Japanese Momir fig from a Grand Prix, as you can tell by the Grand Prix stamp.
Yep.
So this was from a limited Grand Prix. So it's
flip over here and I'll get you a little bit bigger, and we can also show folks the actual real Momir fig.
Oh yeah. Oh wow. I love your version more. I think. No offense to Zoltan and Gabor, who did the one on the card, but yeah, that's great. That's a great.
This is Eric Klug. Eric Klug is master. I have a number of Klug altars. I got a long before Secret Lairs. I actually have my Broodmaster Sidisi Brood Tyrant altar for my commander deck, my spider spawning commander deck.
I love it.
He did Michonne from The Walking Dead for me.
Oh, sexy.
And it is done up like multiple panels from a comic book page with Michonne walking her 2 zombies. It's done in black and white.
That's really cool.
It's a masterpiece. He's the best.
Well, and that's the other thing I like about Commander. It lets you do these silly thematic things that you can't do in other places. Like
it's an expression.
I was just in the mall earlier, and I picked up this Cabretti Commander deck. I haven't even opened it yet. I just realized that the Commander is a cat bard druid. So now I am going to build a deck. I don't care that it's red, white, green. I'm going to build a bard deck. And every card is going to have a song that goes along with it.
Oh, awesome.
Amazing.
Yeah.
I forget what I was going to say now. Oh, so somebody we were talking to earlier, I guess we were talking to, was it Melissa DeTore? We were talking about nobody plays Standard anymore. Like,
it was
all.
Jimmy, and Jimmy said in his local game store they had stopped supporting Standard. They don't even have a Standard night anymore.
Yeah, it's just Commander. It's just taken over. It's kind of crazy.
I will say people still play Standard. They still play Modern.
Yep.
They draft quite a bit, but the Commander is certainly the thing that, while everyone might be waiting for the thing that they feel obligated to jump through hoops for, to get their, whatever, prize or tournament or Friday Night Magic foil or whatever, they're going to be playing Commander.
Yeah.
And that's also the thing about Commander is Commander just flies in the face of all of that structure.
Yeah.
Were you?
So, go ahead.
I
was going to switch subjects, so if you have something else, go ahead.
Well, it is switching subjects a little bit, but it's probably a quick answer. Were you one of those people at the original Gen Con or shortly thereafter that the game was designed for, like, here, play this game in between your RPG games?
It's funny. I didn't find the game until early '94, so I missed Gen Con. I wasn't there for that. I'm sure it would have found me. I was doing public relations for a chain of comic book stores at the time, and I was the gaming guy. That was my default thing.
The gaming guy.
Right.
Yeah, I was the gaming guy. Someone wants this gaming product, ask Brian. And I would, work with the distributor to get the, to get stuff, etc. And people just kept asking me for Magic, and I had no idea what it was. And someone literally picked me up off of my feet by my lapels and shook me into a rack of Warhammer miniatures, which hurt because he couldn't find the game.
Wow.
And I was like, wow, I should either call the police or my distributor. And I called the distributor, and that was my life took a wildly different course than I had been planning on it taking before I did that call.
How many of those comic stores turned into game stores, or vastly expanded because of Magic?
It's interesting. So it's tough. It's tough to do a comic store and game store. I think it is tough to do both. I know certainly places mutated into that, right? Alan Hockman's store. Alan started as strictly a comic store out in Pastimes out in the Chicago area. I know that Star City Games really started out as, a comic shop, right? And then Magic just, kind of just like the Genesis bomb in Star Trek Wrath of Khan, transformed the planet. And you see that a lot, but I think what you saw is people who were willing to roll with that. But I think the comic stores have always been pretty content to sell some packs, have it be something that's on their counter, and then also do their comic book thing. It's tough. It's tough to be half in on Magic. You need it's why we opened Neutral Ground. We started doing tournaments, but there was no place to go and play Magic in Manhattan. Manhattan's a weird animal, right? Like in terms of real estate, and there were a couple shops where maybe like 6 or 8 people could play in an event once in a while. But we really had this vision of what has now become known as a tournament center, and started and took out a 2,500 and then eventually a 5,000 square foot location that wasn't on the ground floor, right, in New York. It was first one was on the 9th floor, the second one was on the 4th floor of a building, and really to create that space, because it was a different product that you were selling than what a comic book store is. Comic book store was like, come in, buy this thing, and go home. All right. Maybe talk for a little while about what your favorite mutant is, or who's stronger, or or if you want to get into the Betty Veronica argument, whatever it is. But then go home, get out of the store, because we don't have a lot of square footage. And, whereas when you're coming to a Magic store, when you come to a tournament center, right, you're like, the product you're selling is spend the money, come in and play. It's almost like this real world free to play game, right?
Yeah.
Play, you can grind, you can do all these things. Yeah, but you'll probably do better if you come over here and buy these cards, buy some packs, buy some singles. Probably need sleeves for those cards. It would be a shame if something happened to them.
What pushed you to take that leap and create Neutral Ground? Because there wasn't anything like that. You know what I mean? And especially in New York, like you said, we have our weird real estate issues here, where launching these things that maybe elsewhere wouldn't actually be that tough to do. Here we have the people who want to do it. We have, the customer base, but the real estate's so crazy. So what made you decide this is worth it? Let's do this.
So November 94, sometime in 94, start playing Magic, start collecting Magic, start selling Magic through the chain of comic book stores I was working with. Investing a little bit in product, like was with a group of people, and we bought a bunch of boxes of the Dark and kind of stuffed them under our mattresses. But in November of 94 we started running tournaments. So we rented space at the Roosevelt Hotel. We ran a tournament. I think we did 2 of them there. Eventually moved to the New Yorker Hotel, which is near Madison Square Garden, and would run tournaments all the time. But by the time we did our second tournament, we had more than 1,000 people show up.
Wow!
And what year was that?
That was February of 95. So November 94 was our first tournament. We had like 300 people show up, which was already way more than we were ready for.
Right.
And then, we had approaching 1,000. I don't think it was over 1,000, but it was, for all intents and purposes, when you're doing single elimination, it was 1,000 plus players, and people wouldn't leave. By the time we did our third event, the hotel started charging us. We were no longer at the Roosevelt. The Roosevelt was just like used to conventions, and they were pretty chill about stuff. But then I I don't remember what they were doing, but they were doing some reconstruction in the ballroom. We couldn't get the space, and we moved to the Omni. And at the Omni, they were like, here's your window. You're paying for 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. or whatever it was, right? And, oh, by the way, every little bit you go over, we're going to charge you this much money. And so, like, you know, it became pretty obvious to us, like 6 o'clock, you know, that people were not gonna leave, right? Like, people didn't want to go.
Right.
We were very much from, you know, my partners and I all came from a retail background at the time, and so customers always right, you know.
Right. They're not. Spoiler, they're not.
Definitely not. But, you know, you want them to believe that they are.
That's right. That's exactly right. Yep.
And so we you know, we ended up taking a huge hit on that tournament, actually, because you know, we ended up being there till like 11 o'clock at night or something, right? And by the way, one of the reasons we were there so long, you know, going back to when we were talking about a Commander, was multiplayer Magic, Grand Melee.
Right.
We would have these like 50, 75, 100 person multiplayer games.
Oh my God, dumbass! No.
Oh my goodness gracious!
You know, these games which would grind, and then somebody would get their sort of evil combination off and kill the entire table in one giant fireball.
And they all got set on fire. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So anyway, so it was just from talking to people, it was obvious that they just had this appetite to not just, look, I talk about this a lot in terms of the things that are interesting to me in my life, the big moments for me in my life. One of the most significant is crossing the threshold into a comic book store for the first time, right? Like opening this door and altering my life, right? My life is completely changed when I walk into comic book scene on Coney Island Avenue in whatever, 1980 something, right? And I am still friends with the people that were in the store that day. I talk to them every day. I am not where I am professionally today, right? Like I can draw a direct line, like kind of a wavy line, you know, a continuous line.
Yeah.
That takes me from that moment to where I am today, sitting talking to you guys right now.
Crazy.
And I've always thought about that, and that's always been, you know, I really talk about it. It's like going through the wardrobe into Narnia, right? It's just like, oh, I'm this kid in Brooklyn in this kind of like semi-meathead neighborhood, you know, and I don't really get along with my neighbor anymore the same way I used to, because as we've gotten older, I like this kind of music. He still likes that, you know, as you start to develop a little bit of your own vibe, and I'm into comics and I'm into games and I'm looking for fellow role players. And so finding that store is just, wow. And so really, I wanted that to exist for people who were having that same experience with Magic. They're like, I am playing Magic. I'm going to play Magic for as many hours as they will let me stay in this hotel room. Right? As long as they will let me be here, I'm going to keep shuffling. I'm going to keep playing. Nope, we just started a new game.
Sorry.
There's no one sitting across from you. He's in the bathroom. We're playing a game. Trust me. You know, and yeah, I wanted that experience. And you know, it's something that I do love, that I know people who are like, that was, you know, this really special place for me. You know, people who would, you know, there's a pretty famous gamer named John Finkel.
Yep.
And John had a book written about him and his sort of card counting days when he was post Magic. But he talks about Neutral Ground in the book, and he talks about, and I didn't even know this at the time, is that he would stay at Neutral Ground until we closed. And then he would go sleep in Penn Station because he'd missed his last train and wait for us to open in the morning and then come back.
Wow.
Because that's where he wanted to be. Those are the people he wanted to be around. That's how he wanted, you know, and that's not an uncommon story.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's a pretty unusual story, but I mean, people having that same sort of affinity.
Right.
Anyway, I don't know.
I
don't remember the original question, but
no, that was great. That was great. I was going to ask you specifically, like, when you became a judge on the Pro Tour, and so what that was like on the first Pro Tour.
That was no one knew what to expect. Judging the first Pro Tour, I had that option to either play or judge, right? It was like we knew about the event was coming. We knew that you could qualify by dialing a phone number. But I really so I had already gotten to meet some of the people from Wizards of the Coast. I had actually flown out to Seattle earlier that year before the Pro Tour with a maybe even before I opened Neutral Ground, actually, with a proposal to make a Magic comic book that I had written. I had someone paint 5 pages of story with the Elder Dragons from EDH, actually. The
nice.
Dragons from EDH didn't exist at the time, but having some sort of like war council, or I don't even remember now, but had gotten to meet a number of those people, and I knew from talking to them at that point that they were very interested in this idea of a intellectual sport, right? It was the first time I'd actually heard someone use those 2 words in concert, right? And they talked about it, and I found that idea really compelling, and really wanted it to succeed, and I thought that I could offer more to make that happen as a judge than as a player. Now, I've never been as given how much I'd rather copy a card and do this and do a repetitive action than win a game. So anyway, and I've been running tournaments in New York now for close to 2 years, and so knew a lot of the New York players, knew a lot of players who'd actually come into New York from outside areas, and kind of also knew who was cheating and who wasn't, and really wanted to offer that expertise to the judging staff. I was working in the junior. So the first Pro Tour was at the Puck Building. So if you've ever seen Will and Grace,
yeah,
when they show the exterior of Grace's office building, that's where the first Pro Tour was.
Oh, weird. Okay.
Yeah, the Puck Building. It's not a huge venue, but it wasn't a huge tournament. And the first floor was the seniors, right? That was the open event or whatever, the main event. And then upstairs, several floors, was another space, and that's where the juniors division was. And that was played for a scholarship and not cash payout. And they really wanted to keep the kids and older players separate. Interestingly, more Hall of Famers came out of that juniors division. I think Brian Kibler played in that. Bob Maher played in that. John Finkel, Steve OMS, countless others. I can't remember everybody anymore, but yeah. And so, but it was really funny because I remember judging that, and there was a player, I'm not going to name names, who was someone that we were required constant vigilance.
Oh God.
And at some point in the event, I remember players didn't play with sleeves back then, right? Right. And so he had 4 cards in his sideboard that he would bring in for game 2, and all 4 cards were like sandpapered on the back. Right? They were just,
they're marked cards.
Not just they it was impossible. There's no, and I remember going to the judge and saying, hey, listen, a couple things, right? I know this guy. He's bad news. Also, mark cards, and we should do. And people were so scared back then about what the correct level. And he's like, look, he's a kid. He probably doesn't have access to enough cards. And I'm like, no, I swear to you, he does. I swear he does.
Wow.
So it was interesting. that experience of Magic. But I really think it was an interesting process also to watch Wizards figure out, right, in the same way they figured out formats,
right,
the same way they, that first Pro Tour also cut to a top 16, not a top 8. So like there was all sorts of things that improved, let's just say, as time went by.
I think that's a good statement about Magic in general. Things improved as time went by. All right.
We are unfortunately out of time.
Oh.
We have
Tatiana.
Yeah, make sure I can add her in. She's not going to be late or anything. Otherwise, we'll just keep hanging out and talking to you.
Let's
she hasn't come on yet? Okay, great. Well, then we can keep going until she comes on.
Yeah.
I probably don't have anything else to say.
No, you have nothing else to say about Magic. Nothing.
What do you think's going to carry it forward for another 30 years?
That's a great question. Yeah.
Like, what does Magic need to do to keep moving forward?
That's a great question. I think that a lot of the stuff we're seeing right now in terms of developing it as an IP, telling stories that were right, like I've always felt, right, like comics had that thing where they went from like, comic book movies to becoming this $1 billion juggernaut, right? Billions and billions of dollars that comic movies or superhero movies bring to the table. I think that there's a similar opportunity to remedy the image of the video game or tabletop gaming movie, right? I think it's sort of, that genre is sort of stuck somewhat in the Roger Corman Fantastic Four tier of films. People will talk about like the D&D film, or they'll talk about some other pretty bad but expensive game adaptations. But I think that there's a lot of great people who work on the Wizards team and who are making setting this great world that's constantly changing, but also finding some narrative thread to keep going through it that keeps we all get pulled along on. And I think if they can do a great job, the characters that people have really come to love, if they can tell some great stories around them, I think that's a big part of keeping the game and keeping the brand and keeping everything moving forward.
Awesome.
I think.
All right, we got Tatiana in the
I think that's a good place to
Thank you
wrap
very
this
much,
up on
sir.
that note.
Well, thanks so much for having me. I hope I don't end up on the cutting room floor.
I promise you will not.
We're
end up
live,
on
man. All this is live, so it'll live forever
Well,
on
I
the
meant-
internet.
You meant on the movie. Brian, thank you so much. It was
Thank
great
you.
seeing you again.
Thanks for having me. Good luck with whatever
Take care,
time is
man.
left in the Kickstarter year.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Talk to you soon.
Alrighty. Smile before you go, because you'll get stuck in that position. Yeah,
Oh,
I
no,
forgot
please
to tell him
don't.
that.
That's all right. Duck forever.
That's okay. Let me swap it out with Tatiana. How are you doing, madame?
Good. How all of you been?
We're doing
Good.
well. We're doing.
You got her up live yet?
Yep.
Almost.
There she is.
All right.
Yay! We had somebody ask if they were going to do Gore, Cradle, and Cradle of Filth magic cards.
Well, they already did the Secret Lair with the
Right.
metal artists.
That could
you
be some
know?
fun art.
Yeah.
That would be some great Gore art. Would be great on a magic card. I would
That
love
would certainly be a thing.
I mean, I feel like at this point it's we used to think, oh well, there's no way they would do that. There's no way they would do that.
Right.
And they've done all sorts of properties now, so I
Nothing
feel like
is
if there's
off the
interest,
table.
Exactly.
Let me fix your name tag. You are not Brian David Marshall. There you are.
All right.
All right.
Cool.
And
Thanks for that.
so, Tatiana, as one of the things we wanted to have you on to talk about, because art obviously is such a big part of Magic, and we're going to be talking to some of the artists later on, but what we've really seen in the last few years is this shift in the art market, and people are really leaping to Magic art. And I want to sort of start, like, what you run the Magic the Gathering art market page, or you're one of the admins on the art market page on Facebook, and obviously you are an art dealer and collector. What is driving that shift? That popularity push with magic art. Like, what's going on? We've had 30 years for people to kind of figure out this art, and I'm curious why now, or why the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, so the MTG art market has been around for quite a long time. I started collecting in that group almost 10 years ago, so the group's been there. Right. Also quick plug, there is Brian is auctioning off an original piece by Mark Poole. The art that Mark did for the t-shirt for the Kickstarter is currently live in the group and ends tonight. It's an excellent opportunity to own original piece by Mark. It's really, really cool. He hits on a lot of historic kind of Easter eggs and stuff from Magic. So definitely check that out. Get a bid in there. It's still very affordable.
Thank you. You saved me from having to do that.
Yeah, I'm putting it in our chat.
I got the link directly to it. So here, hold on.
I got it, Seth.
Okay.
Boom! It's right there.
Excellent.
Both of it.
So I think a big part of why we're seeing the prices jump so much as we have, and I would say the past 4 years or so, we started to really see this incremental increase. And I think a lot of it is that Magic players are aging in to being able to afford nicer collectibles, if that makes sense. So we're also starting to see really big prices in a lot of 90s comic art. That's a newer thing that we've seen over the last several years. And so you're looking at, there's a huge overlap in that phenomenon, right? Same kind of age group. And it's that, I finally make enough money to be able to afford things that are nostalgic for me. But I'm not the only one. It's me and everyone else, the same age group, who all, grew up. I started playing Magic when I was 11 or 12 when it first came out. Right. And so that nostalgia is finally catching up, but then you have competition because it's everybody who's in that same age range, which I think is absolutely fantastic for Magic artists who deserve to make a living wage, and for them to be able to sell their paintings and sketches and other things for a higher amount of money allows them to be able to do this work as something that they can do as a career instead of it just being, a passion project or side project and having to hustle and do other things.
It feels like with the expansion of the sets and everything, we're also seeing so many different types of art. They have special cards, they have artist cards, they have all these different things within a set. But then there's also, you have the secret lair stuff, and then you also have, not so much the expanded universe because they're not allowed to sell that stuff. But we're seeing this, it's going beyond what people traditionally think of, I think, as Magic art. What kind of role do you think that's playing? That aesthetic expansion?
I think that's absolutely huge. As much as there's a lot of people who love traditional fantasy art, there are people that's not really their thing. But to be able to buy art that's maybe more cartoony in nature or more illustrative, like we're starting to see more carryover from other types of artists, or we're even starting to see comic book style in Magic art. It also creates a wider financial range for collectors to jump in. So instead of just seeing the big, oil or acrylic paintings that you might see like of a Chris Ron or a Ryan Pancoast, you're now seeing more options. You're seeing black and white pen and ink illustrations. You're seeing more watercolors. You're seeing a lot of other, even Copic marker and other types of mediums, and a wider range of artists. So we're seeing more entry points for collectors as well. And I think the other piece of that, in addition to there being other art styles, is we now have a much larger representation of characters in the game. So a lot of collectors who maybe never felt represented in the art that they were interested in over the course of their playing, now all of a sudden, this character looks like me. Mm-hmm. This character, I feel a kinship with this character because, of X, Y, and Z. So I think that's a big part of it too. People are willing to pay more money for artwork when they connect with it. And it could be the way it looks, or it could be the character who's on the card.
Wow.
Yeah.
What sort of art do you collect? Like what stuff attracts you?
Oh my goodness. I collect
within
all
Magic.
sorts of things. Yeah. It's kind of hard to describe. I know a lot of collectors say, "Oh, I like, this. I collect this one thing," and for me, it's, do I like it? And I know that's kind of sounds like an easy way out, but I do tend to like strong female characters. I do like characters of color. I do, when it comes to like creatures and things, I tend to like flying things. I like mounted riders a lot. So I just bought Mesa Cavalier from Dave Palumbo from Dominaria United, and it's a woman, all armored up on a Pegasus. And so
Seth, can you bring that up?
I will absolutely do that.
He's gonna bring up the card on screen so we can see it.
Which one was it?
Mesa Cavalier.
Mesa Cavalier.
Mesa Cavalier.
Yeah, there we go. And card screen guest. Let me switch the names. There we go. It's gorgeous.
Oh wow, yeah, that's a great piece. It's very classic. Like it feels very almost like classic fantasy art.
Yeah.
I feel like that would be on a book cover that I read when I was a kid. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I like a variety. Like I'll hold on. I'm gonna grab it over here.
While you go and
Show
grab
and tell.
it, I will.
Show and tell.
Yep.
I'm in my office, so there's art everywhere.
That's awesome.
I also am a huge fan of Alan Williams, and I just got this piece.
Oh, that's sexy as hell.
What's that?
So it's also from Dominaria United. I can't remember what it's called right now. It's a blue creature. But it's insanely good. I don't know if you can see.
Artist Williams.
Yeah,
the detail.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, wrong.
You know what it is?
So,
No, I don't remember the name, but I'm going to do a syntax search in Scryfall because we all know what Scryfall is.
Yeah.
How important is the card itself to you? Because I know some collectors that's a driver.
Important. Yeah. So it's less important to me than it is to other collectors. That being said, like my favorite named Magic character is Ashiok. So anything that Ashiok is in, I'm all over it. But sometimes I'm just drawn to a piece, and I, just have to have it. I do have a tendency to buy, lately anyway, more Grixis colored, so blue, black, and red colored stuff. But that, Palumbo piece is a white card, so.
I love that you mentioned Grixis because this is a Phyrexian card.
Yeah, definitely. So I'm getting a lot of stuff with Tezzeret being the bad guy right now. I've definitely been getting a lot of cool stuff and kind of the color schemes that I like.
Yeah.
But I have a friend who only collects legendaries. I know, and then we all know like the dragon collector or the angel collector or
squirrels. Squirrels.
Exactly.
Right.
The squirrel collector, there's people who like they're into the Beebles and they don't get those very often. And I was lucky to see the big, huge Jeff Miracola Beeble painting last weekend in person. That was pretty cool. So
yeah, it's like Magic is really great at really anybody's niche interest. Like it can fill it art wise. Like because there's so many subjects and styles, and when I really think about it, it doesn't surprise me that Magic art has blown up so much.
Well, and the other thing I was going to bring up to show people, right, and maybe touch on, you can talk a little bit about it. So here is all of the Neon Dynasty cards, right?
Oh, Neon Dynasty, yeah.
And some of these things have alternate versions that are anime versions, right? So there's all these amazing cards that have all these anime, and they're obviously, right? They intentionally went and said, for this expansion, we are going to do all of these alternate versions are going to be anime style, and they brought in a whole bunch of new artists that we don't see all the time. So, how does that affect the market and from your perspective, I guess, the popularity of, is it just making it more and more and expanding it into different communities? Or have you seen anyone say, poo-poo, no, we do not like the anime art?
I mean, I have definitely heard from people it's too much. Kind of, for people who are completionists, and I still know people who have their binders and they want one of every single version of every card in the set. And the last few years, that's become, Seth. And the last few years, that's become harder and harder. I've been joking. I've been calling it 90s comics, but there's a reason for it. There's a reason for it. And the reason is because people were interested in that. And so they're listening, Wizards of the Coast is listening to what it is that collectors want. And collectors want a different type of art. There's a huge crossover between Magic players and other types of games. And a lot of those games have Japanese or Japanese-inspired art. Oh, which cat do we have?
Cat cam.
Oh,
Can you
hold
tell?
on. I got to go back because I'm on a different screen. Going back.
You're
Cat
muted. Oh, cat cam. Cat cam.
This is Smidge, I think.
Aww.
Yeah, it's Smidge. She's
Anyway.
say hi.
Hi, Smidge. Oh my goodness.
That's why my door is closed. My door is closed. I have a black cat, and her name's Liliana. So
No, of course.
yeah. So I think that there is definitely a desire for different types of art. So when you're talking about Kamigawa, I thought it was a smart move, because if you think about the original Kamigawa block, which was over 10 years ago, the art was fantastic for it, but there wasn't that, I'm half Japanese, so for me, it's like when you're looking at the culture stuff, I loved that the original Kamigawa block had the old, like that traditional kind of style art. But Japan, culturally, there's a huge component of that more anime, manga style, chibi art, all that kind of stuff. And so to see that represented in the cards in this set, I think was really smart. And I think it also is smart because it excites a new generation of player. You're going to get that overlap with a lot of the younger generation who might play Yu-Gi-Oh! And because I know just for me, going to my LGS, when we would have, FNM for us versus the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players, by and large, the Magic players on average were older than the Yu-Gi-Oh! Players. And so I think that by offering some alternative types of artwork, it helps to get different players and get players excited. I'm even thinking about when we first had the random inserted Japanese planeswalkers for More of the Spark. And that was huge. I remember all of the Magic collectors at my shop getting so excited that they could have these alternate versions of their favorite planeswalkers, because so many Magic players watch anime and everything anyway. So I think that was really smart on them. Just like I loved how they introduced the kind of the neon piece, right? And it's that being in downtown in Tokyo and shopping and all the neon lights, and it bringing all of those pieces in. And how they wove it into the story, I thought was really smart too. So checking a lot of boxes there, but still getting your traditional player as well.
Yeah. So I'm going to bring up another little screen here. You mentioned something a little earlier, and of course we have to now talk about Ashiok. There is a screen with a whole bunch of Ashioks on it.
How many Ashioks are there? Oh, wow.
What is it about the characters? What is it about the character, and what is it about the art that appeals to you?
Oh, I love Ashiok too.
Ashiok, I've always loved that mystery that, I've been in comics for a long time. And in comics, I've always been a fan of like the anti-hero, Deadpool, Mystique, those types of characters. They're not good, but they're not bad. And so what's their motivation? And even though Ashiok is kind of painted as more of a bad character, we don't really know their motivation. We don't really know really much about the character beyond their actions, right? There's a lot of mystery and intrigue there. And it's a character I want to know more about and kind of dive a little bit deeper into that. I'm also really excited about the fact that it's funny. I've had so many arguments with people. Ashiok's a girl. No, Ashiok's a boy. No, Ashiok's a... I'm like, Ashiok.
Ashiok is Ashiok.
That's what I like, and that's what I like about it. First of all, I like that it creates a conversation. That whole argument creates a conversation. But I also like that Wizards was able to create a character where it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter. Ashiok's amazing. Who cares about the rest? And so they are by and large have been my favorite characters since they were first introduced in Theros.
And what art do you have of Ashiok?
So one piece is at the Framer. I own one of the comic book covers that Eric Gist did, which I wish I could show you because, but it's at the Framer right now. The other one I own.
What was that?
It's Erasure, I think.
Oh, I have that one. That one's on the wall. Wait, let me see if I can.
That one's on the wall.
Reaching behind the webcam. Erasure. Oh, I thought I'd seen that.
Oh, that's awesome.
We saw that in the footage, right?
Yeah.
So I'd seen that one. I saw that in the footage and I was like, my jaw dropped. I was like, oh my God, that's amazing. That's a beautiful
so
one.
the Gist one, is in the footage for the documentary, and those are the only two originally fully painted. All the other Ashioks are all digital. So
Very
I'm
cool.
that's probably the one thing. If you could say Tatiana collects this, Ashiok.
No, I can see. I think it. Well, I'm a big Brahm fan, and
oh yes.
I could. It reminds me of Brahm stuff. Like Ashiok, like would be like the perfect character for Brahm to do a treatment of. You know what I mean? Are you listening, Wizards? Can you hire Brahm? Thank you. I just think it'd be amazing.
I would sell a lot of pieces. If Brahm did an Ashiok, I would sell a lot of pieces to be able to afford it. Because Brahm's baseline...
I would be the buyer.
Yeah. So Brahm's baseline is already, his stuff is expensive for a reason because he's a legend in fantasy art. And you give him a top character like that, forget it. Part of me is hoping he doesn't do it because...
We were talking to Donato yesterday.
I'll fight you to the death.
And Donato was talking about, just he was creating something for himself because he wanted to paint a landscape. Right. And he turned the camera around and there was a painting on the wall behind him. And then he got up and started walking towards the painting and walking towards the painting until the painting was way bigger than he was. And we're like, wow, that's a big painting, and you're just doing that. He's like, yeah, I'm doing it for myself. I'm sure someone out there will pay a lot of money for that painting.
For a Donato landscape.
It's literally a Donato landscape that's like the size of a wall.
Oh yeah, and he paints big really well. I feel like some artists, when they paint big, they lose a little bit of the magic they have when it's, pun intended, when it's a little bit smaller. But Donato, I've seen huge. Matt Stewart's like that too. He can paint huge, and it's incredible. I bought 1,000 Year Storm from Donato from Double Masters 2022, and that piece is 22 by 30, which is not bigger than Donato, but it's pretty big. Yeah.
So what's the most? So two questions. One, what's the most valuable piece of magic art that you own, at least according to the market? And then what's the most valuable piece to you?
And you know what? If you
want to
be careful about the one you own, maybe it's not best.
Maybe it's okay. I'm sorry. How about the one that? I'm just curious about what some of the prize pieces in the collection are.
I mean, I would say, if you're looking at just monetary value, anything with a planeswalker on it, especially something that people feel like slipped through their hands, something like Ashiok, where there's not a lot of Ashiok pieces out there. The first piece I ever bought was Gutter Snipe. I have people who are interested in Gutter Snipe, but that one's not for sale. And I love every piece in my collection, so that's really hard.
Yeah, that was a dumb question. I apologize.
Yeah, no, it's not a dumb question at all. And I think that as far as the piece that I like the most, it's going to be the Ashiok comic book cover, the one that I showed for the documentary. Yeah, the one that's at the Framer right now.
Yeah.
What's the piece that got away?
What was that?
Oh my goodness.
What's the piece that got away?
The piece that got away.
Oh, the piece that got away.
The one that you get up in the middle of the night, like, I should have bought that.
I think there's probably more than one. You know, I can't think of one off the top of my head because I've been collecting art since I was a teenager. So I've been collecting for over 20 years, and I think that I learned to let that go because it's too easy to get wrapped up in the things that you don't have. That being said, you know, there are definitely pieces that if they came up, you know, and I was given that second chance, I would be all over it. So a really, really good recent example was the Chris Ron Sheldred that just auctioned a couple weeks ago in the art market. I'm a huge Sheldred fan. Obviously, if I like Grixis colors and I like Ashiok and I like a lot, I'm probably gonna like Sheldred. I was bidding on it on the auction, and a friend of mine private messaged me and said, "Are you gonna stop bidding?" And I said, "Are you, you know, private whatever bidder, whatever?" And he said, "Yes."
Oh.
So I let it go because he wanted it, and I didn't want to. You know, he's my friend. I don't want to run him up. And I was lucky enough to get to see it in person right after he got it. But so it's not a regret, but it is definitely you know, I really liked that piece.
Yeah.
But that's okay. He knows I love it. So if he were ever to let go of it.
Yep.
And that's so much of the community, like,
there's my
making
piece that
these
got away.
relationships and stuff.
That one, yeah.
There's
being
my
able
Chris Ron
to,
that got away. Cryptgast. I should have bought Cryptgast.
Oh yeah, you had the chance.
I know.
It came back around.
Yep. I should have bought it.
We have just a couple minutes left, Tatiana. So I'm curious, do you have a holy grail, something you know that's out there, but you know, that's the piece, if you could get it, you would just be thrilled?
So my favorite piece that I don't have is still owned by the artist.
Ooh.
And it is Waste Not by Matt Stewart.
Oh yeah.
I'm a Nekuzar EDH player. Seth knows this very well.
Yep.
Seth, you'll be happy to know I built 2 more decks. So I will have I have a range of things that are less harassing for AluxCon this year. But
Oh, that's a great
Waste
piece.
Not.
Yeah.
It's gorgeous. Matt still owns it. He brought it to the small magic art exhibition that was at AluxCon a few years ago. So I got to see it in person.
Yep.
I got to take my photo with it. And I remind Matt at least once every year that I want it. So if he ever decides, you know, he wants to part with it, then I'm happy to buy it. But I don't feel so bad about it knowing that he still has it. It's not out there in the ether somewhere. It's, you know, I know exactly where it is.
Excellent. I think on that note, it seems like a appropriate place to end. The hope, the on the horizon, the hope is there.
I wanted to plug, for 2 reasons. I wanted to plug the MTG Art Market, which Tatiana is an admin on Facebook. I'm going to post the link to the Facebook group again if people are interested in becoming art collectors and start looking to see what's out there.
It is the place to be.
It is the place to be, and it's also the place to be for our auction, which is up for Mark Pool's T-shirt art from our Kickstarter. So I'm going to post the direct link to the Mark Pool auction right now and the MTG Art Market.
And I'm just going to offer, Tatiana, if you want to stick around for a little bit, Gavin is stuck in a meeting right now. So even if you're late.
I have to step out for just a moment. Tatiana, it was great seeing you.
All right, we'll chat a little bit longer then, yes. Tatiana.
Yeah, I'm happy to stay around.
Yeah, we can chat around a little bit.
I do actually have a question for you that I didn't get to ask, and that question is, I've asked this question to some of the art directors at Wizards, and given the fact that magic art has gotten a lot more popular recently, there are some artists that are switching from digital to physical, and there are some artists that ought not switch from digital to physical. Have you seen any of that in your travels around the magic art world, and have you seen any of this? Wow, well, there's some money to be made. I need to switch to physical, not digital.
We see it more and more every set. I think it started, I want to say maybe about 5 years ago. We had some people, like Jason Engel is a good example. He was one of the kind of earlier, like, oh, I need to move into doing traditional work. But he did a really great job of it because he did it incrementally. So he started with doing kind of these tonal colored pencil pieces, and then, pieces getting more and more detailed. And now he's doing, one of my favorite pieces I own is the Kaya painting from Kaldheim that I have from Jason. And he's, that accelerated learning, and he did a really, really good job, and he paced it out in between so that it wasn't, nothing looked weird in the middle, if that makes sense. I think that there's a huge financial pressure on artists. I get it. If someone just said, hey, if you do your business a slightly different way here, you can make incrementally, 5 times, I'm just throwing that out there, I don't know what the number is, but way more money, right? I think a lot of us would consider that. Okay, if I just need to tweak the way I do things. But the issue is that digital painting and traditional painting are two completely different things. It would be, like if it's like just telling somebody, like a doctor, you can make more money being this other type of doctor, so go do it. Okay, great. But if, you're a foot doctor, you can't just go do a heart surgery the next day. It doesn't, so there's that learning curve, and some artists pick it up really fast and some don't. And I think that it's important for them to make money. That's super important. Like I mentioned earlier, living wage is super important. But I think that there needs to be a little bit of kind of quality control in looking at, if you put out work that is not as good as you could do, that affects your own market. And you don't have to go from 100% digital to 100% painted in the next set. Start doing pencil sketches, start doing color studies. And we do have artists who do that. And then, then the rest is digital, and just kind of work your way into it. Don't feel obligated to provide those full paintings. I know it's hard because there's a ton of pressure because collectors want that. But it's just being realistic about what each individual artist is capable of, and realizing that takes time. It took Jason Engel time to get from 100% digital to being able to do 100% traditional, and he still does both. Tyler Walpole's another example of an artist who had been doing more traditional and moved into moving from digital into traditional, and he's done really, really well with that transition as well. It's just about being honest with what can I handle right now, and then balancing, juggling that workload too, because obviously you still need to turn the assignment in. So, and just, it's a process like anything else. You're learning a new skill.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense to me.
Do you want to go dip our toe in the NFT conversation? Speaking of digital,
I don't. I'm happy to do it if you don't mind.
I'm just curious, Tatiana, what you think of the world of NFTs.
So NFTs are interesting because I think by and large, I think most collectors still don't understand what they are.
Right. Sure.
Just like a lot of collectors don't understand crypto. It's the ownership of something that you can't see in front of your face. And I think a lot of people have a hard time understanding that concept. So I think that's the number one barrier for a lot of people, is that there's not a good understanding of it. It's also the Wild West of art. Well, AI art might be the Wild West of art, but we can either talk about that, or you can come to Seth's talk about that at a LuxCon next month. So I think the thing with NFTs is that it is a good potential for artists to make more money. I think it is a potential for some people for investment, but it's because it's the Wild West. We don't know, is the investment going to be good? And there's also a huge amount of plagiarism and other things going on. So that's a huge issue. Wizards came out early to say, hey, we're not giving anybody permission to just go make NFTs of our properties. So Magic artists weren't making them, but then some other random people were making NFTs. So then don't make it, but people were still profiting off of it. They were literally taking Magic artists' Magic art and then cropping it,
right,
and then calling it their own.
I have clients whose work shows up on OpenSea all the time. They're like, can you, do anything? I'm like, you could pay me $3.50 an hour as your lawyer to send a letter to OpenSea. Like, really? You want to do that? No. So
yeah,
but we should stop the NFT conversation because I know Gavin can't talk about that. Or shouldn't.
Hello.
So hey, there's a Gavin in the background. So let us thank Tatiana again.
Thank you so much. It was great seeing you, and hopefully we'll see you soon. You'll be at IX.
Yep, I will be at a LuxCon. I am also doing a talk there. If any of you care about taking care of yourselves, in my day job, I am a dietitian, and I'm going to be doing a talk about self-care. Mm-hmm.
Oh, I
was going to be talking about self-care for entrepreneurs and creatives, and because we have a tendency to not take care of ourselves. So any of you at IX? Yes. So right, I know how that is. Yeah, and
Thank
I
you
look
very
forward
much,
to
madame.
playing some EDH with you there.
We will see you soon.
Thank you, Tatiana.
All right. Bye-bye.
Right, switch over to Mr. Hello, Gavin.
Hey, how's it all going today?
Good.
Look at you in your professional camera. You look great, man.
Hello.
Mr. Stillman will be back in just a minute. He had to take care of something, but it's good to see you. So how's Magic? No,
it's doing good. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. It's a Deckmaster game.
I've heard people play it.
Yeah. It's my favorite Deckmaster game, I gotta say.
Yes.
Are you sure it's not Netrunner? Netrunner's your favorite, really, right?
I say I give that title to Magic. No, so how's it been going today? How's the funding to the finish line?
We'll check in on the Kickstarter. We hit 70K. Hopefully staying there for a bit. Make sure people don't cancel their pledges or anything.
Yeah, it's wacky.
We're almost at 71 now. So
that's great.
Awesome.
Yeah, I'm super excited.
Let me get to go to the Twitch stream for this thing too.
Yeah, that's what I comment and stuff. Yep.
It's Coven MTG / Coven MTG.
Yeah, it's time to gather the magic.
To gather the magic. And actually, while we're doing that, I will pull up. No, you don't want to see.
What are you going to pull up?
Oh, I was just going to pull up the Kickstarter so people could see
we don't need to talk about that.
No, we don't.
I'm just kidding.
I love it. We don't need to talk about that.
After 29 days of Kickstartering, I'm just ready for it to be over.
You and me both, babe.
No, it's exhausting doing crowdfunding, but it's like a second full-time job, which is fun.
It really is.
I like doing these though. I like the live stream component. That's the fun part.
Because we get to have fun conversations with people. I mean,
exactly.
That's the point, right?
So how are all the preparations, or so what are your preparations that you're doing, Gavin, for Magic 30 for in October?
Yeah, we're working on a bunch of really cool stuff. A lot of it I can't quite talk about yet.
Sure.
Some of the biggest stuff is we've got some cool panels that are going to happen, and I'm involved in those. So that's a big piece of what I'm doing. And then, I guess there's some big secrets I can't talk about yet,
right,
but
so
it's going to be awesome. So, I mean, for anyone out there who doesn't know, Magic 30 coming out in end of October over Halloween weekend in Las Vegas. It's the event celebrating our 30th anniversary. It's the first one to kick off, to kind of kick off our 30th anniversary year, and it's going to be fantastic. It is, for me, so much about Magic is about the gathering, right? It's about having people together and make a really incredible event, and there's gonna be a lot of really cool events you can play in, and there's gonna be some really cool stuff going on around it. I just can't talk about it yet, but it's gonna be sweet.
Yeah, it's funny. I saw that it was scheduled for Halloween weekend, and I actually have been in Vegas on Halloween before, and it was like in the year 2000. I was there on Halloween. Like, Vegas at Halloween is amazing. Like it was then. I'm assuming 20 years later, it's just even better. Like seeing a lot of drunk people wandering the streets in ridiculous costumes is just the people watching, let alone the magic related stuff is good. But I'm assuming, like, I know there's supposed to be a big party Saturday night of the weekend. Is it planned to be a masquerade? Or
there's some really fun
cosplay.
plans around it. I don't know if we've announced what they are yet.
Okay.
Question mark. But they're. I mean, I can just go look. If you go over to our website, which
Seth
power to
post
do
that
that.
in the comments.
I just don't want to say it if it hasn't been announced because I think it's a really funny theme.
Oh, okay.
Oh, God.
Let's see. See what the internet tells me. Oh yeah,
Internet
okay. So
is always true.
Right, so it is the 1 year anniversary of Olivia Valder and Edgar Markov's wedding. So it's a vampire wedding.
So it's a vampire wedding
It's
anniversary.
like, hey, we couldn't do it for Crimson Vow. Come together and enjoy this party, and I think it's gonna be a blast.
It's the reception for the wedding.
So yeah, like the reception. Yeah, exactly. So, tell me your best vampire or otherwise regalia. We won't judge you too much, and it should be fun. I'm gonna probably go with some kind of stuffy vampire. If you know me, that's really my aesthetic. So
I hope.
Absolutely.
I
and there's
hope
just
there's a
other
red
aspects.
jacket
We've got,
involved.
like, I don't know, all kinds of cool throwback drafts. We've got modern events, tons of Commander. I mean, there's gonna be some totally bonkers panels. Previews. You're gonna want to see it.
That's awesome.
It is known.
So for the very few people that are watching this that might not know exactly what you do at Wizards, Gavin, can you just in a short,
I haven't changed
brief
your
statement?
name. I should change your name tag.
Yes,
I am
he is
so
not
sorry.
Tatiana Dykes. Yes, he is.
There you
Gavin
go.
Murphy.
I was enjoying that on it, the new name for a second there, right?
Yeah.
But now they'll all know the jig is up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So just in brief, explain what you do for Wizards.
Yeah, totally. So my name is Gavin Verhey. I am a principal magic designer on Magic the Gathering. So I design what a lot of these wacky cards do. These days, I'm mostly focused on the Commander format. So I do a lot of designing our Commander products. Some things that you might know me for is I was the lead on Battle Bond, Commander Legends, Mystery Booster, especially the playtest cards. That was a big delight for me. The new Baldur's Gate Commander decks that just came out. Those are a few of many. Commander 2017, like there's many projects that I've worked on. Those are some ones that I led. And so, I also do, in addition to my actual job of like making magic cards, I do a lot of community facing stuff. So I do a lot of active on social media. I do a lot with like YouTube. I've got a YouTube channel called Good Morning Magic. Go like and subscribe, where about 3 days a week I post a new video highlighting some aspect of Magic that's really cool. So that's a lot of fun. I love what I get to do.
It's
You're
so
the
funny.
voice.
You're the voice of Magic.
Voice of Magic. I don't want to. There's many delightful voices. I do not want to take any meaning away from the other ones. I just like, I talk sometimes, and it's important to me too to like help elevate other people because there's so many awesome people talking in the sphere, and I'm really fortunate I have this platform, but I want to be able to elevate other people I work with to give a chance to talk to, which is why often in my show I'll do interviews with people or bring in other wizards to talk about things they worked on because, I want them to be talking about the things they love and just show them to all of you.
That's awesome. I find it funny that you have what's the morning show that you do for Magic? What is it called?
Good Morning Magic. Yeah.
Good Morning Magic, right. So in our trailer, we show a clip from the lovely VHS gold that we got from Lisa Stevens' closet of Magic-related videotapes. And on it was the segment from CBS This Morning, where they show the Black Lotus and say some people would pay $300 to $500 for this card, and and from 1994 or 5 when that was put out. So I find it funny we have the CBS This Morning, and then we have Good Morning Magic. So anyway,
man, the storied history of some of those news clips is wild, right? Like you go back and watch, as I'm sure you all have with the documentary now, some of that like ESPN footage. And, like there's so much. I've got a VHS at home of like the first World Championship, right?
Yep.
And it's just like you go back and watch that. It's just wacky. I mean, I actually. It's so meaningful to me, and it ties into the project actually. When I started playing with 6th edition, there was a CD-ROM that came inside the starter set, and you put the CD-ROM into your computer, and it taught you how to play Magic. And it had like a video you'd watch. It was like kind of goofy. You can watch it on YouTube. It's like pretty ridiculous in retrospect of folks trying to teach you how to play Magic. And it had like a couple actual, believe it or not, games you play against the computer where you're like playing this like very prototypical like digital interface against a computer, which is kind of cool. But one of the things that happens at the end of like the tutorial and the video and everything that happens, one thing that happens at the very end is it plays this like 2-minute long trailer for like Magic events in the Magic Pro Tour, right? I remember watching that trailer and being just like, I want to go do that. I want to be a part of this thing. I'm so excited. I want to go like play with the best players in the world. And so that really inspired me to go in and, part of how I got to where I am today. And so, the documentary y'all are working on, we'll have like a bit of that for someone else, I'm sure, right? They'll watch it and be like, yeah, I want to go do this too. I'm going to go make this thing happen too, which I think is totally delightful.
Yeah, for our first documentary, Eye of the Beholder, the way that Brian put it was that he wanted people to come out of it with an understanding of if his father could understand what D&D was. That was our goal. So with our magic documentary, we have that goal at least to for your parents to go, oh, that's what that is, and actually understand what it is, but why people like it so much, and so, yeah, maybe we'll see. I think I could watch we have 12 hours worth of old video at this point that we're looking at from the 90s.
20.
20 hours. Yeah, it's insane.
There's MTV footage. It's awesome. The MTV footage is priceless.
The MTV footage is amazing. The MTG commercials about oh God, it's just...
Oh, I love those MTG commercials. I have shown those commercials to people so many times. They're so over the top and ridiculous. And just, to me, it's like a fun archive of a thing that we did that we would not do now. But it's just this little spice right there.
It's, I feel like, now we have cell phones and can record everything as it happens and everything and stage our photos and everything else. But I feel like we've lost a certain charm from the VHS days. This is also because I'm old, but that's all right.
It's funny. I was talking about this earlier today. I feel like a lot of us lived through an era that will never be replicated again, which is the late 90s, early 2000s, where the internet exists. There's stuff on there. It's out there. Like you can go use Ask Jeeves. You can search around the internet. But it's not all there, right? You gotta really search. You gotta type the right search string into Ask Jeeves. Maybe it'll come up, or you find one dude's website he made on GeoCities that has that information or whatever.
Or an FTP server
I find
somewhere.
that so charming because it was all there, but we couldn't all find it, right? And when I watch those MTV ads or whatever, I feel the same kind of charm of all the pieces weren't really there yet for this to exist, but it's I like the attempt, right? It's cool to try and partner with a big company like that to share. So
gotcha. So you were the principal designer for the Doctor Who set, correct?
That's right. Yeah.
So
super excited about it. It's going to come out. It's not going to come out right now. It's going to be a little bit, but as a huge Doctor Who fan, it was really a dream to get to work on. So we started doing, for anyone out there who doesn't know, we started this Universes Beyond initiative a couple of years ago, where we started, we still have all the Magic's robust worlds we're doing all kinds of cool sets. We've got Brothers War coming up, which is one of Magic's oldest stories. We've got, the March of Machine, all this cool stuff we're doing, right? All these really sweet sets. All will be one. Just great Magic history, great Magic lore. It's going to be awesome. But in addition to the awesome worlds that we're making, we started tapping into other IPs some. So we've done a number of collaborations. We did one with Street Fighter recently. We got one with Lord of the Rings coming out next year, which I'm super excited about. That set is going to be awesome. And actually, as I'm going through right now and watching The Rings of Power on Amazon, I'm getting so hyped for our collaboration. But one day I'm in the office and someone's like, "Hey, we're going to do a Doctor Who Universes Beyond." And I laughed. I laughed at them because I was like, "Oh, that's a funny joke you're playing on me," because I'm a Who fan, so you would say this because it'll make me laugh or whatever. And they're like, "No, really, we got it. We're doing it. It's going to happen, and we want you to lead it." And that was bananas. I mean, it's a dream come true. It's one of my favorite. Outside of Magic is probably the IP that has influenced me the most in my life, and or at least the TV show that has influenced me the most in my life. It's been a big part of my life, made me a lot of friends, and it's an honor to get to work on it and help bring Magic's about to turn 30, Doctor Who's about to turn 60, to turn this 60-year-old brand into a Magic set. I can't say anything about it yet, but
you can't tell me if I can crew with TARDIS yet.
He tried to ask this to somebody else earlier.
I can't crew with TARDIS.
Just the card art we showed off, the 5 art pieces or whatever. There's so many layers to all those pieces, and I haven't taken the time to break it all down yet, but it is really cool. And there's some art that sends shivers down my spine. So it's so awesome. Cannot wait for you to see it. And it's really I feel like I've poured my heart and soul into this one. Let me tell you, all blood, sweat, tears, all of it is in this set. So when it comes out, I make so many videos talking about it. Got to hold off on that one for a little while though.
Oh, it does my heart good to see you so happy. you talk to creators sometimes, and like, yes, I made a thing, right? And just watching the exuberance with which you talk about the thing you just made it's really heartening. It fills me with joy too to watch. So that's pretty fucking. Sorry, that's pretty cool.
we can cast on this our stream, but yeah.
There are definitely some products I shipped like early in my career, and these were like small things like intro packs or whatever, where I was like, I agree that I have submitted you 60 cards that will be printed, like I that is a thing that I have done. But then there are days you're like, yeah, I sent off a masterpiece, or I sent something that I'm really proud of, and no knock against the concept art, your intro packs or whatever, but we've come a long way with what I get to do these days, and it makes a huge difference for me. There's a lot of cool stuff coming down the pipeline that I'm excited about, including Brothers War right around the corner. I did a bunch of stuff with Brothers War. I can't talk about it yet because we haven't started previews there yet, but Brothers War is revisiting Magic's oldest story, basically one of the oldest stories in the entire game, certainly maybe the most well known of Urza and Mishra fighting each other. So you want to talk about something that lines up with the 30th anniversary, like that was so cool to dig back into. And I got to make a few cards that are just these like deep cut references that when I have to explain to like Mark Rosewater what I'm referencing on a Magic card, that's why I've gone very deep with my cut, right? So there's some fun stuff in there.
John, no, John, no. We are not going to have a Dalek rat deck. He's literally saying you can have any number of cards named Dalek in your deck. No.
Oh, jeez.
No. Sorry, I missed it earlier. What is the Twitch channel I should go to?
I'll drop it. I'll drop it in the Skype.
Yeah, it's just Coven MTG, one word together.
Coven MTG. That's
that's his the channel he does. He plays Magic on.
Yeah. Or you can watch on Facebook
time when we're not doing this.
Twitter or.
Now I can read all of your delightful chat questions.
You can have any number of cards named Dalek in your deck. One question I was going to ask about the Doctor Who stuff. So one isn't a question and more of a statement. I picture you with your binder of test cards that you've handwritten things on and seeing blood stains on the Doctor Who cards, because you said blood, sweat, and tears went into the Doctor Who set. So that could be a fun artifact to, no pun intended, sell. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say on that front is, I started working on during the pandemic, right? And there was it's an emotional time. Like there was a lot of stuff happening at that point, and I can connect a lot of things to what was going on at that time, right? So I mean, it's really truly a lot of emotions tied up in that.
Yeah,
set.
I didn't even think of the timing. Yeah. So in the process of working on the Doctor Who cards, did you end up meeting any Doctor Who celebrities or anything like as part of the promo or to get the project started or anything like that?
Yeah, I'll say that just in my personal life, I have met many of the actors before, and it's something that I'm a huge fan. Like I have traveled to like conventions or whatever, for it. So big for me. As far as if anything I did there related to the card set, I have to wait and see. We're a long ways off from that one. So
that's true.
Someday in the future, I will tell you all about it. But
that comes out
fall of 23.
Fall of 23.
Yeah, we have. I don't think we've set a date for it quite yet.
Oh, okay.
But it's gonna be a little bit.
Okay, gotcha.
Gotta get there the long way around on that one.
So go ahead and ask your question. I gotta run.
Oh yeah, go get our food because it's sitting on the front step. I asked Melissa this morning, what is the sports name of the expansion you're working on? Most recent.
That's a great question. So for those out there who don't know, we codename our sets things that have nothing to do with the set. We just give them code names. So like Dominar United was Judo, for example. Not nothing to do with Judo and Dominar United. It's just the code name we gave it. And the current cycle we're on is just going downward in order of different sports, right? So like F was fencing, and I was ice skating, and fencing was Strixhaven, ice skating was Capenna, and so on and so forth down the line. But the trick for me is because I work on so many Commander products, and Commander products are sometimes tied to main sets, but not always. There's a bunch of code names for things that I'm working on that do not follow the sports model. I cannot share the code names, but there are things that people don't know about yet, which is really exciting.
Of course, there's things that people don't know about. I love it.
Yeah. There's some stuff I'm pretty stoked for. I mean, it's easy for me to say, right? Because I get excited about a lot of Magic stuff, but I feel like what I'm working on right now is, it's some stuff that will really, really blow your mind, I think, when it comes out. But it's going to take a long time to get there.
Got it. So,
so also if you're watching and you don't really understand our timelines, Magic runs on a bananas timeline. So, we like a year from now is basically locked out and done, right? So a year from now, beyond basically or a year from now, or sooner, whatever words you want to use for it, is basically locked out and finished. So we can't touch those cards for the most part. And then after that is stuff that we're all working on to some degree. It might be, just over years, like we're maybe putting on final touches. Then you get the 2, 3, 4 years from now where we're starting vision design for things, coming up with early ideas for sets. So there's a real mix of stuff we're working on, but our timelines are wacky. So what I'm working on now, you won't see for a minimum of a year, and honestly, in most cases, probably quite longer. So and that also means I've got a year full of cool stuff that you haven't seen yet in the can to check out. So that's pretty exciting too.
How many of these surprise you, right? When you hold the new cards in your hand, you're like, I don't even remember that card, or like when you finally sit down to do a draft or something, and you're looking at like, did we make that? Like, are there? Do you ever have those moments?
There's so many sorceries I've tried to cast as instants. That happens a lot. It's like, oh, that used to be an instant. Or I remember one time I was playing a draft and I just like cast my creature, put it down, and my opponent looked at me and they were just like, that costs 1 more mana. And I was like, didn't used to cost 1 more mana, and I put it back in my hand. So that happens sometimes. Fortunately, I can just jam enough games on something like Arena now that I can just make sure I'm up to date on everything. But that does happen sometimes, and there are occasionally cards that come out where I'm just like, oh, I forgot we made this, or because when we're making the cards too, we don't have like all the art in front of us, right? So sometimes I'll see like a name art combination, and I will have no frame of reference for what that thing is. And that'll just show up, and every now and then I'll be running. I know my cards pretty well, but every now and then I will be running like a gatherer search or something, and just I'll see like, where did this card come from? And it's some weird card in a commander deck, or some uncommon in a gold set that I missed, or what have you. But there's a lot of cool cards being made these days, and they're hard to keep all straight sometimes.
So I'm glad you mentioned Arena. We had some conversations over the last few days. One of them with with one of our local game store owners, who said that they have stopped supporting standard events or running them, that everything's moving to Commander.
They just didn't have enough people to supply them,
and that the people that normally would be playing that are playing Arena now, right? So I don't know if it's something that Wizards is paying attention to. I'm sure you're tracking things like that, obviously, right? But like, that's the first time I've heard it. And have you heard any inklings of anything like that, or is there a plan to, I don't know, try to do something to get people more interested in paper standard again?
I think we just had multiple years of like a stay-at-home pandemic situation, right? Very hard to really go in and play standard in game stores during that time. So I think it's going to take time for everything to recover and to get people back into stores to play in such a capacity. So I don't know the details on that situation, but it's been a wacky few years, and we'll see what happens. And I think also with rotation. With rotation, right, that's going to get a lot more people excited to go play standard too, because it'll bring some new lifeblood into the format. So yeah, we'll see. I don't work on that directly though, so I can't speak to the numbers or anything like that.
Gotcha. MTG,
I think historically what we found though, like I'll use Commander as a great example. Like during the pandemic, Spell Table showed up as a way to play Commander online with your friends, and people also turned to like Magic Online or whatever to play Commander. And the format only grew and grew and grew because of the digital stuff. And if you look at board games, there's a lot of board games out there that release a digital version and then see their in-person play tick up because more people can learn how to play digitally. So I don't necessarily know that there's a correlation there, but I mean it's hard. Yeah. It's really hard to say anything definitively, right? Because one of the unique things about Magic is we have all these players around the world, and we get to see a very, very, very small slice of them, and we get feedback from an even smaller slice. So it's not like a digital game where I can just tell you all the data from all the players at all the times. Here we just have to kind of we see things and we just kind of guess, and it's tough because you talk to different store owners in different places. They'll give you totally different answers, right? You talk to 2 different stores in the same city, and they will tell you opposites on what sells and what events fire. So it's a tough racket to figure some of that stuff out and tease it all apart sometimes,
Gotcha. I have a specific question. Who's responsible for making Dragonborn dragons? Because I love that. I love the fact that I have a whole bunch of new dragons now to play with in my tribal decks the Dragonborn are actually dragons, not Dragonborn creature type. So,
yeah, we were really excited about that in the D&D set, and we kept in dragons for a couple of reasons. First of all, having dragons and Dragonborn as two different types didn't really make sense. Like it's kind of weird. We have cat people. We have Leonin who are cats on their creature type line. Why do we separate out dragons in that fashion? But also one thing that it let us do that's actually really meaningful is, normally dragons and magic, big, strong, powerful flying creatures. Those are going to be 4, 5, 6, 7+ mana cards to cast. Well, by doing Dragonborn, it let us actually make some 1, 2, 3 drop dragons. So when you're going to go build that dragon deck, you've actually got like a wide range of dragons you can pick from, which I think is really, really fantastic. To be able to have that like range to roll with. So we thought a cool opportunity to do that. And if you play Baldur's Gate Limited, for example, you can draft dragons show up in blue, red, green, blue, and blue, green, blue, red, blue, green, and green, red are the 3 main dragon color combinations. Now, dragons aren't other colors, but those are the 3 main ones where the dragons are centered in. And you can like the green-red dragon deck is like a non-flying kind of aggressive deck with a bunch of dragons, which you would never get in any other set because all of our dragons have to fly. But in D&D, you can have non-flying dragons, and it's a pretty cool little thing you can do there. You can't really do other places.
That's awesome. There's actually a clip on the Coven channel. You guys designed the thing that made the thing happen, and by that I will explain. We were streaming our Commander game, had my Ancient Brass Dragon, and I rolled a d20, and the whoop. When you roll it, when you get a 20 on your d20 with that, and you get 20 little dragons, is exactly the same whoop you give when you roll a crit in D&D. So, hats off. That was that design decision. It did exactly what it was intended to do.
Yeah, we wanted to do so in the first D&D set, you were rolling d20s, but the number of the d20 didn't matter outside of looking at the bands, right? It's like, it was 1 through 10 this, 11 through 20 this, whatever, or 1 through 9. 10 through 20. But this time around, we're like, let's make a cycle of dragons that you actually roll a d20 for, and you get a number of things based on the result, which is absurdly swingy, right? Because you're just as likely to roll a 1 and get 1 dragon token, which is a bit of a bummer. But we let you do some pretty wacky stuff with these five dragons. And yeah, someday you're gonna make 20 dragons, and basically they have to kill you right now, or kill all your dragons right now, or you will kill someone on the next turn.
Exactly.
And that's the kind of threat these ancient dragons should give, right? That's what we're hoping for.
I love it. It was a great design decision.
Did you get the chance to play a bunch with that set?
Really?
No, did you have the chance to play?
Oh, hell yeah! So we stream Magic like 3 nights a week, right? That's what the pandemic in a certain way has been good for me. Not good, but it has brought my friends together.
It's been good for him.
It has brought my friends together. We are all over the country, but some of these people I got to see once or twice a year, and now I see them regularly because we stream Magic live. So we're always up. New set comes out. Okay, how are we tweaking these decks? And of course, the first thing you do, and I do in my white token generator deck, is I throw the Ancient Gold Dragon in it to see what happens, and it did exactly what it was supposed to do. By the way, there was a Cathar's Crusade in play at the time, so they were all like 21/21 dragons.
Yeah, now that's Commander. That is the Commander that I know. That is delightful.
So there you go.
Let's see. I see Nate Dog 2 says in chat he wishes Commander Legends 2 had ended up on Magic Online. Yeah. I think there were a lot of things going on Magic Online at the time with the handoff to Daybreak as well to help run the program. So that one wasn't able to make it on there. Maybe it will be someday. But it's always great to have more ways to play it. And I appreciate that they've gone and been able to get cards like the Initiative online. So when people are building their Commander decks, they have access to the Initiative now. Which is really cool. John plays MTG, says rolling 1 trying to sneak one on dragon is an oof moment. Yeah, that is it's good storytelling. That's good storytelling right there. 20s make the story easier. 1s make the story more interesting. And when a player rolls a 1, sometimes that's an exciting moment.
See, now the card could have said re-roll 1s.
Yeah, but where's the fun in that, right? That's the you roll a 1, you're like, oh no, I got 1 dragon. Also, you still have your 6/6 dragon you just hit their face with or whatever, so it's not all that bad.
Rock on, man. What else? There's like 30 questions.
Well, Brian hasn't come back yet, so you got to do it before he comes back and takes it away from you.
Yep. Let's see.
Brian came back for a second, and then
he was a hot second, and then he was gone again.
He's got something to deal with. So, we are also filmmakers who make other things, and Brian is working on 2 other documentaries right now. So he's got some things going on in his life, the poor guy.
I'm back, baby.
He is back.
Well, I thought Brian was running a live stream for another documentary Kickstarter.
Exactly.
I am, and it is in fact for another movie about Magic the Gathering. I just want to confuse the whole thing completely. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Yeah, spark the igniting. It's really thought that nice seeing what happened there.
I'm going to take a moment because
spark the immolation.
Fire.
Be right back.
How you doing, man?
Good. How are you, Gavin?
Great. So glad to get the chance to talk with you all a little bit. It has been too long. What a weird couple years we've had, right?
Yeah, that's
so weird.
putting it mildly.
I wanted to thank you, Gavin, while you were on in person, for being so generous with your time for the Kickstarter and offering up literally yourself to us.
Yeah, I mean, if there's one thing I have, it's myself.
Right.
I remember like right away when those packages sold out too, and I was like, wow, that's I guess someone would actually pay for that, which is bananas. Yeah. So if you go over to the Kickstarter now, you'll see you can win games with me. You can in a design session with me as well. You can back at a certain donation level, and there's a session where I'll talk with you about game design, answer your questions for an hour. There's a session where you can actually come to Seattle and play a game with me. So
that one's gone. That's the one that was picked up.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, you can't get that anymore.
The other one's an online Commander game.
But the other one's an online game, and if someone doesn't jump on to the remaining space, we're gonna have Seth go in, representing us as filmmakers, and we'll see what happens.
Try to beat you and not beat you. Yeah.
Well, Gavin mopped the floor with him in
Italy, right? You beat Seth in Italy in Luca.
Yeah, the first time I ever met Seth was at a Commander game, and I did defeat him. He talked a big game too.
He always does. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, this time around he'll have his revenge, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean, go grab that last spot too. Like, check out the Kickstarter. There's still a bunch of good stuff up. I mean, it doesn't close for what? You got how many more hours?
Wait until 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours. We're at the finish line right now. This is it. Go sweep up all those rewards that people didn't grab. This is your time.
It's funny. One of the rewards I wanted to offer, and this got turned down. I was like, for, whatever, you can play against Seth, and then for more money, you could play against me. Not because I'm special, but because it would be an easy win.
Right.
So you could pay for pay a little extra, get an easy, just straight through. Sorry?
Some people want to just, anyway.
Right. Someone just I just want to win a game of Magic. I never win. I just want to play against someone I can defeat. That's all I ask for.
I'm here for you. I'll be your piñata, and you can just beat me till victory falls forth.
That's a different kind of stream, man.
Place, Brian. Different kind of stream.
It's been a long day.
Did we ask what people can expect from a deck, from a Gavin Very deck when they play with you live?
Yeah. So for your online Commander game, what would you pull out of the pocket?
Well, it's a good trick question, because with Commander, the key is you want to talk to the group you're going to play with and see what they're going to bring.
That's exactly right.
Because,
yep. Rules
you want to make sure you have a nice balanced game. And Commander is say you want to play a game of Commander is like saying you want to have a race. And if you just say that, someone shows up in their sports car, I've got on my running shoes, someone else has their jetpack or whatever, And it's just it's got to be a little uneven. So you want to be very specific. We're gonna do a running race, everyone, a running race, and then bring out the right equipment. So I'll ask all of them when we play and be like, hey, what are you playing? And then we'll kind of have a good Rule Zero conversation and hone in our game from there, I think.
So here's the question, as somebody who's played Commander, a fair amount, but not a crazy amount of times. So Rule Zero has always fascinated me, because Rule Zero is where everybody, basically agrees upon the rules for the game. Right. So, but somebody's got to make the first suggestion. So if you're the first person making a suggestion, well, I've got this deck, before anybody else says what they're going to play, what is that deck that you're going to pull out of your pocket to start?
Yeah, so I've got a number of different decks, but I have this one red-black deck that's built around this commander named Carter, and Carter makes all your opponents attack each other. So it's a really great equalizer kind of deck.
I just built one too.
Their decks are really strong. Well, you send all of them to bash each other, and if they're really weak, you'll send them all to bash each other at equal level, right? So it's a really good test the waters kind of deck. And then if everyone else brings out something that's a lot stronger, I'll pull back a little bit on it,
Got it.
I mean, I realize it's always going to be, whatever you're in the mood for, but I'm curious, generally, what type of Commander game do you like to play when you're with friends? You know, and obviously there might be a day when you're in the mood for something specific, but
sure.
You're generally speaking, what type of Commander game do you like to play?
Oh yeah, I like a good. I mean, I like something. Not to sound boring, but like in the 7-ish level of six, between 6 and 8 usually. I'm just like, yeah, it's you're playing strong cards that we like, but there's no infinite combos, and the game's gonna go on for a while and have interaction. That's like my preferred space. But I'll play anything, right? Like, I mean, people have had me competitive Commander decks before, and I've played with those. One of my trademarks is borrowing other people's decks, actually. So what I normally do when I go play a game is I'd be like, hey, who wants to lend me a deck? And I'll just borrow whatever deck they hand me, because I find that fun for a couple of reasons. One, it helps equalize the table, right? If I'm going to play one of their decks, it probably means that two decks on the table are like about the right power level against each other, right?
Right.
And then two, I get to see what someone built with. Like, what did they do? Like, how did they build their deck? And I, as a designer, find that useful for me to see like what other people out there did. So yeah, I love borrowing other people's decks, and that's what I always try and do in person. And maybe we'll try and do that when we do our in-person Kickstarter game. We'll see us borrow someone else's deck. That's always a fun thing. I
feel like that would be a great game, not game show, but great show of some kind for to be starring you, where you literally pull a deck out of a box that you can't see what the decks are called or named or anything else, and that you have to play that deck in whatever game is in front of you, and like just to see how Gavin Verhey plays the deck he randomly pulls.
I mean, I've essentially done that many times. Like, I love one of my favorite feelings in Magic is drawing my hand of 7 cards and knowing nothing about what's in the deck. It's great.
Yeah.
I never look through the decks when someone hands it to me. I just play the game, you know?
Yeah.
And it's just delightful because every draw step's a surprise. You never know what you're gonna find.
Yeah.
One of the go ahead.
I absolutely love it. It's my favorite way to play.
One of the worst in the in the days before Commander, one of the variants that we would play was everyone builds the absolute worst deck they can that is still playable, and everybody has to randomly pick one off the table. So like the absolute worst deck, like all walls and like one fireball.
You've got Pauper, but what would you call that? It's not like
I
bottom of the barrel. Bottom of the
barrel.
Barrel is the new variant of Magic.
There you go.
Seth, that sounds like a fun thought exercise and a miserable experience.
Yeah.
So I'm glad you did it so we don't have to.
We drank a lot.
We used to play a long time ago called Backdraft, where you would do that with a booster draft. So you would draft the deck, and then at the end of the draft, someone else would build it and have to play it. So your job was to draft the worst deck you possibly could. And that at least it's like, well, you're gonna end up with some creatures and stuff, right? But you're trying to play all 5 colors or whatever. So there's a bit of fun there, but I've always found those to be like funny to like talk about and do. And then you actually try playing a game and you're like, wow, turns out it's not very fun to have a really, really bad
deck. Exactly. One other thing, themes. What is your favorite themed Commander deck? Because we had to go over to the store in between stream today, and I picked up one of the Capenna Commander decks, and I actually hadn't paid attention that Kit Cano, yes, it's red, green, white, but she's a cat bard druid. So now we will be building the cat bard deck. So every deck in every card in the deck has to have a corresponding song that goes with it, and a cat. So there you go. That is the theme that we'll be building.
Yeah, I'm all about building themes around not so much flavor, but like esoteric game things. So I have one deck that's only promo cards allowed. So it's like it's hard. You got to find like a commander that was a promo card, and you got to like carefully choose your cards that have been promos or whatever. Basic lands have to be promos, so it really limits your options. I love that kind of stuff. I've got a deck that's all white bordered, so that's I got a deck that's not white bordered, that's all old bordered. So you can just have these weird restrictions. I find that charming and fun. Those are the kind of like self-imposed things I often put on myself. But I'll build anything. You give me a good enough reason, I'll build whatever.
Tell us about the coin flipping deck.
Well, yeah, I've got my coin flipping deck, of course, too. I mean, that deck's strong, though. People make fun of that deck, but I will smash it with my coin flipping deck. I will kill on turn 5 and 6 without remorse if you are not careful.
What do you think, Gavin? What do you think is the mistake that people who are new to building decks what's a common mistake that they make, or a couple common mistakes that they make in approaching a new deck, and how can you avoid those?
Yeah, it always depends on who you are and what kind of deck you're trying to build and on all that stuff. But I'd say one of the biggest mistakes I see players make, even experienced players make all the time across all formats, is just not including enough lands. It's so easy to lands are boring. You don't want to draw land. Who wants this? Plains, So people, how did you build your commander deck? You're like, well, you start off being very earnest. Like, I'm gonna build a 38 land commander. I'm really gonna do it. And then you pull out all the cards you want. You're like, well, I mean, probably don't need this land. You know,
right.
And then you go down a little bit further, and you're like, well, I mean, I brought out another land, right? And then before you know it, you're playing 33 lands or whatever. So it's that's probably the biggest mistake I think players make consistently. The thing is too in Commander, first of all, as I always tell people, I think lands are amazing. You can play one every turn, and so you want to play a land every turn if you can. And especially in Commander, where mana is king, you never want to miss a land drop. And you got all these lands with cool abilities, right? Just put some sweet lands that are turned into creatures or, can sacrifice for an effect or whatever in your deck. And there's no shortage of those kind of options. So play more lands. That's my hot tip for deck building. Play more lands.
It's so fundamental, and yet so easy to just simply not do.
Well, and then the power creep starts to happen, and you're like, well, I'm going to put a crypt in. I'm going to put a mono crypt in so I can take that land out. I'm going to put a soul ring. I can take that out and put and then you start to realize this is no longer a casual deck. This is, so yeah, lands are probably better. At least if you're trying to be social.
It's just, like I say, you play one every turn. You never don't want to play a land. So just, it's interesting too. A lot of Commander games get warped because people will let you take as many mulligans as you want or whatever. Some play groups will do that. And that that exacerbates the land problem further. So it's tricky. But I play more lands. That's always my hot tip.
All right, I can live with that.
So, and I missed part of the conversation, so I apologize just in case you've gone over this. But with Magic 30, I'm curious, and I feel bad. I missed the Doctor Who conversation, man.
Yep. We did talk about Magic 30 as well, but it depends on what your conversation is.
Brian, when you're making your Doctor Who documentary, you call me up. Let's. I got some stuff to tell you. That's for sure.
I'm sure.
You want to see something cool? I got something cool.
Better believe it.
No, he really does.
Show and tell.
Cool? Nah, I'm not really interested.
What are you going to say to that, right?
No.
No, I don't. Well, what do you got, Brad?
He is avid.
What you got?
This is a piece of a screen-used Dalek that was used in Daleks Take New York. Daleks Take New York?
Oh, Take Manhattan.
Yeah. Yep. It's a Pyro Dalek, so it's one that blew up, hence the random hemisphere floating around attached to the rest of the Dalek. But this is one of the only Doctor Who props that I own. I have this and another piece of a Dalek, part of the neck.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
I mean, your whole background there is just ridiculous. That is a bunch of cool stuff.
He was happy when he moved that he could display things in such a fashion.
Yeah.
I'm making a movie about Magic the Gathering, right? We're all dorks in a lot of ways. and some of us collect a lot of things.
Some of you do.
Thinking you made a thing called The Toys That Made Us. What about the props that made us? I mean, geez, that's actually the whole thing back there.
That's a tricky one. We have a show called Icons Unearthed, which are deep dives into different movie properties. So we did one on Star Wars, produced by the Nacelle Company. And working on that, I did shoot at a guy named Gus Lopez's house, and he collects Star Wars props. So he literally owns the Death Star, the big, that's not a moon, that's a space station. It's sitting in his living room.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
So
it's
we've done
it's like
dives.
A vase in his living room.
We've done deep dives into props, but that's a whole world. What I'm kind of curious about is, you've had a chance to do Doctor Who. Is there any other kind of deep dive property that you would love to? And I'm not asking what are they working on or anything like that, but if you were like, Gavin, we're gonna let you tackle anything you want, turn it into a Magic set. Is there something else out there you'd want to dive into?
I mean, honestly, Doctor is my number one. If I could pick anything in the world, that would have been my choice. That would have been it. Right? Is had a huge outsized impact on my life. And literally before, many years ago, I was just working my own Doctor Who card game on the side, right? That is level of dedication. of the IP that I have. So that would have been it. But there's many others that I would be handed and I would adore, right? There's there's a lot of Disney stuff that I love. I'm a huge Disney fan. So you could give me any number of fun Disney licenses and I would probably have a field day with them. I grew up on Nintendo games, so give me a Zelda Secret Lair or Universe Beyond set or whatever. I would make some sweet cards there. But honestly, I feel like I used mine one time. Like I don't know how it happened.
Right. No, you got
Doctor Who. And it's like at this point, I'll go keep making whatever. And frankly, for me, I know Magic so well and I know the story so well, but I have a lot of fun just working on the mainline Magic sets too. Right?
Sure.
Working on stuff like Brothers War and we've got some pretty sweet sets coming up, so getting to work on those was great. But I mean, look at our lineup, right? We got Lord of the Rings coming out next year, which is of course a huge piece of all of our lives. And then soon we'll have Doctor Who as well, which is a big piece for me. So we're hitting up a lot of the IPs that I personally adore. So
it's pretty cool that through this thing you get to work on these properties that you're not in television, so Doctor Who wasn't necessarily going to be in your on your radar or whatever. But Magic has provided you that opportunity to play around in these sandboxes, which is pretty neat. I imagine.
Yeah, and bring it to life through a medium that I recognize. Right? I'm never going to write an episode of Doctor Who. It's not going to happen. But I can put some cards in a set and write my own stories that way. And as I told Kelly earlier, when we get closer to the launch of that product, I will have so many stories to tell. Let me tell you, there's a lot of fun ones. Truly, some stories that I will tell you, you'll be like, I cannot believe that happened. So there's some fun stuff there, and the art is amazing. So I mean, as you saw with the 5 pieces we showed off already.
Oh yeah,
really it's a really meaningful one for me. Really meaningful.
Have you with Magic 30 coming up? We met you, Seth and I met you, like you said before, we met you at Luca Comics and Games in Italy. And we've been talking to them about the possibility of bringing this movie there because they're going to lean heavily into Magic's anniversary, of course. Magic's already a big part of Luca. Do you see yourself ever making it back out there?
I would have been there this year, except I was informed that this little thing called Magic 30 was happening that week. So I was like, probably not going to be a year for it. And I was all set to go. Like, I was ready. Luca is one of my favorite conventions. For those who don't know, it's basically this huge convention in Italy that takes over this like small walled town in like almost a San Diego Comic-Con style way.
It's a medieval city.
It's awesome, all this old city, right? So like your panels are in old churches or whatever, and cosplayers are just walking around next to these like ancient buildings. It's so cool. I want to go back, and also you're in like near Florence or whatever. So the food's unbelievable.
Oh yeah.
So you forgot that we actually got to play D&D in an actual dungeon.
Yeah, we played D&D in an actual dungeon. That was pretty unbelievable. So I will be back. I was planning on this year, but hopefully next year. Unless we do like Magic 31 or something, you never know.
We should talk next year about perhaps maybe we can do a panel, something about the movie and get you on there, and that could be fun. Then we won't have to talk as much when we're standing in front of the crowd.
I love it. Well, I figure we'll have when it's time for Sundance, we'll have a panel there.
Oh, when it's time for Sundance.
Yeah.
Brian, we're taking this thing all the way. Of course, that's how this goes, right?
Hey, I'll take it.
You wouldn't say no to that.
No. Why not?
You wouldn't kick Sundance out of bed for eating crackers.
No. All right, I'm going to toss it back to Seth and Kelly.
I got to get going here in about 2 minutes or so.
And we're just about out of time anyway.
You want to chat about?
Anyone on the stream? I'm going to basically just close it out with... Look, we've asked you this question, but I want to get it answered for the stream, right? It may show up in the movie, but what is your favorite, like, most Gavin-y mechanic that you've played with in the last few years as a card designer, right? What is the thing that just says, yeah, Gavin made this. Gavin made this card, made this design, this mechanic. What is it in your brain that you think screams Gavin?
Well, the biggest one is definitely the Doctor Who set. But the ones I can talk about, I mean, I'm not going to answer, I think, with a specific mechanic, but I really feel like the thing that is so uniquely me are the Mystery Booster playtest cards. So with the set Mystery Booster, we created... Yeah. I created a lot of them. These 121 playtest cards that are like these wacky looks at Magic's future. And to me, that's like a love letter to the game for me, right? It's like all these references from the past of Magic with hand-drawn artwork and all this crazy stuff. And so there's like a card that I got to illustrate called Problematic Volcano and Experiment 5. I illustrated these two cards.
Title.
And, like, that's really meaningful to me that I got to do that. And the mechanics in this set are so wacky and different that, I mean, there's all these one-off mechanics you'll never see anywhere else in this set that I found very charming. So that's, like, it's not a specific mechanic, but it's something to me that really means a lot. And I don't know if we'll ever see anything like it again, but I was really happy I got to work on it. So,
much like awesome. Mark Rosewater's piece, did you get paid for making this piece of magic art?
Yeah, we all artists got paid.
We saw Mark's, and Mark's is hanging in his office with the check that he will never cash.
I'm an officially published magic artist, so
that's awesome.
Nice, living the dream.
I also just want to say, everyone out there in the chat, thanks for following along with everyone here. Like, it's so cool what these people brought together. The documentary is going to be so much fun. I cannot wait for you to all see it. And honestly, if you have not backed yet, go to Kickstarter, check it out. There's a lot of really cool stuff. There's a lot of awesome rewards still hanging out there. You got the chance to get in the next few hours. And, every little bit counts for making this movie a possibility. So thank you all for contributing. And I cannot wait to see the final. And, the Sundance screening, I can only presume, Brian.
So as we
check in, you let me know where to go. I'll be there.
Thank you so much,
I'll call you.
Awesome. We are at 653 people with 3 hours to go. There it is.
So
Thank
good.
you, Gavin. Thanks for taking time out of your very busy schedule for us.
Yeah, my pleasure. Right. Enjoy the rest of your day. Everyone out there, have a blast. Talk with you soon.
Thank you.
Great.
And smile before you let go, because you're going to be frozen in that position.
Frozen Gavin.
Oh, no,
Yay.
no, please. Oh, you did, didn't you?
Yay.
That's awesome.
No red jackets.
Oh, yeah, I didn't even think about that. He didn't have a red jacket on. Well, it's not Gavin. It was an imposter.
I could have made a joke that, he came home and, like, Mr. Rogers took his red jacket off and put his sweater on. Let me add Jarrell.
So is Jarrell here?
He will be shortly, but I need to add
He's got
him.
a few minutes if we need to, if he needs it. So, but he's welcome to come on a little early.
I'm just gonna call him, and
we got 3 minutes, so we could chat amongst ourselves for a minute.
Because that's what the stream wants to see.
So I'm just getting the last few images ready.
Ah, there he is.
I'm echoing.
He's getting himself set up, so once he gets his headphones on, we'll
Cool. So just a plug for anybody out there on the stream. Yes, we only have a few hours left in the Kickstarter at 11 p.m. That is it. That is your final chance to take part and get a piece of Gavin, or whatever we're actually offering, and all our other lovely rewards.
Gotta make it weird.
Gotta make it weird.
Gotta make it weird.
And then we have an auction running at MTG Art Market, the Facebook group, which we can post again into the chat here in a second, of Mark Poole's amazing T-shirt art he did for us for the Kickstarter. For the drawing for that, and that ends at 9 p.m. Eastern. So you need to join the MTG Art Market group and to be able to bid on that piece, and that would be great. All the proceeds go to us, which is awesome.
You go to the movie, not to, there's a difference.
You know what I meant.
It was very nice of Mark to work with us on that.
Yes,
that
was
piece of
very
art.
nice.
And once again, a highlight of my life that I got to commission some art from an artist whose work I've loved for a long time. So it makes me feel cool.
Speaking of art.
Yes.
Speaking of art.
What's up, Jarrell?
Hello.
How's
Hello,
it going,
good
man?
to see you again.
Good to see you.
I feel like it's been a whole month.
Congratulations. I want to say congratulations
Thank you.
on launching a successful Kickstarter and everything.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's exciting times. What?
I'm sorry, I'm sucking down my sushi that I haven't been
Yeah,
able
we're
to eat the
like.
last hour.
We're doing this marathon live stream.
Yep.
So what have you been up to lately? I mean, we spoke to you a couple
30
weeks
days
ago.
A month
29
ago,
days ago.
exactly.
You were there at
30
the
days ago.
beginning, and now you're here at the end.
So we assume everything has changed in your life since we saw you.
Oh yes, my life has taken a complete 180. No, it's pretty much been the same. Just working for the most part. I actually just finished working probably like 15 minutes ago. So I was like, I gotta get on the stream.
Like, oh, I get to relax, and
the notification went off. I was like, oh crap, I gotta finish this stuff up so I can get on here.
Well, you know what I could do is, are you watching the stream or are you just watching the Skype window?
Skype window.
Ah, all right. Well, I have some new cards that came out in this set. I was going to pull up.
Of Jarrell's, yeah, in Dominaria United.
Inscribed Tablet. We've got.
I'm sure he knows them well if you could give him the name.
Baird, Argivan Recruiter, and Battle Rage Blessing.
One at a time.
Which one do you want to talk about?
Yeah, are there any standouts from the set recently, Jarrell, for you that were particularly fun to paint?
I think, well, both Baird and the Battle Rage Blessing, they give, it's so weird to actually say the name now because it's never the name that they actually give you. Because I remember the name that they give me, but I never remember the actual name that the card is now.
What was the name they gave you?
It was like, for the Battle Rage Blessing, I think it was something like, it had like a scar in it or something like that. So it was a completely different thing. Barrett was pretty much the same, but I think the inscribed tablet was called Ancient Tablet at one point.
It's not like wildly different. Like it wasn't named like Dave. Or something like
Dave the Tablet.
Because I think he's an existing character. So
Yep. Right.
So, couldn't change his name. But I remember for the bear painting, well, both the Rage Blessing and the bear painting were fun, but the bear painting was interesting because of how big it was.
How big is it?
Well, for me, it was big. So it was like 24 by 24 inches. So it was a square, which is something I haven't worked on before, but I thought it'd be something interesting to do. And it actually came together fairly fast considering how big it was. For me, at least, it was like, I want to say I got the thing done in like 3 days.
Oh, wow.
Wait, let me go back to that. Let me go back to that. You painted this in 3 days?
Wait, bring that up. Seth.
It's probably 3.5 days, to be honest.
What?
I got the whole thing in like 2 days, and then I like messed with it for another day and a half, like glazing and stuff like that. That's kind of how like my output is now. But
wow.
Yeah, the Battle Rage one was really fun. That one actually took a bit longer than the bear painting because of the armor. You can't really see all of it anymore because of the magic effect. The magic effect like covers up a nice portion. Because I painted the whole thing first, and then I painted the magic effect on top of it. So it took me a long time to get that armor in there, all the parts of it. So
and then you had to cover it up.
Is that hard? Like you spend all this time getting this armor in and you're all happy with it, and now you're like, okay, time to put some magic effect over it. Just, whoop, there goes all that work.
Yeah.
Yeah. A part of me is always like, why do I do that? Because I know I'm gonna cover it. Because it's not like I didn't make the sketch and I didn't make the color study. I did all of that, so I know that's what it was gonna be. But sometimes I don't actually plan for it to take the shape that it does. So sometimes the shape will be different than I originally intended. And so when that happens, I have to, fix it later with the armor. So it's easier to paint the armor first and then paint on top of it than it is to try to fit around the magic effect.
The magic effect might be, you might have a little bit of see-through and you want to see the armor through it, and I get that.
Yeah. So they were both fun. They were both a lot of fun.
When you've discovered the secret of black cards and black magic in Magic, it's purple. It's not. But when you look at the color black magic in Magic the Gathering, it's always depicted as purple.
Yeah, because that's like the closest thing to it. Like an ominous, or it could be like a reddish color sometimes, depending on the type of magic it is. Suppose, like if it's mixed with red, like if it's a red and a black card, sometimes they'll make the magic effect like with a reddish aura around it, but black in the center. So yeah, it happens.
So you were nice enough to work with us on a couple of our Kickstarter awards, and I never had a chance to ask you. First of all, thank you for that.
Yes, thank you.
But what were those from? What did you? So one of them is.
Gus, can you bring up stuff from on the webpage?
And it's
that
that
magic magic cards
sigil over the hands.
Yeah.
And and then the other is like a
this
like
is our
woman rising up out of the sort of
with the tattoo on her
go
back.
down to the tokens.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the tokens, number 2 on the tokens is Jarrell's.
Yep, number 2 on the tokens and 1 on the playmats.
And 1 on the playmats. Yep, there they are.
So what were those originally painted for? Like what were you doing when you came up with those?
Okay, so for the one that's the playmat, that's called Alchemic Relic. I made that as a personal piece when I was in Smart School. Donato actually has it. He bought it.
Oh, cool.
Oh, really?
That's awesome.
Yeah,
I didn't
he
know
bought it. There's a quick story about the painting. So I was doing the project on, I think I said this during the interview, but if not, this is some new stuff. But I'm pretty sure I did. So I was doing the Smart School class with Donato. I made the painting, and he said, "This is really good. You should submit it to Magic." And I was like, "Oh, that's nice of you to say." I didn't think he really meant much by it. And I was like, "Okay, I'll put that aside. I'll make a couple more, and then I'll submit it to Magic later." And like a few months, not even a few months, like a few weeks later, I got a call from Magic because Donato had put my name out there. And I think that was one of the paintings that he might have referenced or something.
Oh.
And then he came back, and then Donato came back, I think like a month or 2 later, and he said, "Is that painting still available?" And I was like, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, I want it. I want to buy it."
That's awesome.
That is so cool.
Yo, Donato, I don't know. He said he has it in his collection somewhere, which I was like,
how does that feel, man? Like,
and I was working for Magic.
I've been to Donato's house, and we've interviewed him there, and I've seen his collection of stuff that he owns by other artists. So you're in really good company. He's got some great stuff there.
It was a huge honor. And the other one was the token was a commission piece that I had done. Actually, it was a commission piece, but I actually had made the painting. Well, not the painting, but I had made a drawing for it years ago, and I always wanted to paint it. And so when the person came to me and was like, "Hey, I want you to make something. I don't care what it is." I was like, "Oh, well, this is perfect time. I get to actually make this painting." And it was a nice small painting too, so it was something in his budget, which was nice too. So I was able to work that for him, and that's sort
of
an amazing commission. I want you to paint something. Done. Period.
Yeah, he's like, go for it. Oh wait, I think there was one stipulate. It was something. I think it was just wanted something with nature in it, and that was it. Just
that's
nature.
Still pretty broad.
Something with nature in it.
Yeah, so I was like, well, I'll put her in around some tree, because the name of the painting is Forest
Trees.
Hill.
As it's been a little while since we interviewed you for the movie itself. Have you noticed a change in your approach to working on these cards? I don't mean stylistically so much, but more like as time progresses, are you becoming more comfortable with the idea of working on Magic cards? Are you becoming more comfortable with the idea, the interactions with the art directors, the type of expectations they may have, the approach to the worlds they tend to take? Is that something that's changed?
It's a little different now. I guess the most obvious one for me is I don't submit as many sketches as I used to, which is nice on my side. I don't know about their side, but it's nicer on mine.
Is it a sign of trust, like that they know you?
Yeah, is it a sign of trust? Seth was saying. Is it like?
Yeah, it's partially that, and I kind of know what each art director is kind of leaning towards. I work with Ovidio most of the time, so me and him have a really good rapport. So most of the time I know where he wants me to go with things, and Zach as well. I work with him.
Zach Stella.
Yeah, Zach Stella. So he has probably, or at least when I work with Zach, he gives me the most feedback, and I usually have to change more things when I work with him. But it's usually like the smaller things, like small adjustments to things, than it is anything else, which helps me a lot when I make work either with another art director or outside of Magic in and of itself, because now I have a better attention to detail on certain things that I didn't have before. So,
okay.
Yeah. So working with the different art directors is always a unique experience, because Cynthia, when Cynthia Shepard was there, working with her was like really easy, because she would pretty much just say, you send in the sketches, and she would just say, do B, do C, no notes. And then you send in the painting, and then she said, this is great, send the invoice. That's it. So, like, I only did 2 or 3 pieces with her, but each time it was like that. I was like, oh, that's so nice. 'Cause she kind of like, I think she does the thing up front where she picks like the most perfect person for the assignment, and then, you know, she lets you just go. So well, each art director always has a different flavor, and so working with each of them has kind of elevated my sketch selection a lot, which is probably why I submit less than I used to, because I didn't really know what they wanted. So I was sending like a whole bunch of different stuff, but now I send like 2 to 3, and they're not like the same, but they have a certain feel for them that fits with probably what the art director would want, and the card itself, and the kind of effect, the type of action that's supposed to take place, if it's an instant or it's a sorcery, or if it's a creature card or what have you. So yeah.
It's a familiarity, not a, all right, this is what you get, take it or leave it.
It's not that.
Right. So when an art director does come back and asks you, to change this hand or do whatever, and they're like tweaky little changes, is there a reason for it usually, and like a very specific reason, or is it just the art needs to change to be better, or is it a story reason? Like, why would an art director come back and ask you for a little tweaky change?
A lot of the time, at least with me, most of the time it's because of a specific character, and it needs to be on model. So certain features need to change. Oh, Baird is a perfect example of this, because Baird, I actually had to tweak Baird's facial features. I had originally submitted it, and I think it was Zach. Yeah, Zach said it wasn't quite right, so you need to shift this and shift that. And so I wound up making those changes, and then I think we went back and forth like 3 times for his face to get it exactly how it needed to be. But and then the other time was for Ink Shield, where
what is it called? Ink Shield?
I love this card. You signed a couple for me.
Yeah, a lot of people like that card.
It's gonna get played in Commander forever.
It's like my most popular proof that people order.
I can see why. Yeah. I'm sorry, you were saying about Ink Shield?
Yeah, so Ink Shield, I actually had to redesign the Inklings, the ink monsters that flow around to the, I think it's Berserker, I think they call it. And so I had to redesign it, I think, 2 times before Zach was like, yeah, use that. So usually it's like that. It's very rare that it's, something that's not important. Usually it's important either for card readability so that you can read it correctly, like a value change, or like the character needs to come forward more, so lighten the background. You get that. Facial features, it's never really like make this thing red just because. No, it's never like that, It's like you're gonna make it red because that's the color it needs to be for a specific reason, because that's the domain that you're in, or that's what this object actually looks like. Like it needs to be red.
Or you've been told that in the style guide or whatever, like.
Yeah. It's usually something like that is usually in a scout style guide, but sometimes you want to take like artistic liberties with things, and they're like, "No, don't do that." if it's like really important, then like, no, don't do that. But if it's just like just a random object on the ground, it's like, yeah, they'll let you put something red there if it's not supposed to be. They'll let you even make up stuff sometimes if it fits within the world that it's in.
Are you putting in Easter eggs per se? Like, are you putting any like, oh, that's like the face of Donato hanging out there, or whatever?
I don't think I've done that yet.
Now you have to put Donato's face just hanging out somewhere in the next.
Or in a mirror, or
in a mirror. There you go, in a reflection. Just
probably, yeah. That would be actually really cool. Wait, to put Donato in the painting just randomly.
Well, we talked to him last night, and for what's the card he just did? The Crom one, Seth.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Here, I'll bring it up.
For Dominaria, King.
That painting is so great.
Oh my God, it's amazing, right?
Yeah, it really is. Yeah. Here, I'll bring it up.
But he was saying that it was because he grew a massive beard during the pandemic, and so he used himself plus
Conan.
Plus Conan to make that card, which I think is hilarious.
That is so funny. Oh
yeah,
my goodness.
I thought you'd appreciate that. Yeah, King Derek.
Yeah. My God. How long did he grow that beard?
He said a long time. He said it was just out of control. Yeah.
I'm trying to find another one. I forget what it is.
Of Jarrell's or Donato's?
No. There's a card that is Presence of the Master. That might not be the right name of it, but it's literally Donato. It's a painting of Donato, and it's an homage to him.
Oh, it was...
Patron Wizard, right?
Patron Wizard, thank you.
That's the name of our tier with him.
Yeah, the meds will kick in a minute.
It's all right. Yeah, we'll help. That's fine.
There,
anyway.
So here, I'll bring it up so everybody can see. Like, Jarrell, you're not watching the, I'll give you the link to that so you do it, but.
Yeah.
Isn't that Vulcan Baga's painting?
Yeah. It's Vulcan Baga, and it's literally
Donato.
a painting of Donato.
That is such a great paint. Just portrait of Donato. It's just like, yeah, that's Donato right there. Like that's such a great painting, man.
We've talked to
love Vulcan Baga's work.
We've talked to so many artists for Eye of the Beholder and for this documentary, obviously, where they're like, "Yo, yeah, it's me. That painting is, my brother and I killing each other. Like stuff like that. Like,
yeah, it's always stuff like that.
It's so funny. Did you used to put yourself in stuff? You said?
Yeah. I sometimes not as like the main character, but if like.
Are you in any magic cards?
Like, I don't think I've done it in a magic card yet.
Ah, damn.
I've done it in like other illustrations where I'll put myself in the background. I'll be dead in the background. I'm just like standing there, like it just because it's fun.
Yeah, why not?
Just to put me in there for no reason,
One of my favorites. Hold on. Oh, it's not showing up. Oh well, we'll get back to it later.
I know you can't talk about sets that you're doing art for right now that haven't been announced or anything like that. But in general terms, are you working on something you're excited about for a future set that and just tell us why you're excited about that particular subject that you're painting?
Oh yeah, I made a painting earlier this year for Magic, and it has the most figures I've ever done.
Oh wow! Are you talking like Ray?
People?
No, British artist.
Oh, Horsley.
Ralph. Yes, of course. I'm like, why did his name went right on my head? So sorry, Ralph.
I wouldn't say it's that like it's not like that.
It's okay. Because that's like that's insanity.
Like, he goes insane with it. I don't know how he groups them all together like that, but it's not that
not
insane.
That many. Okay.
I think the character count is like 12, 13.
Wow.
Somewhere around there.
Can you tell us what the card is, or you can't?
Don't make him tell it.
I can't tell you anything. Yeah. That's all I can really say. I can't tell you what's in it. I just can say that it has a lot of figures in it, and it's not a battle
for you,
but it is like a charging scene, like characters charging at something, and so it was a lot of characters. That painting actually didn't take me that long either, surprisingly. Well, considering how many figures are in it, consider there's like a dozen or more figures in it, I think that painting took me 4 days.
So when you're doing more than one character, this is something in general I'm curious to ask your caliber of artist is when you're doing more than one character, more than one focal point in a painting, where do you start? So, like, typically, do you start with one character? Do you start with mapping out how the mass of characters would be in the space, or like how do you build out the painting?
I usually do one area at a time.
Okay.
And I don't really. I used to have a particular order in which I did it. I used to go always background to foreground. But as time has gone on, I kind of just pick a spot now, and then I just start painting. Usually, what happens, I start with the figure now.
Okay.
And then I don't. It's probably not the best way to go about it technically, but I'll usually start with. I know with that painting in particular, I started with the background, and then I did the main figure.
Gotcha.
For some reason, and then I started went outward from him to get all the other figures in. Gotcha. But most of the time, recently, I just started, because I'm working on the comic, and so in the comic, I usually always do the figures first, and then I'll do the background afterwards, because the background is pretty much, at least in the certain scenes that I'm working on, it's all pretty much the same background. So it's easier for me to paint that. So I think that started to transfer over to doing it in my other work and just working on the figure first and then expanding outward into the background. So
yeah.
So the other thing I was going to bring up, and I would love to get your take on it. So we know Dave Palumbo pretty well. That is him, that's him murdering his brother. And you're right, you can't see it. It's murderous compulsion. I'll drop it in the chat. But have you considered starting to do more Easter eggs and put other people in? No, we're not going to ask.
Have you considered murdering other people? Is that what you're asking?
No, but like, do you ever get a friend who's like, you should put me in a painting?
Oh yeah.
No, actually.
You will.
No one's ever really wanted to be in a painting unless it's like for a portrait. But a lot of my friends or family don't particularly want me to put them in my paintings. I don't know why, but they just they don't want to do that.
Do you use models? Like who would you use as a model? You don't use your family? Do you hire models?
Sometimes I hire models. Most of the time, it's me. Really, the only time that I'll hire a model is if it's for a woman, and I can't do it myself, kind of thing. Like it wouldn't.
Your anatomy just doesn't do that. Yeah.
Yeah, like I wouldn't be able to bend that way, or it would be easier for me to figure it out with female anatomy than to try to convert it from me.
Right.
A lot of time, depending on the pose. So, but most of the time, if it's a man in a painting, it's me, because I'm free. I don't have to pay a dude for that. And I have even though I'm slim, I have a fairly nice physique, so I can get away with the musculature. I can pick my own.
You're like, I'm gonna give myself an 18-pack. That's what I'm gonna do.
I do have a 6-pack, so it does work.
Okay, good. At least a 6. All right.
Yeah,
you're doing all right.
To figure and add stuff here and there on like a muscular frame. And a lot of the people who commission me for stuff actually like that aspect of my work. Like Ryan Metzger, for example. Like he really likes the way I do male anatomy. So we've done work for years now. Since 2019, 18, 19.
Ryan showed me some of the stuff that you've done for him, some of the commissions, and it's really great. And I can tell exactly what you're talking about, like the stuff he zeroes in on for his commissions, the stuff he likes to commission. That makes a lot of sense. We should have had you pose in the documentary. We could have just had you, really demonstrate to us the technique
of me posing. It's like it's a huge folder of just thousands and thousands of poses that I've done.
There's no reason you can't send us a couple scans.
Yeah, that's all I'm saying.
saying.
We're gonna put it in the documentary. I'm just saying.
That's absolutely the type of thing that we are always looking for.
Oh, it's
so
funny,
are you the Tin Street Cadet?
The what?
Huh?
Are you the Tin Street Cadet? The goblin holding the mace, running down the street.
I don't think I think I made that anatomy up.
I mean, you didn't use real goblin anatomy?
Yeah, I didn't. I don't think I did any like reference for that one. I think I just did that one from my imagination.
That's pretty cool.
It's pretty cool.
Or if I did, I like stitched it together or something. Because I know it's not. I know, like from the look of it, it's like that. I wouldn't have posed that. So, I think I made
it. We only have a couple minutes left. Anyone out in comments land have a question? I feel like we should always check in with them to see if people have any questions. Or Seth and Kelly. Otherwise, I got one more.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Nobody. I just want to make sure.
No, we're gonna keep babbling about body parts and
murder
making jokes
and
murder.
It's good.
So you don't want us talking.
It's all good.
So it's sort of an easy question, Drell. Is there anything that is floating around in the Magic world? I mean, the types of cards they do that you haven't had a chance to do yet that you'd like to moving forward. Something that you think would be a lot of fun to tackle.
I would want to do a Planeswalker. That would be awesome.
Sure.
And to do a dragon as well at some point. I don't care what kind of dragon it is. I just want to do a dragon. I've done a land already, so.
Well, you got a Mox, man. Like, how it's gonna be hard to beat that.
I did get a Mox, so I don't need that anymore. So I'm happy with that. But yeah, getting the Planeswalker and doing a dragon, I think are the two things I really want to do. Because I think I've honestly done everything else already.
I mean, I see an artifact, a creature, an instant.
I've done an artifact, creature, legendary creature, sorcery. I've done.
You did an enchantment. Rest in peace.
Yeah. I've done.
All right, so dragon and a planeswalker.
Yeah.
Planeswalker riding a dragon. You could really.
And you got to do a token too.
Would be so great. That was so. Oh, if any of the art directors are listening to this, yes. I want to do a Planeswalker riding a dragon or a Planeswalker who is a dragon. I don't care which one. All of that.
Perfect.
On that potentially awesome note, Jarrell, thank you so much for joining us tonight.
Appreciate it.
And for the last one and for being part of it, being part of the Kickstarter, really appreciate it. And we will catch up soon.
All right. Congratulations again, guys.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Thank you for your help.
Yeah, thank you so much.
And I'm going to replace you with Liz. You can say hi, by the way, since I don't know if you guys have met each other, but Jarrell, meet Liz. Liz, meet Jarrell.
Hello.
Jarrell Freed, an artist. Liz Danforth, an artist. We've got two Magic artists together in the same virtual room.
Blocks.
Amazing.
Yeah, the same little Brady Bunch like block thing going on. Crazy. Of course, nobody else can see this because we can only send out. Right, we only have windows for 4 people at the moment.
Well, I mean, I can replace myself if you want to hang out and art fetch.
Yeah, I'm in.
All right. Well, let's. I want to. All right. Let's get this
back on track. All right. Trell, thanks for joining. You can drop whenever. We really appreciate it. And,
all right.
We'll talk to you soon.
Pleasure.
Cheers.
All right. See ya.
I'm going to let you guys run this after I replace the right name because I haven't used the little boy's room in like 3 hours. I'll be right back.
All right. Well, then we get to talk to Liz.
Hi, Liz.
How's it
Hello,
going?
Kelly.
How are
Hello,
you?
Brian.
Good.
Hi.
I feel like we just saw you.
I know.
We did.
We did. Yeah, not for long enough, but I was glad to see you guys in Baltimore.
I think it's cool because, I mean, between the interview and then these 2 interviews, I think that's the most I've seen you in like a given year at a time.
Heck yeah.
Because usually it's like at a convention or like Gen Con or IX or something, and that was it. So I think that's pretty sweet.
Yeah, likewise.
How did the show in Baltimore go? So the show in Baltimore was Command. What was the show
called? Star City Games.
It was Star City Games.
Right. And it was great. I mean, it was slower on Friday. What was weird is I had done Star City Games in Dallas in April, and Friday was nuts. And that's what I expected.
Weird.
Yeah, and it was very slow on Friday in Baltimore, but made up for it the rest of the weekend, I have to say. It was a nice, good show, and I got to visit a old friend who lives in Alexandria. We got to go out for dinner on Friday and catch up a little bit. We literally go back to, college years. So
that's great.
That was fun.
It's interesting with those Command Fest type events. So in this particular case, at least, all the artists were kind of the centerpiece of the event. Like I felt like it's like the first thing you wanted to gravitate toward was the artist gathering in the middle of the room, which I thought was interesting. And then there's a Seth sneaking into my stream. Very scary. But yeah, it's amazing to me that people are there to play for sure. But, a lot of them are there to meet the artists, too, that are at all of those events. And
a lot of people commented on, this is the first event I've ever seen you at. And it was like, well, I haven't been back, which was weird because I've been doing a lot of them over the last, aside from pandemic shutdown years.
Sure.
I felt like I was doing a lot, but I don't do as many as, say, Arcade Post or Ken Meyer Jr. or Jeff Lobenstein. I just don't have that much stamina, and I do have work here at the art table to do.
Yeah, we've done plenty of conventions in our time for the various film projects and stuff, but yeah, sitting in one place for 3 days straight at a table can amazingly take a lot out of you.
Yes. And as much as anything, just getting there, getting back, packing up and preparing. I've got the Magic 30 event coming up in a month.
Oh, you are going to that? Yeah.
Yes, I am.
I saw that you got in. Yeah,
I was thrilled.
Wonderful.
I didn't know whether they would have me or not, but I was delighted that they did. And but now, of course, I'm running around like a chicken with my head cut off to try and prepare to make sure I've got new product, new things, stuff that I've been wanting to do or refilling. Prints and new tokens and stuff like that. So.
Do you have any good stories off the top of your head of meeting people at these Magic events?
Boy, there's so many that I could talk about. And I can't. Didn't you ask me something like this before? Because the first thing that
we always ask it.
That's right. Yeah, we're always like, give us a story. Yeah.
The first thing that comes to mind is, okay, I just put this picture on my iPhone. Let's see. Yeah, it's it's one that's fairly iconic for
Yep.
me.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I was in Bilbao at a Magic Fest, as they were being called at the time.
Right.
And cards come sliding across the table. Somebody has walked up. I'm busy as hell. I barely get to, look up and see somebody's belt.
Right.
And, the cards are there. I look up and I say, hi. Hi. Because it was that guy in the flesh. It was the most amazing, complete matchup
Wow.
that you can possibly imagine. And
That's so cool.
Thankfully I speak Spanish, so he and I are yakking away.
Nice.
I had a hard time understanding his particular accent. I heard he was from Valladolid, and I'd heard that that's actually one of the purest Castilian.
Oh, Castilian.
accents.
God. Wow.
I mean,
yeah.
And Castilian is actually what I have been taught at university more than anything else. But because I live close to Mexico, I hear more Mexican accent.
Interesting.
So I
to catch up.
understand. Yeah, I understand Mexican Spanish better than I do Castilian, but I
had more training in the Castilian.
had more training, and I do lisp some, which makes the Mexicans laugh at me. But he and I, guy's name is Abraham. He and I have stayed in touch.
Oh, that's great.
And he actually put me in touch with the fellows running the Swanses event in Santander. And so I may be going back to Spain, back to Cantabria in April. And if that works out, I fell in love with Cantabria when I went there the first time. I love Spain. I will go every opportunity I can. But my Spanish is getting rusty, so I'm having to build it back up again.
Did you show him? I mean, does he understand that he and the piece are like,
Yes, absolutely. Okay. Because I looked up at him, my jaw dropped, I put it back up, said, hold on, signed his cards, reached over to my prints, because I have that picture on the prints, and said, tú necesitas, you need this, and handed it to him, and his jaw dropped. And because it was associated with Tunnels and Trolls when it was published, he ran off, found his girlfriend who knew more about Tunnels and Trolls than he did. He came back, the two of us yacked. I said that this character was originally loosely based on my World of Warcraft mage. And he said, I play mages in WoW as well. He's wearing an Overwatch t-shirt, So, and it was just a stitch. Awesome. And, about every few months I get a WhatsApp, hi, what are you doing? I think of you, abrazos, mi amiga. And it's like, it's so good to hear from you every time.
That's amazing.
I found, I know Liz is not watching the stream, but I did actually find the image, the Tunnels and Trolls image. So
there it is. Yeah. That's great.
Actually, if you go to my Instagram under Serendipity, you can see the two pictures, him and the illustration next to each other.
Cool. I'm going to go back to the screen while I search for it, and I'll come back later.
Awesome.
Now, Liz, one thing I want to talk a little bit about, because we couldn't fit it into the description. You were kind enough to contribute some art to a playmat and a token for our Kickstarter, but the playmat I thought was cool and had a cool story behind it. For anyone watching this, if you look at the Kickstarter page, it's playmat number 2.
I'll bring that up. Yeah, sorry, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole.
And it features just a whole coterie of or menagerie is good too, of magic creatures and beings. Liz, there's a story behind it. If you could just tell us a little bit about that, where this came from.
Sure. I believe it was Sandra Everingham, who was the art director for WotC at the time for Magic. And she asked me if I was interested in doing a big poster for the game. And I said, well, yeah, sure, of course. I'd love to. Do you have any particular requests? And she said, I want something that talks about the whole of magic. And I was going, Jesus Christ, how can I get all of that in one painting? And what I came up with, there's 2 pedestals with faces at the top. Those are your 2 players opposing each other. And then all of the creatures I could think of to fit in. The iconic Minotaur, a wizard, I was never really happy with the soldier. I should have put him in full plate, and I gave him half plate instead. But I mean, it works. But
and you've got the angel there, and
Sarah's angel, a mechanical critter. I was doing a lot of those mechanicals for Shadowrun just then.
Oh.
So that you can find some of my art for Shadowrun that has very similar mechanicals. And so that was fun to do. Just a little critter yanking on a wyvern's tongue, going, I'm going to stop you from doing whatever it is you're going to do. And the thing's going, you've got to let go of my tongue. And but in the end, and it was the biggest damn painting I'd ever done at that point. And realistically, it's probably the biggest painting I'll ever do. It's about 2 or 3 feet by 3 feet. My eyes just don't work that big very well anymore. I know ways to overcome that, but back then, most of my paintings were small enough to fit on a scanner because that's what WotC asked for. And this was the first time I had tried to do anything really that large. In the end, they decided not to use it. They never said why. That's fine. That happens. That's just part of the picture. But I was delighted to find that you guys were interested in making it into a playmat because
it's amazing.
It hasn't been seen anywhere as a whole, aside from I dragged it around to a couple of art shows.
And we were psyched when we learned it.
It reminds me kind of like the D&D painting by crap. I cannot believe this person's name's going right out of my head. He's like one of the 4 horsemen.
How many people have you been talking today for how many hours?
No, but with the beholder in the middle, Brian.
Oh, Keith Parkinson?
By Parkinson, with the beholder in the middle, and you've got all the people around it. For some reason, Liz's painting reminds me of that in a way, just because you have all these different characters in the same painting. So it's there's, yes, the beholder's a focal point, but you're also interested in the other things that are going on. And so I think the painting by Liz is one of those where you're interested in every single thing in the painting, as opposed to, something falling away. Like, you want to know more about every single thing in it.
Yeah, I mean,
I take that as a huge compliment. Thank you.
Yeah,
and that's one of the reasons we wanted to use it, though, is because we're like, because Liz, you'd sent us a couple options that you thought would be appropriate for a playmat, in terms of size and everything else. And we liked a lot of them, but we were like, what it comes down to is this is magic. I mean, here are all these characters that represent so much of the creatures and stuff that we play in the game. We were like, it's kind of a no-brainer. We have to go with this one. And then when you told us later that it really is an unused piece of magic art, we thought that was like serendipitous, to say the least, but super cool to if you really want to get down to it. So I thought that was pretty awesome.
Like I said, I'm glad it will see the light of day in a more general use for change.
I'm glad we could do it.
And congratulations, by the way. I didn't start things off with that, but congratulations on making the campaign.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm on your blog, Liz. What am I searching for to get the side by side? Because I'm dying to see it.
It's actually on Instagram. It's one of the little spots up at the top.
Got it. I'll find it. Back to your regular scheduled conversation.
Seth is lost
Seth's
in the
skipping
internet.
around social media. He's become our TikTok person. So he's the one doing like crazy videos for relating to the movie and stuff.
I mean, let the ADHD guy make the 30-second video, right? Like,
Seth, it's been both remarkable and slightly alarming how quickly you
He just took to that.
Found your groove. It's Yeah, it's impressive and a wee bit terrifying.
The bourbon helps.
So Liz, you're saying you might be looking at Spain in April. You've got Magic 30 coming up. It's amazing, and this is stuff we've talked about, how much traveling and how much engagement with people you get to do through working on a product like Magic or, whatever, D&D, all these things that sort of get artists out there instead of it just being like, well, I work on my thing, it gets published, and then I move on to the next one. There's this in the world of gaming, there's this level of engagement you can have with people, I think, as an artist that's, I think, pretty cool. I mean, it seems like it's taken you to a lot of different places, different countries and things over the years. Stands out for you?
For me, I came up through regular science fiction fandom.
Yeah.
And I certainly saw, as a fan, I was able to go traveling around here, there, and the other place. As a, still in high school, oh my God, I got to New York City. No big deal to you guys maybe, but yeah, it was a big deal for me out west. I got up to various world cons. I went to San Francisco for the first time. I wasn't doing out of the country events until I was working for Flying Buffalo, and we went over to Games Day in London.
Okay.
And that was like, oh my God, something I need a passport for? How amazing. And, certainly Magic has given me more opportunities to travel than many other events, or many other of the franchises and so forth that I've worked for. And I'm grateful for that, truly and deeply. Because I love to travel, but I can't, I'm a little bit famous, but I'm not rich. Okay? I can't just say, oh, I'm going to go to Lyon next week. I am going to a Magic tournament that happens to be in Lyon, and I'll look around while I'm there, and gee, I get to see Florence. That's awesome.
That's pretty cool.
So.
But I think that's one of the cool things about things that have fandom. You know what I mean? Things that have events. Things that have, so whether it's science fiction, whether it's
switch the audio,
gaming,
folks.
whether
Hold
it's,
tight.
whatever these different comics,
My earbuds died after so many hours.
Oh.
What?
You all right?
Give me just a second, everyone.
Okay.
Oh, I don't know what he's doing.
But these things that we engage with sort of give us these opportunities. I think, people always ask why I love being involved in these worlds, and it's like, you get to get out there, you get to meet people, you get to do stuff, meet people like you.
Well, the thing is that that's what I saw happening in fandom when I very first got into it. And I was not aware that was even possible anywhere else, in any other profession, where the people who are creating work you adore are right there, whether it's Fritz Leiber or Robert Bloch or Jack Williamson, Roger Zelazny, any of them. And you can go walk up to them and say, hi, can I buy you a drink? Or do you mind if I sit down and have a chat with you? Or, I can go to your panel and hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
And they're very, very accessible. And that's what I loved as a fan. And it's what I love being on the other side. When I was in Poland in June, half the people had no idea, I'm sure, why I was there. I had Polish friends who had said, you need to bring Liz Danforth over. And they said, they looked around, they said, oh, yeah, right. Because I was there as a role-playing guest. I wasn't there as a Magic guest.
Right.
And so, one of my talks was an hour with Liz Danforth. And I started it with, why is she here and why should I care anyway? And then I put up all the kinds of stuff that I do. And I had several people come up and afterwards and say, I had no idea who you were and I had no idea what you've done, but you've touched a lot of projects I've been interested in over the years, and I want to find out more. And I said, that's cool. That's what, that's why I'm here. And several of them I've stayed, again, as with Abraham in Spain, I've stayed in touch with them since.
Yeah. I made so many friends through, I mean, the fact that like Seth Kelly and I met at a convention, you know what I mean? We were screening our other projects that we'd done on our own together. And so we were both in this film festival. We got to talking, and, a year later or whatever, we got together to work on the first movie. So it's like these relationships develop in fandom that, and when people say, what's the value of this stuff? Gaming and comic books and whatever. It's like, well, besides the artistic value, there are these opportunities to meet people and to engage with people. And I don't know. I think there's something really special about it.
I agree. Completely. I mean, hell, I met you guys, at a LuxCon. So.
Are you going back this year?
Not this year. There was a very brief window of time in which somebody who was in this year, I didn't think I was going to be able to travel like hardly at all. I am going to try and go next year, but a friend of mine who did have a spot in the showcase was going to step out. And by the time I got around to saying, when you go, let me ask Patrick if maybe I could take your slot. I'm sure they had a wait list, so it wasn't a guarantee. But he had already done it by the time I said that. So, and I knew that whoever it was would have gotten the wait list. But I'll try again. I'll plan to go again next year, I think.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, it'd be good to see you.
Yeah, it would be.
I remember that first LuxCon where I met you anyway, just the swarm of people, and they were all going through the books that you would bring, those binders, and looking for magic. And I was like, wait. Liz Danforth from Tunnels and Trolls? Okay. What are these other binders? And just this trove of art. I was like, I'm happy.
I had no idea what the convention, that was the first year I'd gone to LuxCon, and I had no idea what to bring.
Me too.
I mean, it was like, they're doing the fine art thing. I'll bring all my originals. And there was no way I could display them all, so giant 3-ring binders full of stuff seemed like the best idea I could come
I thought it was cool because it was like, oh, what's on the next page? What's on the next page? So it was fun. I thought as a collector and as a fan of art, I thought it was just a fun way to like sort of directly interact with it without putting my grubby fingers all over it. And as far as what to bring, I will say as someone with like, a couple folders full of your stuff, I'm glad you chose to bring some Tunnels and Trolls art. I thought that was super cool. Not what I expected to see. I
have to bring one other thing up. You can't see it on screen, Liz, but at that very same IllixCon, I went home with that Nazgul.
That's right. That's
right.
You did.
That is hanging literally at the top of my stairs, and every time I walk up and down my stairs, I get to see that Nazgul.
I'm delighted. Thank you. That's pretty cool.
When you travel, what do you like to see? Like I've always, because you told me a bunch about like your trips and stuff, but when you're out there and you're going to some of the more far-flung locations, like Poland or Spain or something like that, far-flung relative to where we are anyway. What kind of traveler are you in the sense of like, what are you looking for? Is it museums and attractions? Is it wandering the city? Is it a little of everything?
Yes. The folks in Poland, there is so much I could have seen. And although I was there for 17 days, 5 of them were taken up at the convention. But it actually made me stop and think about what is it I wanted, because it was clear that they thought I would want World War II history there. And it was like, thanks, I think I know what was going on there, and that isn't what I want to see. And then it was, what is it I want to see? And so a lot of what I want to see is historical locations. The Trail of the Eagle's Nests is what they call it in outside Krakow. It was a series of castles along a Silesian, along a limestone ridge for hundreds of miles that defended the border between what was then Poland and Silesia. So we went to 3 of those. That was very cool. I like to go. When I was in Madrid, it was interesting because the Prado was there, for God's sake. How could I not go to the Prado?
My wife and I went, yeah.
But my first choice was to go to the Museum of the Museo Antropologia, the anthropological museum. My bachelor's degree is anthropology. And the reason I fell in love with Cantabria is because I was looking for the town closest to the caves of Altamira. And when I was seeing some friends in Madrid while I was there, and they're going, "Why are you going to Santiago del Mar?" And I said, "Las Cuevas. I want to go out and see the caves." It's a reconstruction like Lascaux, the prehistoric caves, because human action inside the original caves was deteriorating the originals, so they reproduced it. So it's just as Lascaux is Lascaux 2, Altamira 2 is a reproduction as well. But it was still as fascinating to stand on the ridge looking down into the valley and try to imagine what it was like there so long ago, as well as seeing, even if they were reproductions of the cave painting, they were reproductions in that location.
Do you like to draw when you travel? Like, is that part of your itinerary?
Absolutely. More actually, oddly enough, I do more self-directed creative work when I'm traveling, and that's actually part of what I love about it, because I travel alone. By and large, I mean, unless I've got a friend who's going to show me around. In Poland, I much of the time I was with Poles, and since I learned a little bit, dzień dobry, that's about as much.
I think Seth learned the word for beer, and that was
it.
Dużo piwa, proszę.
But I definitely needed a translator. But most of the time I'm traveling alone. So, wherever I'm staying, there's going to be a bar or a restaurant or something down the road. I do like to go wandering around. I would like to think careful enough not to get myself into stupid situations. So
Sure.
I mean, I may not always stay on the main highway roads, but I'm not going to be going down a back alley.
Right.
Okay. I might go on a side street, but not a back alley. And or I'll take a local's recommendation. Oh, you've got to go to this restaurant. And because I'm there by myself, and I eat very slowly, and I'll get a drink, I'll get my meal. I'm sitting there drawing or often writing. While I'm doing it, I'll get an after dinner drink if they'll let me sit there for an hour or whatever.
Cool.
And I end up doing lots of just random sketches and or work on stories that I want to be writing. And I take a cajillion photographs rather, which then turn into paintings.
Right.
I think I mentioned that the sorcery painting that I seem to be getting the most attention for, called Mirror Realm, has art references from Spain, 2 places in Italy, Portugal, and California, the Coast Highway.
Cool.
And all of them melded together into, there was one sunset as I was going to the Agriturismo place in Italy where I was going to stay. And it was magnificent. It had been raining all day. The clouds were just clearing. There was this huge sunset through the clouds, and it lit the water in the river below. I said, I don't know what I'm going to do with that, but I want that photograph, and I put that into that painting.
That's awesome.
So
I have we're running out of time, but
we only have a couple minutes left.
I have a question for you.
Home.
I know you can't see it, but I spent a summer in Krakow, and Wawel Castle up on top of the hill.
yes.
Do you remember the dragon bone that they have outside to show that the king conquered dragons? It's
Absolutely.
obviously a mammoth's rib or something, right?
So,
Whale or
yeah.
something. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But-
I took a photograph of it myself. And
It was just, you know, you can put yourself in the position of, you know, the Middle Ages serf. Wow, the king really did kill a dragon. Like, they've never seen anything. Nothing could possibly be that big.
Yeah.
It was just, I found that really interesting, and I hope you got to see that experience that as well.
And, you know, I took myself down into the Dragon's Den below Wawel Castle. And yes, it had been a brothel and a beer hall and God knows what else over its years. But it was very cunningly lit. I loved the way they lit it so that it became an emotional experience.
Yep.
And lights would come on and then go off, and they would come on here and go off. And it was a whole different relationship to being just a hole in the ground.
Well,
and that was
my experience over there. Was we were drunk law students, and we would go into the bars. People don't realize how far north Krakow is. So if you spend 4 hours drinking in the bar after midnight, you come out at 3:45 and it's light already. You've missed night. You've just missed night. It's gone. It's gone.
I was there literally on summer solstice. And one of my sketches, because I went out to a place that I ended up calling it Rivendell because I can't pronounce the real name. It was a palace that, the name includes palace.
Sure.
It was a 18th century renovated mansion out in the middle of butt nowhere. Near you ask about what kinds of things I like to go see. The reason I went out there was because there is an Iron Age fortress that had been flooded in its early history. And when the waters fell in the 1930s, they said, hey, archaeological site that is, pristine comparatively for something that old, because it's all been underwater. And I specifically wanted to go out to Biskupen to go see that site. And so I was staying in Rogovo, which is as close as I could get as to some place to stay and still go see that fortress.
Cool.
all right.
We do have to wrap up, Liz. I'd love to sit and chat and share more Eastern European and Western European stories, but Jesper is here to join us.
Hello, Jesper. Good to see you again.
Jesper, can we hear you?
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us? Type something into the chat if you can hear us, because he's here.
Okay.
I can see him here on the thing.
Whoops.
Jesper?
Hey, Jesper.
I can hear sound. He's a ghost in the machine.
We'll get him working.
Yeah.
We can see his initials, but not him yet.
In the meantime, I just wanted to let everyone know the auction has ended for the Mark Poole illustration, and the high bidder won it for $700.
Woohoo!
Thank you so much for bidding on it. It's an awesome piece, and I'm just sad that I didn't get to bid on it myself. That is the true tragedy of all this.
We could have just,
Kept it.
Right, but it's all about the movie. It's all about the movie.
So you can hear me now, right?
Oh yes, we can hear you now.
Jesper, we can hear you.
All right. Hey, Liz.
Hey,
Good to see you
Jesper.
again.
Good to see you again.
My webcam broke, so I'm only on a headset.
Ah,
Oh.
that's unfortunate.
It is a shame that everyone out there can't see that both Jesper and Liz are on this thing at the same time, because this is like pretty epic as far as I'm concerned. It's super
Yeah,
cool.
Liz was a huge inspiration to me when I first started playing role-playing games.
Aw.
Tunnels and Trolls, man.
Yep.
I love that game.
And I remember
I
meeting
still play
you in
it.
the hallway. Yeah.
I have
And you were going, wow.
every time I play, I die. Every time. It's
Every time?
Yeah, and in fact, I played in a game with Bear. We played Dungeon of the Bear at Gen Con, and I died, and he resurrected my character, and I died again. So...
I was going to say, if you can't stay alive with Bear, I mean, he's...
Oh, he tried. He tried.
Yeah,
he did his best. And
he was always my favorite GM.
It was a lot of fun. But yes, Jesper, I'm so glad you could join us.
It's my
I
pleasure.
will say goodbye.
Take care, Liz.
Let you guys.
Be well.
Thank
Bye.
you, guys.
Liz, it was
Bye,
great
Liz.
seeing you.
Good to see you again. Take care, everyone.
Seth, I've sent you a
I've already
picture.
got one up on stream.
Oh, okay.
All right,
Why did I bother?
so
Oh, that's a
You don't?
Okay.
Would you like me to
it's a
replace it?
dark pick. It's a dark pick.
Because
all right,
Jesper's a
Jesper,
dark
we're
man.
just getting an image up on the screen
Use
to
the one I
accompany
sent
this.
you. Use the one
I
sent,
I
Seth.
can't. I'm not on a Mac.
I can send it by email, you know,
Please
like
do.
the old people do.
So
Anyway.
Jesper, while they're dealing with the technical issues, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
It's good to at least hear your voice, and it's great to have you on this. And I just wanted to quickly start by thanking you for your help with our Kickstarter, for contributing art to the tokens and playmats, but especially the painted proof. That thing disappeared in mere moments.
Oh, did it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
It went away fast enough that I couldn't sit there and start to lust after it on my own, but too fast for me to have like enjoyed it a little bit visually. But that
Brian's
people
just
really enjoyed
upset
it.
that he didn't get it himself. That's how he is with all the art we offer.
Oh,
and
all
these
the art,
things.
yeah.
He,
If I could back my own Kickstarters, but
Yeah,
As I said, I really enjoy supporting things I enjoy, so it's my pleasure.
we appreciate that. You know, man, so many questions.
I know, so many questions.
Let's start. So I want to just start. Just you know, we're looking at the entirety of magic in this movie. Not the entirety, but we're trying to tell this sort of broad story on it. And obviously, art is a big part of it. And I'm sure we asked you this when we actually did the interview, but I'm going to ask it again. When you all sat down and we're sort of putting this all together early on, and you know, before the first set came out, did you understand how important the art would be to the cards, to the game, and kind of the role it would be playing on these cards?
It's gonna sound like I'm making this up, but yeah, I did. And the reason is I've been a art fan my whole life. I wanted to be an artist since I was 4 years old. It was the first profession I ever said I wanted to do. And I'm also a huge fan of fantasy art. So I knew that in order for it to be successful, it would have to have its own look, be its own brand, if you want to talk like a suit.
Right.
And their original idea, of course, was to get second and third rights arts to like Boris and Frazetta pieces, and great art, but art people have seen time and time again. There was nothing new that would have been presented.
Right.
So I told them to give me a shot at trying to commission art with no budget.
Right.
And they said, sure, go for it.
How did you do that?
Well, I was a senior at Cornish College of the Arts at the time. So I had access to a bunch of artist friends like Amy Weber and Sandra Everingham, Andy Russo. I'm going to leave some people out. I know it.
Of course. There's so
Julie
many.
Barrow. There is a lot of them. And then they had friends who were artists. And this was 93 before color printing was ubiquitous, right? Color printers themselves were very expensive. And everybody was worried about getting color work for their portfolios. So that was one of the big selling points. Was, if you do this, you will have published color work. And I'll give you these artist proofs so you can like make a stamp and stamp up on the back and leave them as a leave behind to drum up business, right? So that was enough to get a lot of people into doing the work.
So
I did approach some more famous artists, and I was turned down. Only one of them rudely, but
well, hold on.
Wait,
Artist proofs. So when were they around since Alpha, or when did they start Artist proofs?
Yeah, no, they were a selling point to get the artist to work on Alpha.
So there are still Alpha artist proofs floating around. I don't know how many, but I didn't know that was a thing.
There are. I know some of the artists threw out their cards.
Oh God!
So those are in dumps somewhere, but
they didn't know.
There are still. I still have a whole bunch of my alphas.
That's awesome.
I just stuck them in storage as my rainy day fund, which
I was like,
turned
and
out
your
I needed
address
it.
is no, just kidding.
You know, you did a lot of art on the early sets as well. Like that first, the Alpha set as well has a bunch of your art. Was that because you wanted to paint some pieces, or was that done out of necessity?
A mix of both.
Mix of both.
Yeah, I really did want to do some, but I also got stuck doing the art when somebody dropped out at the last minute.
Mm-hmm.
And a couple of those pieces I had under an hour to do before it was going to go to press. So, I mean, there is some art in the early game that I am really not proud of.
Can you tell us one of those pieces that was done in that amount of time?
Conversion was just...
Bring it up. Seth will bring it up on screen.
I will.
That was just one of the Plains cards with a badly photoshopped pile of dirt in it. And I have since repainted it as natural.
Oh, okay.
and I like it a lot better. But, these things are out there forever to haunt me.
Oh, that's so
while
funny.
I think I've improved.
Oh, wow.
Forward,
Okay.
that's sort of that people look at that and think, wow, that's some crappy art right there. The other one was...
I wasn't going to say that, but I was like, that's a pretty... Okay, I can see how that fits your description. Okay.
Circle of Protection Black was another one. Circle of Protection Black had been left out of the card sheet for some reason, and they came all panicked saying we need something. So I again broke my no digital art rule to do that one in Photoshop because I didn't have my painting
Circle of
supplies
Protection
at the
Black.
office.
I'll bring it up. I'm just making sure we can see Jesper's smiling face on the screen too.
Yeah.
So, what about the flip side of that, Jesper? Were there any pieces that in that Alpha set that you really feel like, and of course in 30 years your art has developed, but at the time you feel like that was really representing where you were and you're really happy with it?
Wow, probably nothing in Alpha.
Okay.
There are pieces in the other sets that I really like, and I think the dark is a pretty good representation.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, it was a lot of pressure to get things done for Alpha, and I had a great time doing it, but I wasn't at my best. And remember, I was still in art school. I was a senior corner, so.
Sure, yeah.
And that's sort of amazing to me, that even at that early stage as a student, you're taking on that level of responsibility, that level of work.
Well, I was in my late 20s. I waited to go back to college for some time, and I went to a community college to get my humanities credits taken care of because it's way cheaper there.
Right.
So,
I'm just on the screen. I'm just strolling through some of the Mirfor's art on Scryfall, and let's take a moment and talk about Banshee because that showed up in the dark first, right?
Yeah.
So
actually, the person who posed for that photo is Kristen Bishop, who painted the war elephant for Arabian Nights.
Oh, that's
and that
awesome.
is the only painting she's ever done, as far as I know.
Oh, crazy.
Really?
Yeah, she was my girlfriend at the time.
Oh.
And whenever we'd go to an art store, she would say, I want to make an elephant.
All right,
and, I thought she was just joking, but she kept saying it again and again. So I'm like, okay. Let's paint an elephant. So I guided her through it. She painted it. It turned out really nice. I showed it to Richard. He said, why don't we make a card out of it? So it wasn't a nepotism sort of thing where I, stuck it in there. It got the okay from Richard.
It's got banding too, so it's confusing as hell. So
was it daunting when you realized the level of what you were taking on with Alpha to get this first set out the door with all those commissions and so very little money? And, were you ever scared you weren't going to pull it off?
I should have been. but I had the ignorance of relative youth helping me out there.
Right.
I didn't know what I didn't know, so more things seem possible. And I think success requires a level of audacity.
Yeah.
Right, to make the phone calls that you don't want to make because it could be embarrassing, and I just threw myself into that, and that's
literally putting yourself out there. Yeah.
Yes, but it's that part's quite scary. I remember the first time I called Phil Folio to get some work because he's like one of the art gods, especially in gaming. So
yeah.
Now I consider him a friend, but at the time, talking to him was really intimidating. Talking to Liz for the first time was rather intimidating too.
Really?
She made a big impression on me when I was a younger gamer.
Oh, that's funny. So who among the artists then? Like, I guess you've named a couple already, but what are more the artists that you had to make that phone call to, or decided to make that phone call to, that now you're like, their life story because you're best buds now?
I don't think there was anyone in the initial set who fit that bill, because we didn't have the money to hire the kind of people that would have made that impression on me.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Who was there? Anybody that you were surprised that they accepted? That, like, wow, they said yes. It's okay if you can't remember. I mean.
Yeah, I was just curious.
I mean, I have worked with artists that I'm surprised I was able to work with, but I don't know if it was for Magic.
Gotcha.
And they would have been like Elmore and Braum and Ian Miller, who is probably one of my all-time favorite artists.
Yeah.
We've got a question from the stream, and they would like to know.
Mike Kaluta was another one.
Cool.
Oh, okay.
Oh, awesome.
Someone would like
and
you
the
to...
the Hildebrands, or at least Greg Hildebrandt.
Yeah.
All of those people were a big impression on me, and basically had godlike status.
Brian, you want to ask? Rand's got a question about Joe the Ant, and they would like you to remember the Joe the Ant story, if you can.
Oh, I would also like to shout out Richard Thomas, who was the art director for White Wolf.
Okay.
Yes.
Lisa Stevens, who is connected to the Joe the Ant story, worked for White Wolf before she came to Wizards of the Coast. Right. And so she suggested that I call Richard Thomas to see if I could work with some of his artists. And he was really helpful in sending a lot of those artists my way. Dan Frazier's one of them, Jeff Mangus. I don't remember the others. It's been a long time. But he really had a bigger hand in the creation of the game than I think a lot of people give him credit for, with his being magnanimous about his artist stable. So
that's really cool.
Anyway, Lisa came from White Wolf, and she had been at university and was walking through the quad when some guy came up to her, and he was giving away all his worldly possessions because he had gotten some religious mania and now was an ant for God. So he would only refer to himself as Joe the Ant. And you couldn't pick what you wanted of his stuff. He would give you what he said God wanted you to have. So he gave Lisa this bluish painting. I don't even remember what it was of. It might have been a landscape.
We have a picture of it.
No, we're not sharing
it
that.
will be
That
in the
is a documentary exclusive.
Oh, you actually have a picture of the Joe the Ant painting?
Yes, we do.
Oh yeah, at least we've seen the painting.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't remember. That'd be interesting to see. I'll look forward to it in the documentary.
We'll send it to you. We'll send a picture to you.
Yeah,
to you.
I was working on the card back, and Lisa came up and said, "I dare you to incorporate this into the card back." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll do it." Again, because why not? But I didn't want to incorporate enough that, Joe the Ant could come after us at some point for Magic royalties. So I really just sampled a little thin oval out of the entire painting. And that's what the purple bluish border is around the oval.
It's so funny. When I did the trailer for this, right before the Kickstarter started, I actually incorporated the Joe the Ant painting in the trailer in that kind of manner where you cannot tell where it is. So
I didn't know that.
I did.
Really?
So there are Easter eggs in our trailer.
So there's an Easter egg in our trailer. You have to have like an eagle eye to see where I incorporated the painting, just kind of as a nod. But,
so, if you look at it, maybe Joe the Ant was right. Because that painting did go on and do something of cultural significance.
That's
it's
crazy.
Sort of scary. I kind of want to know what else he said, but
You'd have to ask Lisa about that.
yeah,
Or what else he gave away to people and where it's showing up. And, you know, it's like, and that's why we have rocket ships today. No.
Right.
You know, one thing I've always thought was interesting, Jesper, you know, you paint, you're still doing a lot of paintings and, you know, we see them, you know, you post them on Facebook and things like that. And, you know, they end up getting auctioned off and sold. And, you know, the backs of proof cards and stuff. But I love watching you revisit themes and ideas for things that you were using on early Magic cards, but approaching them from slightly different angles, not literally angles, but, you know, approaching these themes a little differently and seeing how you kind of iterate these things. I kind of hate that word. I wish I hadn't used it. But, you know, kind of explore these ideas and visual themes and aesthetics and stuff. Is that something you're thinking about as you know, are painting a Plains piece today, or painting, you know, man, anything, you know, like ATOG or something like that?
It is. Yeah, it's part of my redemption arc as an artist, I'm hoping. Because as I said, I'm not happy with a lot of the work I did early on. And I would like to be able to do better. So it's also really... I have discovered that doing the same piece over and over and over again really helps build up your skill set, because every time you look at it, you sort of have to see it freshly. And what can you do? What can I do? What can I make it better on it this time around? So it's helped me grow a lot.
Yeah. Some CCG
cool.
history in the chat also asked, is there really a mistake on the card back, the pen stroke on the Deckmaster logo?
No, I get asked that a lot, and I would like to put this rumor to rest.
I'm
not sure our live stream is going to be the place to put it to rest, but we will try.
We will try. Yeah.
So for the blue Magic card, I hand marbled paper. So I floated blue enamel ink in a tub of water, and I suspended some print paper over it, and I used that as the main background for the blue card. It was a big piece of paper. And when I was looking for something to put, so Deckmaster wasn't supposed to be on the cards to begin with. It wasn't part of the design. I always thought it was stupid. It really cements it as a product of the 90s when everything was a master.
Yeah.
So I had to put it on there last minute. I remember I was at Crossroads Mall, I think, when I got a phone call that they decided to add it. So I just used another little section of that blue paper. So that blue mark is part of the marbling on the paper. It's not a mistake any more than any marbling is.
Right.
That's awesome. I always wondered if it were just like some pen or something that just got in there by accident. So there you go. You put that to rest for me as well.
Yeah, I don't know in the long run if it was a good or a bad thing that I did. It's sparked a lot of conversation, but a lot of people think that it's a mistake.
Well, yeah.
That's crazy, man. Like I never would have thought to ask you that. It wasn't that important to me, but apparently it's important to a lot of people.
People notice the weirdest things and get obsessed about the weirdest little things.
Crazy.
I'm not surprised.
I don't know if you remember this, Jesper, but I commissioned a proof card painting from you, and something got weird in the communication, and you ended up sending me a beta proof of, which is not the level of proof I had aspired to, but this is what ended up in the mail: a beta proof for Word of Command. I don't know, so people can see it.
Which wasn't even supposed to be a Magic card.
Really?
Oh, okay, we'll move on to that one in a second. But...
Well, we'll come back to that in a second then. But I remember I immediately wrote to you and said, I think you guys sent me the wrong card. I didn't pay that much. I want to send it back to you. And I remember you and Julie being really generous and saying, just keep it. And I was like, well, screw it. I'm just going to buy it. So I ended up sending you the difference for it because it was so cool. I was like, I don't want to part with it because the art on the back is so fantastically creepy. But we were talking before about sort of variations on the theme. and the way this pulled from oh man, now my brain just fried. Work with me here. Season of the Witch. Whoops, there it goes. But also pulled in elements of like demonic hordes and things like that. I just loved how it captured everything I loved about the Season of the Witch art, and somehow made it even creepier. So I was really happy the way it worked out, and I was really happy to pay for it. But I'm just I don't know what my point is, except to say thank you for making that mistake, because this is one of my favorite pieces of art.
You're welcome.
In my collection.
And then tell us the story of
Well,
why.
hold on for a second.
Magic card. What?
Hold on for a second before we do that. Here is
What?
Season of the Witch. Awesome card, and I'm just going to show what it harkens back to. However, I'm going to go back to Word of Command. There is the Scryfall listing for a beta Word of Command. And Jesper, you will be tickled pink to know that a beta Word of Command goes for $666.66.
Excellent.
That worked out well.
That's hilarious. I'm like,
that is amazing. Oh my god.
So Jesper, tell us about the Word of Command art.
Yeah.
I was just practicing painting textures, and I was working on the background texture, and I had it in my the bag I used. I think it was like an 18th century doctor's bag that I was using to carry my stuff around in at that time.
Nice.
But Richard saw it and said that would make a good card, and I'm like, really? And he goes, yep, I have the perfect one for it. And I'm like, okay. But it's embarrassing. I've since done a better version of it.
Oh, that's funny. So would Richard often walk around and like look at various pieces of art and go, "Oh yeah, that fit a card I was working on"? Like, did he do? Was that kind of the way he worked back then? It was just kind of like, "Oh yeah, that'll work."
No, in fact, he was rarely in the office. He still lived on the East Coast at that time. He had a teaching gig, so it was just one of the times he was coming out to visit.
Got it. Okay.
wacky. When did he like how much did he ever weigh in? Did he actually like to weigh in, or did he just come by to just like confirm, theme and style or anything?
I don't think he really even did that. He's very laid back and very chill, and as long as he trusts that you're doing the right thing, he's very hands off.
That's awesome.
Yeah, he's a joy to work with.
All right, yet another question from the stream. Speaking of Art and Richard, was the original Birds of Paradise art intended for Volcanic Island?
Yes.
Yes.
Of course.
Yeah, but it featured a creature too prominently, and I didn't want creatures featured in the land art because it's a bit confusing.
Sure.
But the art was so good that Richard made up a new card for it.
I gotta find an original. There's so many prints of it.
It's really interesting that sometimes the art would lead the card. You know what I mean? Like, generally, I would have expected that would never be the case. They'd have the cards. The cards are what they are. And then you find art or commission art, to work with it. But to hear that there were instances where Richard loves the art and has an idea for something, and it inspires him to come up with a card idea. How often did that actually happen?
When I worked with him, it wasn't very often.
Okay.
As I said, he had other priorities.
Making a game.
Yeah.
The game. Pshaw.
Pshaw.
And I forgot what I was going to ask.
Yeah, we have been streaming a long time today. Wow. Yeah, we're like, you got us at our fried moments.
Jesper. So, we interviewed Mark Poole for this movie, and one of the things he showed us was the notebook where he wrote, his original notes from that first phone call he had.
Yeah, I saw your post about that.
Oh my God, so funny.
Well, the thing we didn't show in that post was the list of card names that he wrote down, and then there's a bunch of other stuff that we're saving for the documentary. But this idea that you were giving them the card names, but no real art order beyond that, no real kind of requirements, descriptions. How often did things come in that just went in directions you would have never thought, but still work? Not necessarily you look at it and you're like, we can't use this, but like, wow, not at all what I would have thought of. But man, this is awesome. This is
all
great.
the time, and that's why I did it. I hired people I trusted, and I didn't want the game just to look like my vision of what this fantasy world would be. And I figured if I let all of these really creative people have completely free reign, we would get something really cool. So that was my idea behind assigning the art like that.
I love it. I've pulled up on the stream that you can't see, natural selection, the bird holding the piece of fruit. So, somehow in Mark Poole's brain, that's what natural selection is. And it works whenever I think of that card. That's the art I think of. Like, I don't...
Yeah, see, and I would never have come up with that.
Well, Tiger Bird.
Not sure anyone would. I asked Mark about that one specifically when we did the interview, and he didn't have the most solid answer as to how he arrived at that either. So just this serendipitous brain paintbrush, kind of confluence of I don't even know what, caffeine.
Long night and a bottle of bourbon.
Maybe. Did it ever backfire on you? Did you ever get something where you're like, oh man,
what the hell are they doing?
Too far off. You don't even have to name anything.
I'll name names. The person I think who surprised me most often was Anson Maddox, and the one that almost didn't make it was Living Wall.
Yeah, well, there's a thing in it.
Because when I thought Living Wall, that's not what I would have drawn at all, not even close. But Anson's mind works in a very unique way. Both he and Mark Tadine, who are friends in real life, have very distinct visions, and they aren't at all like anybody else's. And it was really an honor to work with both of them.
There's our Living Wall.
See, I can't see the stream from where I'm looking, so I have to look it up myself on Scryfall every time.
With the teeth and the fetus and the stuffs and the things.
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's, I think it's fair to say, Jesper, that nobody except Anson might have come up with that.
So how did you meet Anson? Like, how did you get Anson involved in Magic? Like, how did that relationship happen?
Anson was friends with Andy Rousseau, who I was in college with. And then Mark Tadine was best friends with Anson, so I met Mark also through Andy.
Okay. And how did you know that he was going to be, like, what was the first thing he submitted to you that let you know, oh, he's going to be great for this project?
Oh, he showed me his portfolio.
Got it.
I knew he'd be great for this project.
Cool. Yeah, he's done. I forget all of the unbelievably iconic things he's done throughout his career. Like, there's just so many.
I'd also gotten a portfolio in from an artist that I was dying to work with, and I couldn't work with her on any of the projects I'd currently had. So she'd sent me this little triptych of 3 photos of her paintings, and I just stuck it up on my desk right in front of my face. So every day I saw it. And I was so happy when Magic came along because I finally got a chance to work with Melissa Benson. And I think she knocked it out of the park.
Yeah. So
that's really cool.
We love Melissa Benson. Brian and I met her in Lucca at a convention in Italy, and she's a backer of the project, Jesper. So.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Oh, that's great.
Yeah, I forgot.
Mesa Pegasus. I mean, she did the original Shivan, right? Yeah, there it is. The original Shivan Dragon.
She has an amazing, outstanding style.
She
very
really
vibrant.
Does.
All these artists, not all of them. I mean, many of them were known at the time, but like you said, you went to other students, like friends and stuff you had. To see where they've gone over the last 30 years with their art, to see where like this sort of artistic journey has taken them. For you, how does that feel to like sort of think, okay, I brought them in, and then to see how they've grown in the industry or wherever their careers took them?
Well, I never take any credit for their success because that's all on them. They in fact, they helped me.
I didn't even mean it that way, but more
I just wanted to be clear about that, right? For some of them, I'm really impressed where they've ended up. For others, I'm really sad where they've ended up. It depends on who the artist is.
Sure.
I stopped doing art for 18 years because the corporate environment and how corporations function really, really disturbed me and turned me off. Right? Because I was always in it for the passion of the project, not for the money. And when money started to become what it was about, it just it felt, to overuse a word, it felt toxic.
Yeah.
Right.
And it poisoned my love of doing artwork.
Oh God.
So I just stopped for 18 years, and I only recently picked it up in the last decade again. But if I hadn't stopped, I'd probably be way further along than I am now.
What inspired you to pick it up again?
Yeah.
Desperation.
In what way?
Oh, when the tech bubble hit, I lost my investments. So I needed to find gainful employment again, but I didn't want to work for a corporation for the aforementioned reasons. So I just thought, well, the art is what I wanted to do. My wife pushed me to do it. She's an artist as well.
Yeah.
So, and I kept getting requests, but I was really, really rusty, like bad rusty. But I stuck with it. I paint every single day. Well, not, I might take 10 days off a year.
Wow.
For various reasons, illness or doctor's appointments or something. But
right.
Yeah, every single day I paint.
That's great.
And I really enjoy it. I'm sad I didn't do it for 18 years. And I'm sad I let that environment get to me in that sort of a way.
Right.
Well, I'm glad you're doing it again. That fills me with joy. Just as a human being, like to see somebody pick back up something they love and find that joy in it again, like that you can't beat that. So
yeah, it's been very gratifying.
We had Oh, go ahead, Brian.
Oh, well, I was just going to ask, do you find that you approach art differently than when you were younger and painting? Is your well, I don't want to push too much on that. So do you just find that you approach it differently, whatever that may mean to you?
Inspiration-wise, it's not very different. But technique-wise, it's extremely different. I mean, I've learned a lot about how to make an image over the last few years and how color works and things I just didn't know back then.
Right.
And one of the things that, so if you're a new artist and you're just learning how to paint, there's this phenomenon where you will start working on a painting and you will get it to a place where you absolutely hate it. And I know a lot of beginning artists will just stop at that point and throw it out. But that is just the tipping point of where it's about to get really good. And so it used to stress me out when I'd hit that point. But now I just know it's part of the process, right? That you get your painting to this ugly point, then you start working it, and it comes together.
It's interesting. How long did it take you to kind of not just know that, but to internalize it, to be comfortable with it?
Few years, I think, of regular working.
So it's really something you have to push through and develop and internalize that comfort level.
The other thing is a lot of it has to do with working with the tools, right? I know what brush to use for what effect. I know how much water to add to the paint to get it the consistency I need for what I want it to do. There is so much that's dependent on knowing the tools beyond just having a vision for an image. There's a lot of craftsmanship skills in it that it took a while to develop. And of course, they're still developing. I'm nowhere near where I want to be.
Well, that's always the reach. You know what I mean? Like, as a filmmaker, I feel like I'm not even close to what I want to be at. And I generally like the stuff I make.
Yeah, I think that's a key to being a successful creator.
One of my old philosophy professors, I was one of that rare breed. I was a philosophy major in college.
Also a religious studies major.
I was a triple major. Philosophy, religious studies, and political science. The three things you're never supposed to talk about in polite society. Yes.
Right.
So, that said, the quote that it's always stuck with me is, the day you stop learning is the day you start dying. Right? So if you are not learning something new or something interesting or doing something, then, what are you doing? Like, why are you here? So.
It's funny you say that. I make a point of going out of my way to learn something new every single day.
There you go.
Because it helps me grow in a lot of ways. And having a large pool of knowledge to pull from lets me assemble existing things into something new more easily, because I have the references in my head already. My wife wants me to go on Jeopardy.
You should do it, man.
I'll consider it.
I made made. I very strongly and emphatically requested Kelly teach me Photoshop so I could do TikToks or Premiere. So I could use the video editing software to do TikToks.
And you've learned a lot, yeah. You know, whatever the reason is, it's a good reason to learn.
And the world is richer for it.
Oh,
right.
Yes.
Yeah.
So rich.
Sorry.
Anyway,
I could go down a TikTok hole. Never mind.
How long have you been doing this today?
Since 11 at noon.
At 11, it'll be 6 hours straight, and
wow.
And then we did 3 hours before that, or 2 hours before that today. Then we did 3 hours last night.
Yay!
So a lot of streaming, but it's almost over.
And we're gonna sleep for a day.
It does, but the other thing is it's fun.
It's
you know,
awesome.
It's like we get to talk to all these people who we enjoy talking to and who we've spent all this time with, either doing interviews for the movie or in the editing bay, you know, in Kelly's case, you know, and so I think it's a great way to kind of finish up this whole like kind of the Kickstarter process. It's a great excuse to get on with a whole bunch of people and talk to them again. Yeah. I mean, we talked to you, Jesper,
3 years ago almost now because of the pandemic.
It was ages ago.
It's just crazy.
So to have this opportunity again is, I think, totally worth it.
Somebody in the chat said that there's apparently been a couple of "What is Magic the Gathering" questions on Jeopardy recently. So you definitely have to go on Jeopardy now. So have an unfair advantage. But
oh, that's funny. Somebody also asked. It's Rands again. We love you, Rands.
Yeah.
Was the original Volcanic Island? No. The Mark Poole Island, which ended up in beta, flipped versions of the same art?
No, they were two different paintings.
Yeah, I think we get that in the documentary, don't we, Brian? Or we saw that somewhere.
I don't remember. There's so much.
I remember
so much stuff.
Don't you know everything?
I can't remember. When we start going through the footage again, we'll find out.
So much footage. So much footage.
So Jesper, in terms of the way I want to go back a little bit and talk about the dark just a bit, because I think it stood out for me, obviously in your case, because it's a set you got to design as well as art direct. Can you tell me a little bit about how that came about?
Well, it came about because going to the company meetings, we were still pretty small back then, I saw that there was a big hole in the schedule where they didn't have anything planned, and I'd heard them talking about it and that they were rather nervous. So I thought, I bet if I put a set together and it is ready to go, that they'll accept it because they don't have anything else. So that was my in. So I worked on it, and Beverly Marshall Sailing and Steve Bishop, who's the brother of the woman who did the War Elephant painting, helped me put that set together.
How long did it take you?
2 months, I think.
So you guys designed a whole Magic set in 2 months.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
How did you approach it? Like what was your thought process going into it to come up with the set?
I wanted to do something, dark and sort of horror themed. The old Universal horror films had always made a big impact on me, and I always liked the lighting and those things, and I wanted to do something with that kind of creepy vibe. Okay. I also wanted to take a jab at the kind of extremist Christianity that was constantly calling me a Satanist, which is why white is dogmatic and not at all good in this set. Right? Because I've been called a Satanist in The Nation magazine by two Christian busybodies.
You win, man.
Who had no idea what they were talking about. And, I've since seen pastors, they're on YouTube, talking about how every aspect of the card game is satanic and the circle on the back is a pentagram, and the company knew what it was doing, but it wasn't the company. It was me. I designed that. The buck stops with me on that. And the reason the circle is there is to show how the colors interact, right?
Right.
You can see which ones are tertiary and prime, and that's all it is. And sure, you can make a pentagram if you connect them, but that was that wasn't even in my head when it was designed. But according to these fringe wing nuts, that was the whole point of it.
Well, you need to send them what Seth just showed you earlier about the card price being $666.
I love that.
Well, and the funny part about it is, Brian just showed the back of the card. That pentagram was in their brains, not yours.
It was.
Right?
Yeah.
They're the ones that put that pentagram
five
there.
things. There are 5 things. They got to be positioned. I mean, if they're evenly spaced,
Brian,
that's what you end up with.
You picked 5 things. You're therefore a Satanist.
Shut up, Q Mom.
Don't you know this?
And I didn't make it a line because that wouldn't have shown really how they connect to each other and shown which ones across.
It's very much. I'm sorry.
But as I've said, when your only tool is ignorance, every problem looks like the devil.
I love it.
Well,
I was going to say, I mean, the circle or the pentagram of colors, I mean, it very much came from an artist's brain because they're thinking of the color wheel. Like that's at least that's what I'm assuming. It's like, you're thinking exactly how you learn color theory. It's the same kind of structure.
Well, and then we talk about the unholy strength in the pentagram that was then later removed.
Well, yeah.
For
right.
Similar reasons, I'm sure.
Well, see, I don't have a problem with demonic imagery because I don't believe in demons, right? To me, they're a fantasy creature.
Brian's showing us Eater of the Dead.
Yeah, and actually, Eater of the Dead was inspired by the book of Ezekiel's description of angels, where they're just these batshit crazy things, wheels and wheels and eyes. And I thought, I wonder how much weird random stuff I can throw on this thing.
I love the art for Eater of the Dead. Sorry.
So I'm going to say that was biblically inspired.
Love it.
Awesome. I have a playtest card for Eater of the Dead.
Oh.
Oh, wow. Mine got stolen.
No. It wasn't
not
me.
us. Not us.
I didn't take it. But one of the reasons I wanted this card is because I love this art so much. And I was thinking, if I want a playtest card from the dark, I want something that Jesper also did the art for. And you know what I mean? Like, I wanted something that I felt like really kind of captured the person behind that whole set. So this seemed like a good one.
Oh, another thing about the dark, and I'm afraid I can't give you any examples because it's been too long, but it has a reputation for being a relatively weak set. And one of the reasons behind that is I wanted to try and fix some of the problems that had arisen in earlier sets. So, and some of those cards aren't used anymore. So the dark is a solution to problems that no longer exist in a lot of cases.
That's interesting.
Blood Moon survived, but that's
Blood Moon is a problem, period, forever. It's a great card, but it shuts down all kinds of decks, and it's still played regularly today.
Did you enjoy designing the set?
Oh, a great deal, yeah. I love designing games.
So what else have you designed and worked on? Like, is there anything else you're particularly proud of, angry about?
There is one that I'm pretty proud of, but I'm not going to mention it because the company ripped me off, and I don't want to give them any press. But but Brian Snowdy and I worked on a game called Deadfellas, which is a zombie mafia humorous card game, and I'm very proud of that one. It is a game I legitimately love to play.
Oh, that's cool.
And it's really fun with a group of people. I also was the environmental artist on a video game called Luna and the Moonling, if you don't mind me plugging it.
No.
I didn't do any of the game design on it, but it was a very small team made up of industry professionals and people out of school. So I love collaborating with people who are passionate about what they do and aren't jerks. And this was one of those things where it was a small team, and we managed to keep it on schedule, and it came out. There were no bugs in it, and it's a fun game. It's based on the old Super Nintendo game, The Adventures of Lolo. So it's kind of a block-pushing puzzle game.
Got it. What is the name of it again?
Luna and the Moonling. It's on Steam. Hopefully it'll be out for Switch.
Rock on, man.
Someone described it in the reviews as, if you have a girlfriend who doesn't like gaming, this is the game you can use to get her into it. Which is kind of sexist, but...
whatever.
It looks super cute. Like, ridiculously super cute.
Oh, yeah, it is. That's adorable.
That's awesome, man. And that's something you worked on recently, apparently, right?
Yeah, last couple of years.
That's
2-3
really
years
cool.
ago, I think.
Do you want to do more video game stuff?
Yeah, I do. I really enjoyed working on it. But I don't want to work for a big corporation for, again, the previously stated reason. I love working in small, driven teams.
Excellent.
CCG History is feeding us question after question for you. So, he said, can you remember your headcanon behind the original ATOG card art?
Yes. I don't remember why he looks like a Muppet, but I do remember the idea was that that a wizard had commissioned some adventurers to go out and capture the ATOG. And as he was being hauled back on ship, he had eaten his way out of this cage and it started to eat the ship, which then sank. So if you look at the piece, you can see sort of little nautical bits, like the mast behind him and some railing and that he's taken bites out of.
That's awesome.
Adorable.
Are there anything in the eyes? Any Easter eggs in the eyes?
There aren't. The only really major Easter egg is that I put a photo of myself on Tropical Island.
I remember that story.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll share that story for the people watching who have not heard it.
Oh, I wanted to put an Easter egg on because I'm fond of Easter eggs. And so I took a photo of myself, shrunk it down to be, about the size of a tree, and then screened it back, I think, to 40%. So it's really, really hard to see. But I knew it was there, and that was enough.
Where is it?
Dead center on the sand.
Seth, do that zoom in.
I'm doing it. It's incredibly small.
It's on the sand, yeah.
Right in front of the trees.
I'm trying.
I'm wearing a black duster and a black cowboy hat and have really long blonde hair in it.
There is no way I'm going to get that on here right now.
It's particularly hard to see in the card because of the dot.
Oh, is it right at the water's edge?
I'll have to call it up to see.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at it on Scryfall, and I think I found it.
Let everybody go look for it themselves.
It'd be funnier if you're like, yeah, I totally put an Easter egg on that card. Can't you see it?
And now we're all looking for
no Easter egg. We're all staring at it, going blind.
Yeah, you can. So if you look almost pretty much dead center on the island, you can see what looks like a tree that's slightly paler than the surrounding trees.
Uh-huh.
That's actually my hair and my face.
That's amazing.
Wow.
Wait, no, maybe I do.
Everybody's questioning their sanity right now.
We're going to spend the rest of the live stream staring at these photos. That'd be a weird place to end. We only have a few minutes left anyway. But I still don't want to end it going blind trying to
Me neither.
see the art on this card. So what and I just dropped the question.
That's okay. I was going to ask.
Go for it, Zed.
I asked the question in the interview, but for all those folks watching and for posterity, what thing, right? It could be a piece of art, a card, whatever. What are you the most proud of with regard to your experiences with the game of Magic the Gathering? Maybe it's getting artists their jobs or whatever. What is the thing that you look back on with the most fondness? The thing that I'm proud I did that.
I think it's that I've got people to reconcile with family members. I've had people come up to me say I could never relate to my dad until we played Magic together.
That's amazing.
That sort of thing. As an example, one of the guy who got 6 years for the January 6th insurrection.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only thing he did with his son apparently was play Magic.
Oh yeah, I heard
the son who turned him in. Which I'm sad he had to do that, but I'm glad that I gave people something to bond over. What I didn't do it, Richard did it, but I was involved in doing something that gave people to bond it over.
That's really amazing. I applaud that, and that is something to be proud of, quite frankly.
It goes back to this thing where we're talking to Liz about it a little bit. A lot of people you know, we go through and we always hear people talking about like, oh, comic books, oh, role-playing games, oh, Magic, whatever. And it's like, dude, you don't understand the power these things can have, the relationships they can foster, the things they can teach you, just the sheer fun they can imbue. And I think stories like that, Jesper, I think get to the heart of why these things become powerful, become iconic, become important to people in a way that they can't just simply be disregarded.
Well, it's modern mythology.
Yeah.
People have always needed a form of mythology. Absolutely. I mean, look at Star Trek. How many inventions did that show inspire?
Oh, geez.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Yes. I love Star Trek.
Yeah,
Sorry, whenever it comes up, I'm like, wait, what? Star Trek?
Star Trek?
Talk about this now?
Next documentary.
Unfortunately, now a lot of that has been turned into corporate fan fiction, right? Like all these new movies and things coming out, TV shows, it's just corporate fan fiction. There's no passion in it. There's no real creators. It's just, oh, we have this brand. People seem to like it. What can we shove the logo on and make some money?
I don't know if I agree with that. Like, I not to go into a Star Trek conversation, but like, I'm very skeptical when it comes to new Star Trek things in general. Like every time something new comes out, I'm like, I'm very scared. It's gonna suck. But like, Strange New Worlds surprised me, for example. Like I was. But go ahead.
I was thinking more Star Wars than Star Trek when I said.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Well,
Disney
is
that's
the touch
whole
of
other
death.
Conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you were talking about Star Trek.
It's definitely a brand that's being squeezed for all.
But I mean, there was obviously no passion behind that. I'm sure there were passionate people involved, but there was no corporate passion behind it. Those were by the numbers fan service movies, and they were fun to look at, but the writing was god awful.
All right, we need a positive note, Brian. Take us out on a positive note.
The positive note, man. Wait, Seth, you got?
No, I was gonna say the positive note is hating Disney. I love hating Disney. I love that. That is a positive note for me.
Disney,
Yeah,
yes, Disney's
Walt
a
would be
monster.
spinning in his grave.
Good. Freaking racist. Sorry, pardon me.
I was gonna say the positive note is I think that just drives home the point that, you know, passionate people who get behind a project, you know, when Magic started, this tiny little group of people who, by all rights, you know, Jesper, you had to commission a zillion pieces of art with like $1.95 to spend, and you know, Peter has no money, he's got to get these things printed, and all these things that should have exploded this thing before it even got off the ground.
Right.
You all pulled it off.
Yep.
And
there is a reason for that.
It's amazing.
And the reason is, oftentimes you'll see a product and you'll think, who is this for? Right? Like Rings of Power, who is this for? It's not for people who have read the books. It's probably for people who have seen the movies. But I believe it to be a passionless cash grab. But Magic was for us. We were making the game for us because every single one of us was a gamer, and every single one of us loved playing Magic before it came out, right? With the alpha sets.
Right.
And it stayed that way for a really long time. And I think if you're making a product for yourself, it's going to be better than if you are just trying to do some by the numbers, taking a guess what the end customer might want. Right. If you are the end customer, you make a better product. I'm
going to take inspiration away from that for our own movie, because I think that's how we approach these things. We make the movies we want to see. So I'm gonna cling to that, Jesper.
Cling.
And no, I'm serious.
No,
man.
you should absolutely.
So 2 last questions from our commenters. We'll give them a chance real quick, and then we got to switch over to our next guest. But first question from Bashman is, as art director, what was your initial reaction when Fallen Empires was pitched or brought up?
Sounded fun. I mean, as an art director, there was a lot of fun subject matter in that set.
Yeah.
Do you remember what it was like when they were like, hey, we want to do 3, maybe 4 different pieces of art for each card? Did you think that would be a good thing, bad thing?
I really didn't have an opinion on it. I thought it was more work for the artist, so I was happy about that.
True.
All right.
And then the other question was, do you have favorite art that you commissioned for Magic in your tenure, which you didn't do yourself? So something, a particular piece.
I would say that 99.9% of my favorite Magic art I didn't do myself.
Well, sure, of course.
Almost anything by Quentin Hoover.
Hoover.
Yeah.
His work just blew me away. And as I said, Mark and Melissa.
So many,
Anson.
yeah.
Yeah, like, I mean, at the end of the day, I'm just going to show one, but holy crap.
I really like a lot of Amy Weber's art, too. It's very different than what you see in other products. And the funny thing is, when I met Amy, she was doing photorealistic work.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and she decided to go for this more stylized, and it really works, and it's a very unique look.
Yeah, Quentin Hoover stuff he just brought up for a second on the screen, Archangel, which was really, really good.
Yep.
And
Krovic and Vampire, Illusions of Grandeur. Like you're absolutely right. That I've forgotten how good Quentin was.
But yeah, you could go down the rabbit hole
here.
In a lot of this. Yeah. All right. Well, wow, this was awesome. A whole hour.
Thanks for inviting me to this.
Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it.
And thank you so much for the contributions to the Kickstarter, the art and the token and playmat. It is awesome.
It really is my pleasure. You make the kind of movies I want to see.
Yay!
So I'm happy to support
glad to hear it.
We have exactly 60 minutes left in the Kickstarter. I just pulled up the page.
Oh my god, an hour left.
And then we're done. We can sleep for a week.
Are you making it?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we made it. We made our goal, but more is good.
More
Excellent.
Means we can hire more illustrators and more composers, right?
Yep.
All right, cool.
Artistic
Jesper,
resources.
Thank you so much.
If there's anything I can help you guys with in the future, let me know.
Absolutely.
I appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
It was great talking to you again.
Take care, and to everyone who's watching, take care as well.
All right, thanks.
Cheers, mate.
Bye.
Have a good night.
Bye.
I am going to add Mr. Tayback.
What hat does he have on?
I don't
That's
know.
all I want to know. I've warned people in my posts about it. I was like, will the cheese hat make an appearance? We don't know. We don't know. It might be required. If you don't have the cheese hat, Matt, get it now. Great. Oh, there's no cheese hat. We don't know.
Wait, hold on.
So we're hearing the echo of
Will
ourselves.
the cheese hat make an appearance is an excellent question.
I got to change the Skype guest window. Hold on. Uno momento, because it's still showing Liz.
Get some volume.
Yep.
Free fine folks.
There you are, sir.
Oh, we got Liz up now.
Well, no.
Oh, there he is.
Yep.
Ah. Awesome.
I got to reposition your...
Payback.
We
can't hear you now.
Do we have audio, sir?
We had it and then it went away. We can't hear you, Matt.
We'll get there. We'll get there. I think we had this problem last time.
Yep. We'll get there. But I'm going to talk about the lack of cheese hat until he gets the audio.
And while that's going on, I'll work on this one and show
Something
everybody
with
the browser.
Skype.
There you are.
There we go.
Odd with my audio. Well, hello everybody. I'm just going to keep talking until I figure out the audio. I can't hear a word anyone is saying. I can hear only myself, but that's fine.
I love it.
Can you hear me? Nod if you can hear me. Great. That's all I need to know. I don't need questions. I don't need interaction. I can just talk for a half hour. Matt Tayback, Corporate Shill. How you doing, everybody? So we are here to celebrate
something
that had a successful Kickstarter campaign. Now, the odds that anybody is watching me right now and has not already backed this movie are so small as to not even mention. I know that everyone watching has already backed this movie, but I think the way Kickstarter works, you can go back
and increase your play.
Yep, you can give us more.
And
I imagine, Matt,
actually work on this audio problem. This happened before.
Oh, you really can't hear us? No, he's bullshitting. He is bullshitting us. Can you hear me? Tommy, can you hear me? No. He is actually not bullshitting us.
Now we lost Matt.
He'll be back. I mean, nod your head if you can hear us.
No. Oh, this is so
Kelly, you invited him.
Hey, don't blame me.
Yep.
No.
I'm really honest to God.
I could be his anger translator. Instead, I'll be the Matt translator. So let me tell you what he's saying to us right now. He's telling us that
the next
we
set
need
is
to
going.
have-
Yeah, well, he's telling
the
us
next set's going to be about monkeys.
And it's going to be a
then
Disney
after
set.
And then the set after that's going to be about. You know what it's going to be about? It's going to be about the.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes, I can hear you now.
There seems to be two modes to this. I can hear you, or you can hear me.
Yeah, you can't hear us at all. You can't hear me talking. Talk.
One moment.
Okay, so like I said, he's going to tell us about, I'm trying to what the water buffaloes.
Sadly, now there can be only one outcome.
What is the microscopic thing with just the hole in its face? What are those called? That microscopic creature.
Sugar bears?
Tardigrade?
Water.
Sugar
yes,
bears?
tardigrades.
Tardigrade.
That's what the next set's going to be. It's going to be all tardigrades. That's what it's going to be. I think that would make a great Magic card.
What?
I was half listening. Creatures.
I was alerting our lucky auction winner that he was the lucky auction winner.
Oh, okay. Tardigrade creatures in the next Magic set. You heard it here first. You heard it.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Nothing?
Can you hear us? Can you hear us?
You can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you.
But now I can't hear you.
So
it's so bizarre.
Oh my god.
I can enable my microphone. Only Skype does this. I don't have this problem with any
Are you doing it? Are you...
Apologies to good folks at Skype. As a corporate shill, far be it for me to besmirch the reputation of an excellent computer communication program like Skype, which I highly recommend, even though it is failing me at this moment. I'm not sure why you wouldn't use it. Oh, I'm being sent a message from above. Maybe that will help.
From the gods.
I think everything's entertaining. Honestly, inside Skype.
So Matt Tabak was probably one of our more interesting interviews in the documentary. He's very entertaining. We're gonna just basically do half the movie as Matt Tabak, and then the other half will
Happy
be
that of the people I invited to come watch me today.
Yes.
I know, right?
And then the other half will be.
I should have. This is gonna be so much fun. We're gonna talk about magic. We're gonna talk about Unfinity is coming up real soon. Warhammer 40,000. Those decks just dropped. Very excited about that. Interesting thing with Magic, Universes Beyond.
He was going to reveal all these secrets if only we could have communicated with each other.
Yeah, walk me. Seth, do you want me to walk you through Skype? I would like you to come to my house.
Well, what I can do is share my screen with you and show you where the settings are.
Ask you questions through Skype chat.
There we go.
So let's have Brian. Give me your first question for Matt Tabak. Seriously, give me your first question. I will type it in the Skype chat.
Is it? I want to know if it's more complicated.
Settings, audio, video, and then scroll down. And here you go. Choose your devices.
If it's more complicated, editing cards that for Universes Beyond, where they're part of a bigger intellectual property, if that creates extra things he has to worry about.
Let us know. We can hear you.
There. I just sent him a question.
How about now?
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I hear you.
Okay. I still can't hear you, though. It's okay. This is not what I would call progress, but we have not regressed. Like, I'm still on the call. I can still see you. Dana Fisher, if you are on the call...
She will be here.
She will be in 20 minutes.
Do you want to swap positions? Give me 24 minutes, kind of work my stuff out.
So in your audio... He can't hear me. I keep trying to talk to him, and I can't.
Type in the chat.
Let's try this. All right.
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Hello.
Talk to me.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We have
achieved victory.
Auditory.
Oh, so nice to have a conversation with you, Mr. Taylor.
Hello, Kelly.
Hello.
Brian.
My heart.
So nice
good.
to see you.
So let's actually talk to you about magic now.
And now that's
over,
over,
the ins and outs of Skype audio.
I could go pee because I've been dying to do that, but I couldn't until the tech was fixed.
Thank you for sharing with the stream. No pun intended, Seth.
Thank you for hanging out with us for Act 1. We're going to take a quick break.
Right, now come back. So Matt, how you doing?
I'm well. How are you?
we're great. We have 53 minutes left of this thing, and
Yeah.
we're ready for it to be over.
I'm really considering a career in streaming. I don't. And now
you just passed the interview. I think it would be great.
I'm really thinking about it now. I think it could be.
Brian, do you have any magic-related questions for Mr. Payback?
Yes, I do.
Please.
Okay, so one thing we didn't talk about last time that I'm curious about, editing Magic cards that are part of Universes Beyond, where you're dealing with these other properties.
Yeah.
Is that any different than dealing with regular Magic cards? Is there any complications that you have to take into account there?
So from a gameplay perspective, not really. Although it's kind of important that each card is really, capturing the flavor of the character it's portraying, or, the setting or wherever. So like the first project I worked on in Universes Beyond was the Walking Dead cards. And I must admit, I was not a Walking Dead fan before. Like I'd never seen an episode. It just wasn't, there are a lot of shows out there. I just missed that one. But when I got the assignment, like when I started working on this set, that's magic of television right there.
Yeah.
If you could do that, why couldn't you come fix my audio? So, of the properties we're working with, ideally, the people working on them are fans of that property.
Right.
So they're familiar with the characters, they're familiar with the settings. That is an advantage. It's not a requirement. Like when I worked on the Walking Dead cards, I spent quite a bit of time on the Walking Dead wiki. I spent a little bit more time on YouTube watching some of the more popular scenes. Like, oh, okay, I need to watch the scene where, Negan kills, I don't even remember, because that's what's being depicted on this card. So let me kind of capture what's going on. A lot of the times you're getting flavor text that's a quote from a show or a quote from a movie or a quote from a book. So it's less about, creatively editing that text and more about, verifying the source material. So it's
making sure you spelled chainsaw right on the 40K card.
Just, how do they spell Lucille? Like, there are going to be some properties where, they have a particular take on a term or a word that, maybe isn't the same as the way Magic does it. And then you're going to get kind of some interesting, compromises and solutions. And what do we do here? At the end of the day, they are Magic cards, so they have to conform somewhat to what other Magic cards do. But we want to, we want to honor the properties we're working with. So, and in some cases, there are contracts involved and
sure.
Yada, yada. So,
I mean, I know you can't reveal too much about it because the set's not out yet, but 40K, when it comes to flavor text, was it contractually written in saying, make it grim, make it dark?
Make it dark.
Grim dark.
Now,
nothing but grim dark.
I will be upfront in saying I was not the editor who worked on, I believe they want me to say 40,000. I believe.
Oh, well, then why are you here?
That's a good question. Because of my technical mastery of interviewing, because I know the tech. Okay,
so you didn't work on that one, yeah.
Well, I did look at the cards, and I, contributed to the rules text on a lot of cards, like the templating. The flavor was just as a delightful surprise to me as it will be to many of our fans. Like, oh, okay.
Delightful is not a word I usually associate with 40K. I'm sorry, 40,000.
40,000. Yes, it's many thousands.
Let's throw in a couple extra syllables. No problem.
Yeah, obviously I knew of it. Like it's a property. Like I'm aware of its existence, but it's not my thing. They were the people in the next room at the, the Magic tournament was in this room. The people with the minis were over here, They were doing their thing. And more power to them. It's awesome. I'm glad we can reach out and hashtag corporate chill. Reach out to audiences.
Who's a big Warhammer player? Mark Poole. Mark Poole, the artist, is a big Warhammer player.
Yeah.
We did the shoot there, and I didn't know whether to point the camera at all the comic books he has, because he's got a ton of comic books, or rotate it a little to the side with the wall of Warhammer stuff that he's built and painted. So totally his jam. I have no idea if he worked on any of the cards, but totally his jam.
Now, while I can't go into specifics about future projects that have not been announced, one might get the impression that Universes Beyond is something we're enjoying doing and may continue for a time. So yeah, it wasn't my time in the sun with The Walking Dead or Warhammer 40,000, but maybe my time in the sun will come. You know, I'm a fan of things other than Magic.
What would your time in the sun be? And I'm not asking this in terms of like, are they doing it? I'm curious. What would be yours where you're like, oh, I want this one?
No, I mean like things I like, which, you know, these are perhaps not realistic options for Universes Beyond, and I'm certainly, you know, can't mention anything that's actually being planned.
Of course.
Things I'm a fan of include the Green Bay Packers.
Okay.
It seems like an unlikely reach for Universes Beyond.
Seems unlikely,
Don't
but
say never.
No, it's the Blood Bowl expansion.
That would be great.
Oh.
The Vegas Golden Knights would be a fine option.
The Blood Bowl expansion.
Summon hockey players. You know, I'm a Star Trek fan. I'm you know,
a BSG expansion would be awesome.
Sure, like any of these, you know, properties where, you know, you realistically have things fighting, it probably would work well with our game. So
just swap out Scoot Swarm for Tribbles and you're good to go.
Yeah. Now, we did not talk about, it has no bearing on Magic, but we didn't get a chance to talk about Star Trek when you were here. And I know I've seen so many awesome things related to Star Trek on Facebook with you.
Yeah.
And it's a great love of mine. Before working for Wizards, before I was involved in Magic, well, I played Magic at the time. I did work for Paramount at Star Trek: The Experience.
Oh, cool.
So I have so when you're casting your next movie, I mean, if you just want to chat Star Trek, I have some fun Star Trek stories.
That'd be amazing. Yeah.
Absolutely. We're all Star Trek fans. I mean, I'm probably the only one who takes it to the level of collecting, like blowing money on it. But I know Seth and Kelly are hardcore fans.
I once traded, and I regret that trade to this day. I traded a denim jacket with the Star Trek: The Experience logo, signed by the entire DS9 crew, main cast, including Colin Meaney, whose autograph is impossible to get.
I know.
At the time.
Still is.
I traded it to a guy who worked in our IT department at the time for at the time it was a great new computer. It was like,
oh dear God, no.
A $3,000 machine and some other accessories. Like it was a full rig.
So Brian and Kelly.
I deeply regret that trade.
Yeah, how's that aged for you?
Yeah,
I deeply regret that trade.
Brian and Kelly know the story that I'm about to relate. And my friend, who shall remain nameless but plays Magic with us on stream several times a week, was in grad school, and this was in the late 90s, and he traded his Power 9 for a state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line Pentium 4 laptop.
I haven't done the math, but I believe the computer that I traded that denim jacket for has approximately 1/1000th the power
of
this phone.
Yeah,
it probably has 1/1000th the power of the jean jacket you had.
Yeah.
The lesson here is don't trade your best things for computers, you silly people.
I was in the middle of my Star Trek convention going days and like memorabilia. I came and went.
Yeah.
And
I get it.
I underappreciated how easy it was or how hard it was to get such things.
Yeah.
I have a photo signed by a large number of the members of the main cast for DS9. I don't have Colmini, I don't have Avery Brooks, and I don't have Alexander Siddig, and I don't think I'll ever get those.
Yeah.
So especially Colmini. So
it's like and I can discuss this with regards to Star Trek autographs. It's like a secondary market thing. You can go on eBay and get lucky.
I don't like buying autographs though.
That's fair.
It's the experience of getting it.
Yeah, no,
absolutely. So
I thought like the heavens would open and lightning would rain down from above if the word secondary market ever left your mouth.
For Star Trek. For Star Trek autographs.
Right.
It's important to contextualize it.
Exactly.
If you're a correct corporate shell, you got to be careful about where you're coming from. Yeah.
My best story, real quick, before we go back to Magic, is, and I won't give you much of the context, but a drunk Brent Spiner sat on my lap once.
That's awesome.
Sat on your lap?
Very briefly.
Well, because then it'd be weird if it was any longer than that.
And unfortunately, this was a time where not everyone had cell phone cameras. This was
of course, right? Which is a fortunate thing if you really think about it.
Yeah.
That a lot of that was not
I
captured.
I don't have evidence that this happened, but I do have a lot of people that were there that know this happened. So.
The fact that you know it happened is enough.
Yeah, the fact that I remember it happening is really
the fact that Brent Spiner knows it happened.
The odds of him remembering was a drunk Brent Spiner.
I don't know. You got a pretty spacious lap.
Yeah. Oh, so to bring this back around to Magic and drunken shenanigans.
Back to Magic.
Are you planning on coming to M30?
I am not. Amusingly, I am going to Vegas in 2 weeks. To visit. Vegas is my hometown.
Oh, I didn't know that.
And I'm technically on vacation right now. And I'm going to Vegas in a couple weeks just to visit family and do a couple touristy things, which is always fun in my hometown, and see some things. I am unfortunately not able to get away during the Magic 30 time. So it sounds like an awesome event. I know several of my coworkers are going. There's lots of panels and stuff. And are you all going to be there?
We're not sure yet. If you have any sway to that request we made.
Same, if you have any sway to the request.
Yeah, I know, right?
Are you from?
Certainly, if the company wanted to send me, I would happily go.
Are you from Vegas proper, or like Henderson, or?
Well, we lived mostly in Henderson.
My aunt lived there up until 3 years ago. Yeah, I know.
I grew up in Green Valley. I've lived in 3 or 4 different places in the Vegas Valley.
Got it.
Before moving up to the Seattle area.
Excellent.
Are you an evangelist? Are you one of those people? Because I am. Because I tell people, here's the deal.
Yes.
I tell people I'm going to Vegas, and they look at me like I have 3 heads because I'm just going to look at strippers and gamble. And I'm like, some of the best food I've ever eaten in the world has been at restaurants in Vegas.
Yeah.
Okay, well, before we get back to Magic, which I'm sure will happen eventually, 2 things. One, yes, Las Vegas is a world-class culinary destination. They have the best restaurants, no matter what cuisine you're interested in. Not the best, among the best. You can find great food in a lot of places, but Vegas, you can find it all. And 2, Vegas is a real city with real people who live there. Who don't go to the Strip very often.
No.
We have, people ask me all the time, what was it like to grow up in Las Vegas? I'm like, well, I didn't grow up anywhere else, so I don't know. It seemed normal to me. There are schools and parks and museums and basketball.
Normal stuff.
Yeah, people think you grew up on the Strip.
We have everything you have in any other city. We have it. We also have a bunch of other great, cool stuff to do. So it's like your city, but more interesting. That's what Las Vegas is.
You all walk around dressed like Elvis, right?
When we wear clothes at all.
Right.
Back to Magic, friends.
Back to Magic, please. Let's go back to Magic.
What is this stream? What is this, hour 14 for you folks?
8, 7, 8.
We've always been live streaming.
Yeah, we've never stopped.
Done nothing else.
We were born that way.
Magic.
Yes, so it's a card game that hopefully many of you play.
You know what? Did we actually ask you? Did we ask you to tell the stream what it is you do for Magic?
Oh yeah, that would help.
Oh yeah. So I'm an editor. My official title is principal editor, which means I'm old and I've been there a while. Basically, what the editing team does is we work with the game designers to make sure that the cards they're working on and the sets they're working on, that all the cards have correct and proper templates. We work on them, work on the language that we put on Magic cards, make sure that it conforms to the comprehensive rules, and make sure that it works with all the other cards in existence. And then we also work on the creative text, the names and the flavor text that you see. So we get those submissions from the creative text writers, and then we work with the world building team to make sure that we're telling the story as best we can. So we'll edit the flavor text, and like an editor for any text you might find, edited for make sure it's clear and concise and consistent and all the great C words, not those C words, but the other C words that editors like to talk about. And just make sure that we put it all together, the game text and the flavor text and the art, and we make sure artist names are spelled correctly. Put it all together, beautiful package that you open up in a booster pack, and everything's great. Our team also handles other printed materials, so packaging, inserts that you may find in some of our products, anything, some things for the web, but the web team has their own editors that do that stuff for the most part. I also I do a lot more rules things as a former rules manager for Magic. So every set comes out, there's an article that explains all the new mechanics, and I write that article. And there are videos.
Cat cam.
You have a cat.
Cat cam.
I don't have a cat here.
It's amazing because you have a lot of cats.
For 3 cats, I would have seen your cat and raised you another cat, but they're not here. There are videos that explain, and I used to write those and do the voice for those. Now I just write them, and then somebody more famous does the voice for them, and attractive people on camera to talk to each other, which is nice, because I'm terrible on camera. You do not want me in your
no.
Because one, I'll be muted
now you
for
tell
the
us.
first 7 minutes. Nobody wants to watch me just gesticulate trying to figure out the tech. That's no fun. And then I start talking about things that aren't what I'm there to talk about. Often I'll just start talking about myself.
This is, in fact, what we were counting on. In fact,
we were hoping, quite frankly.
We were hoping it would play out just the way it did.
I know a lot about. And 2, it's a subject I think no one else is interested in. So it's my job to get them interested in it. I'm sorry, what was the question?
I know. So editing.
Yes.
So you did share with us some really interesting stories on the editing side of things in our interview, but since we only have, a limited amount of time here on the, somebody squeaking a duck? What is going on?
That might have been me scrolling the mouse pad because I was trying to find the goblin card.
What is that? Is that Matt? I didn't know.
Well, I was trying to find the goblin card with the flavor text "Aye" on it, and I was going to ask Matt if he wrote that.
Some editor had to determine how many E's was appropriate.
But I was going to ask something amusing, what was your worst mistake? But I don't. That's probably a downer.
My worst mistake. We make mistakes all the time.
Of course.
There's a lot going on. The worst mistake I ever had, which actually wasn't. The thing about editing is it's very rare. Our mistakes are that we don't catch other people's mistakes.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
Which is good because it is never important that we assign blame.
Sure.
Magic is a team effort. There are a lot of people that work for Wizards. We're there to support one another. It is not important when something happens, and we're all human.
Of course.
Not important that we assign blame. It is even more important that we not blame me. I'm going to look it up on Ye Old Gatherer here. My worst mistake.
Oh, no.
A car. I forgot what's.
Just tell me the name and I'll pull it up on Scryfall and pull it up on the screen.
Yeah, it was Wit's End from M13.
What did you do? What did you not catch?
So I typoed the word pathetic.
Oh, no.
And here's the thing. I saw it, I caught the error and fixed it.
Okay.
But then the wrong version of the card file went.
I've had that happen when I was editing at magazines. I've had that happen.
So it's not that it's not that I didn't see the error or we didn't fix it. This was just a file thing, and no one, the public doesn't know this. They just
right.
typoed. Yeah, I did typo, but and I caught it, and we did the revision, and it should have worked, but then just the wrong version of the file got out.
I do like how the flavor text on this is your ideas lie in shambles. Where's your arrogant pride now?
It's like Nicol Bolas being all talking.
Well, I have to go there, man. I have to.
Because
who's the quote?
You can't reveal that. You can't reveal it.
All right.
It's in the documentary. You can't talk about it.
Can't talk about it.
That was my worst error, and That one was bad because not only did I introduced the error and then didn't see the fix through to the end. That was a long time ago. I was a lot newer.
People are human, man.
I have not made that specific mistake again, but I'm very good at finding new ways to make mistakes.
Tell us about
when I worked just to make this fair, when I was at Guitar World magazine, and thankfully I was so low on the totem pole, this was not my fault, but we put out an issue, and they would transcribe songs in it, and of course Led Zeppelin is a go-to for Guitar World magazine. Sure. Stairway to Heaven, commonly transcribed. Less commonly transcribed, Starry Way to Heaven. And yet in this issue we had it, a lesser known Led Zeppelin song, Starry Way to Heaven, right on the cover. Made it out the door. So it happens.
That's impressive.
I so rarely get to tell lawyer jokes, but honestly, can you imagine being the one guy that put a comma in the wrong place of the Bell Telephone agreement with the franchisor that caused the breakup of Bell Telephone because he put a comma in the wrong place?
Is that a real story?
That's an absolute real story.
That seems awesome.
That's a deep dive.
Yeah.
So wait, we only have a couple minutes left. I can see that Dana and her father have popped into the chat room. I'm not sure if they can hear us.
To be able to say hi to them.
Dana can hear us. Nod your head if you can hear us.
Or do I have to? Do I leave?
No. It's like a regular Skype call.
Yep.
Well, clearly I'm the expert at that. I understand the ins and outs of Skype. So.
All right.
Nico Bolas doesn't need an editor, someone said in the chat.
You've got limited time with Matt left, chat. Anybody have questions?
All right. Anybody have a burning question for Matt other than where's the cheese hat? I'm very disappointed. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's okay. Oh, no. Okay. All right. Well, if it's nearby.
Packers didn't do so well this weekend. This weekend.
I'm
that's
so
okay.
pleased.
Only week one.
That's my favorite thing ever.
We don't stop being a fan just because we lost a week. That's okay. I played as hard as I could on Sunday. I did everything I could.
From your show.
Nachos as best I could. Didn't work. That's all right. We're coming back next week. Hit me up with questions, chat. I see a few of you popped in.
So, Dana, can you guys hear us? Yes.
Dana, ask me a question.
Oh, good. Okay.
Dana, I have a question.
Okay. Well, so introductions. Well, we don't
have Dana on the screen yet, so
I know. You know what? I can get rid of myself. I will happily put Dana on the screen and get rid of myself.
Okay. And Adam. Hello, Adam.
And then before Matt leaves, we can introduce you. I don't know if you know
need to take
Matt.
off, that's good. It's nice that you put me next to Dana.
Yeah.
Because you're really getting the tall and the short.
Yes.
Magic experience here.
Matt.
I've gotten taller.
So have I.
Hold on, I gotta.
I wish we had a picture of you two next to each other.
Last time I saw you, I was probably like a foot shorter than I am now.
Do we still have the picture of Dana? And
I have the picture of me with you.
Yeah. So
the last time Dana visited the office, we took a picture.
Oh, okay.
Oh, nice.
That's awesome.
So for the viewers at home, Matt, how tall are you?
I'm 6'8".
6'8". And Dana, how tall are you?
4'10".
Yeah, that's a little bit different.
See?
But yes.
4'10" is a fantastic height. I was 4'10" once.
Very long time ago. he was 2 months old.
I think it was kindergarten.
Yeah.
Fine.
Here and Dana, that was me and Matt when we shot together. Oops. So
that's a bit better than I would be.
Not by much.
Seth, are you going to change the title on
I'm
Dana?
going to change it, and you know what, Matt, if you want to hang out. I'm going to just change the name to Dana.
Oh, I don't want to eat into Dana's time.
Okay, well, it's up to you, but we're in our last half an hour here. I mean, we can technically live stream a little past that, but last half hour of the Kickstarter.
Can we though?
Can we? I don't know. Should we? Probably not. Yeah.
We said we'd sign off at 8 o'clock Pacific, 11 o'clock Eastern.
So let's wrap it down then. I'll move Dana over. You've got a green screen going on, so you're gonna see right through it.
We did find the picture. of Dana and Matt.
If you drop it in the Skype chat, I'll add it.
Okay, let's see. Ooh, how is it that we do that? You know what, Dana?
Oh, there you go.
I know that it just turned off.
There you go.
Put it up there.
Now you can show it.
Wait a minute.
Wow. That is impressive.
Yeah. I think in that photo I was around. I was probably just about exactly a foot shorter than I am now.
Oh my God. So, wait, Dana, how old are you now?
I'm 12.
Okay, and in that picture, you were probably...
I was like 8 or 9.
8? Yeah, 8 or 9?
It was
almost 9.
Yeah, I was almost 9.
Okay. So, you're getting taller. I'm not. This doesn't...
That'd be amazing if you just kept growing until, for 40 years.
I'll still never be anywhere close to being as tall as you, though.
You don't know that. You're not done growing.
Yeah, but
Very positive.
I'm almost as tall as my mom, and the doctor says the best I get is 5'2".
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Look, don't believe what adults tell you.
That is bad advice. Do not take that advice.
Some adults are
I'm
okay.
growing, and she's 5'1", so.
If an adult tells you you can't do something, you can't be something, no, believe in yourself. You can be anything you want to be.
You can be as tall as you want to be.
That's
you can be as tall as you want to be.
But do believe them when the advice involves not eating a lot of sugar. Trust me, they're right on that one.
Yeah. What do you think about this, Dana?
Ways before crossing streets. As Gavin says, don't play near volcanoes. Adults will impart.
Well, he speaks from direct experience.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Before I go, I will say this to everyone watching. Dana is one of our favorite players. So it's awesome that you have her on. Good luck with the questions. It's good seeing you guys again. Everyone else, it's great seeing you again. I'm going to keep watching the stream.
Okay.
Awesome.
It's entirely possible that after I hang up, you'll still be able to hear me because that's how technology works.
That's right.
I'd like to apologize ahead of time if that's...
It's all good,
great
man.
seeing you,
It was
Matt.
lovely
Thank
seeing
you,
you.
Matt. Thank
Matt,
you
it's
so
always
Yes.
pleasure.
Good seeing you guys. Talk to you later.
Have a
Bye.
good one.
All right.
Bye.
All right, Data, I think you can safely turn your green screen back on now.
All right, let me move some stuff around.
If you want, I mean, I don't know how you
I don't
want it.
care.
It depends how you want it to be set up. I mean, again, it's a
No, it's
green
perfectly
screen.
fine. Yeah, you guys start the conversation. I'll get the. I'm
We'll
working
work
tech in the
around you.
background.
We're fine. If we can handle Matt Tabak not being able to hear us alternately and be able to hear us, and us not hear him, we can handle anything. Pretty much.
Excellent.
We're professionals.
There you go.
That's right.
So Dana, thank you for coming on.
Yeah. This is the first time I'm meeting Dana. I didn't get to meet you and your dad in Vegas because I couldn't go on that trip, unfortunately. So it's nice to meet you at least virtually.
Yeah, you too.
Thank you for having us on.
Of course.
Did you even, when we reached out, did you even remember that we spoke to you, or were we just like one more camera in the stream of cameras that you talked to?
I didn't remember it at first, and then my dad gave me a little bit of context, and I remember.
A little bit of context is a good thing.
I'll take it.
It was a year ago. That's a big chunk of my life.
That's true. That's true. I'll be honest. Remembering back a year doesn't get easier as you get older either. I mean, so I have to remember through a lot of haze to get to that point.
But that was a great trip, actually. I actually remember that trip with a lot of fondness. We met you. We met Olivia. We met Gavin for the second time. We met the professor.
Well, that was the first big event back with Magic after shutdown. So for you, Dana, look, when you're younger, those represent bigger chunks of your life, bigger percentages of your life. So how did it feel for you to get back into, a big event, seeing people again, people who you've been friends with, people you've played against, people you've beaten badly, repeatedly?
Really, Dana?
So how did it feel to get back into the swing of things again?
It felt really, really good, especially because it was much harder online, and I was busy with school, and so I did get the time to see a lot of people that I hadn't seen for like 2.5 years before that, and so that was really nice, and I really enjoyed that, and I really enjoyed playing my first chunk of competitive Magic in like 2 years, because with the age barrier, I can't play competitive Magic online.
Really?
Right.
So
That's
you can't. You're not allowed to play in Arena?
I can play like on Arena, but I can't play in the competitive events. The competitive events are 18 and up. So.
And anything that can, at some point, end in some type of cash prize.
Oh, okay.
That's really interesting. I did not know that.
We're actually trying to determine more information, because it's a little bit, it's a little weird, because like with other games, sometimes it's 13, sometimes it's 18, and like what the deal is. But essentially, all the things. I think the weirdest was the decathlon. You want to explain that one?
The decathlon thing that they did this past winter was like, it was super fun, and then like it was really weird, because then it was like 18 and up, and we didn't know why, because it wasn't like it wasn't a competitive thing. It was like, well, why is this 18 and up? And we just had absolutely no clue on like why it was that. But and then it was like, because apparently it can just eventually lead to money. Like if you get these tokens, then you go into this competitive event, and if you do well enough in this competitive event, you go into this other competitive event, and then if you do well enough in that, you can get money. And so because of that, it was 18 and up, and it was like, oh my god. So then I just kind of played through him. He played, and I just kind of watched.
Yeah, so John Plays MTG gave the answer that I was just about to give, because he knows me well. The answer is lawyers. And the answer is the answer is lawyers being risk averse, right? If I were corporate counsel for Wizards, I would say, no, we're not going to do anything that exposes us to risk. Why would we do that, right? So, it might be an uphill battle, but at the end of the day, if you're hungry enough, you'll get there. So,
or you'll just turn 18.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing. Eventually, you'll just get old enough.
Eventually, but yeah.
Yeah, no, and then I think they're, I still hold out hope that like maybe there's some way that like, again, I could grant permission or something like that. But I think the reality is, obviously, it is having to do with laws, and something that's like scalable and all that kind of stuff. I'm sure also has something to do with it.
Well, MTG Young Mage just brought it up. There used to be a junior league.
Yes.
Uh-huh.
The Junior Super Series, which you would not remember.
No. I was either not born or super young to not have a memory.
Yeah.
One of the two.
I think you were born by the time it ended, actually.
That's what I thought.
So what was the set that was out the year you were born?
Tell me what year it is. I'll look it up.
Probably core set. It was probably an 11.
Wow.
It was probably that. It was probably that had just gotten released. That would be my best guess.
What is the first set you remember playing?
Jenny, the first set I remember like actually playing is probably Kaladesh.
Okay.
Okay.
The set in which I started playing was Journey into Nyx.
Don't you remember Magic Origins, kind of though?
Oh yeah, that was before that.
Like, you don't remember being released.
No, I don't remember it being released, and I don't remember playing limited with that set. I just remember playing cards from that set.
Yes. The first limited you remember playing is from Kaladesh, right? Yes.
I went to my pre-release then.
When was the first time you saw an elf token and decided, I like elves?
Honestly, I don't know. It was too long ago. It was 2/3 of my lifetime ago.
Oh my god, 2/3 of your life. I'm old. I'm so old.
One thing that you seemed very eager to tell us about when we talked to you in Vegas was about the first time you beat your dad and you achieved that. So I'm curious, just to finish up Seth's earlier line of questioning, do you remember what set you were playing when you finally took down your dad?
we weren't playing with like specific sets at the time. It took a while to get into limited, just because. Well, when I started, I couldn't read, so it's really hard to play limited when I can't read the different cards.
That makes it hard.
So we played with like vanilla creatures. I don't really remember the very first time I beat my dad, which is probably or because like the first one wasn't like truly because I was young and like at the time maybe I wasn't as used to losing, so then my dad like purposely like gave up the game. I don't really remember the very first time I truly beat my dad though, because I was probably like 5.
I don't remember. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Well, I was gonna ask, is that just what you tell her, that you purposely gave up the game, but the truth is she just beat you?
Well, no, he has never told me that. That's just kind of what I'm guessing based on what I've done, what I've seen.
And when she was just starting out, it's no fun to lose all the time, right? So obviously, like some of the time. But yes, no, she would legit beat me, especially when we're like practicing for events and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, 5 or 6 probably.
I gotta ask. I have to. And it absolutely speaks to the value of art in the product. How did you play without being able to read?
So I don't remember too much. I just remember what my dad tells me.
Yeah, so she was like 3 or something.
Yeah, 3. The first time I played was 3. And then I played definitely a bit when I was 4 and it took off when I was 5 and started to read. But yeah, so we basically I memorized the cards by the art. I still do that. I can memorize cards very easily by their art. Yeah. And we just used very vanilla creatures, like a 5 mana 4/4, 4 mana 3/3, just those types of creatures, so that they wouldn't have any text for me to really read. It would just be this card, and I mean I could recognize like numbers 1 through 10 at that point. And it would just be like seeing the mana cost and stuff. So we used vanilla creatures.
Gotcha. And so John is saying he read last week that there's no vanilla creatures in standard. And I'm not sure that's a good thing or a bad thing. It speaks to power creep. I don't know what it speaks to, but I can't imagine, there's no hate bear. There's no bear. There's no 2/2 bear for 2 mana with no flavor text. That's
I guess I heard the same thing.
Yeah.
And I remember I told you, right, David? Yeah. And you're like, oh, wow, that's just very interesting.
Yeah, it's mind-blowing.
What was the first mechanic you remember learning that, you're just like, oh, I get that now. Like, vigilance, menace, flying. Like, is there?
I don't really remember learning like vigilance, menace, or flying. The first thing that I remember, like conceptually, like in a game of Magic, was when I learned the stack.
Oh yeah, do you?
Yeah.
Do you remember the exact moment?
Yeah, so I was in a GP. I think it was GP Portland in 2016.
Yep.
And I was in a game, and
it was your very first main event GP.
Yeah. And what happened was I played. I think I played Blossoming Defense.
Yes.
And I was on Teamer Energy and Standard, and I played Blossoming Defense. And then my opponent did something in response, and I didn't know how or why they could do that. So I think like we called a judge. The judge explained it to me, and so I got how that happened in that game. And so in response to them like doing something to respond to the Blossoming Defense to essentially counter it, I did another Blossoming Defense, and my dad was really impressed that I did it. They explained it to me, and I got it really quickly.
Yeah, I think it was awesome. Like she had a creature attacking. They did some burn spell.
Yeah.
I think it was the one that like did damage equal to the amount of energy put into it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I forget what the name of it was. And then after the discussion, Dana, you did the other Blossoming Defense and saved your creature and like did a lot of damage.
Yeah.
I think you won that game too.
I think so. and then there was another game, I think later in that event that happened, and I did a similar thing where I used the stack to my advantage after just learning about it like hours ago.
That's awesome.
That's the first like conceptual thing that I remember like really learning and taking into account.
So I played in a time. Here we go. When Grandpa played, you could what's the card you guys use now? You could lightning bolt something. I'll use the old one. And remove it from combat. So somebody would declare it as a blocker, and you could bolt it, and it would be gone before the attacks hit. And that's old. Like I still forget. I still forget that you can't do that anymore sometimes.
Yeah, that's weird.
It is. I know. It's a long time ago.
There's a whole damage on the stack.
Damage on the stack.
Oh
yeah. Okay. All right. Grandpa's done talking now.
I remember that. By the way, I do have an answer to the question about what set was there other than the core sets and stuff. I actually just looked it up. Rise of the Eldrazi was the set. That was the expansion set. That was the current expansion set when you were born.
I just thought it was the core set because summer's when the core set is, and I was born in summer.
Well, there was also the core set, probably, whatever that was. No, I know. But in terms of the expansion,
it was probably released it was probably released very close to the time I was born too.
It probably was. I'll find that out. But yes, Magic. Oh yeah, Magic 2011 was released 1 week before your birthday. So yes.
I'm sort of curious because, I learned to play Magic as an adult, and it was like you're not just learning the rules to a game; you're learning a new language. And maybe Adam, you're in a better position to answer this. I'm curious. Someone Dana's age, especially Dana, when you learn to play, kids absorb stuff so much faster. You learn language skills much faster. You're still literally carving these sort of channels in your brain to process this information. Do you think learning to play at that age just makes it more of a natural thing? Like these things that you're talking about, Dana, these concepts you're talking about, they're not simple. You know what I mean? This is a complicated game, and I think a lot of people who get into Magic older, it's like, oh, okay, forget it. There's too much here for me to juggle. But I listen to you talk about it, and it's the way someone else talks about whatever is completely natural to them. It's this world you've been brought up in, this game you brought up in, this language you've been brought up in. So I'm just curious, for Adam, and from what you've seen, do you feel like this is something that if they're learning it really young, kids, it's not complicated for them. It's just another thing that gets sucked in and processed, and then they beat me in a game badly.
Or beat him. He's more fun.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You haven't beaten me yet. I'm tons of fun to beat.
Yeah, no, I think
I lose wonderfully.
I think that's right. I mean, a lot of times people, like parents of young kids, ask me, like, oh, how'd she learn all this, like, complicated stuff? And I don't really remember too much struggling to understand things. I think what was really, the biggest challenge for, I think, young kids is ability to stay focused. Like, to sit still for a half hour, whatever, hours sometimes, but even just to start with, and to do kind of, something that does, require a little bit more, thinking, processing, and it's not running around and, all that kind of stuff. So I think just sitting still and staying focused when you're, 3, 4, 5 years old.
Even in middle school, we have to take periodic breaks because it's hard for kids to sit still for half hour, 45 minutes listening to the teacher talk.
Yeah. So from what I've seen and from what I've heard, and just my experience, that was, I think, the key thing that kind of decides when somebody is ready for, a young child to really learn. Because I think you're right. They can absorb the concepts because they're absorbing all kinds of other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it becomes this just natural, this is what a card does. This is what it does. This is how the stack plays out. This is all these things that I have to sit there and think about.
I think it's just with kids learning foreign languages. I mean, it's the same. It's the same kind of processing that why they tend to pick it up easier than an adult would. So yeah, it's
or musical instruments,
or any of those things. Yeah. It's just absorbed.
Do you play an instrument, Dana?
No.
You speak a foreign language?
No, but I've learned a tiny bit of Spanish. So.
Okay, just checking.
She doesn't need. She's got magic.
Got magic.
Magic's the language.
Yeah, sometimes I'm talking about magic with some of my friends, and then I turn around and they're looking at me like, "Huh?"
What?
It's Latin. It is. It's Latin to them.
That's so funny.
I have a question about resources and young folks. So, have you started a Magic League at school yet?
Yes, actually, just now I started my first year in middle school, and so you start clubs, and I continued and am running the Magic Club at my school this year. We had our first club meet on Thursday, and so this coming Thursday, the next one will be coming up, and a lot of the kids there who are coming to the Magic Club are there because of friends or because they thought it sounded cool, and so they're there, and a lot of them, they haven't seen cards before, and so it's a different experience when it's a one-on-one where I'm just trying to teach one person how to play Magic versus when I'm trying to teach like 9 or 10 people how to play Magic all at once. The first club meet was more like getting them with the cards, maybe getting some decks. There wasn't a whole lot of actual gameplay going on.
And I think you said it was pretty hectic. Like,
yeah,
you didn't have time to eat lunch. No. You were like running around.
How many of them are showing up with Pokemon and it's a crossover? Like you're cross-pollinating from the Pokemon world.
No one actually brought any Pokemon stuff, but a lot of them were like, "Oh, is this kind of like Pokemon?" And so, like when I was showing some of the cards and stuff.
Do you know how to play Pokemon? Like, can you help them by making references and like, this is what happens here? It's kind of like that.
Kind of. Like I know the basics of how Pokemon works because I learned Pokemon slightly before I learned Magic. I think I learned Pokemon when I was early 3.
Well, like a couple of months before.
Yeah, it was like a little bit before. And so I did learn it a little bit, and then I taught my cousin kind of recently how to play, but my dad and I had to brush up on how to play. But no, I don't play much of it, but I know how the game works. Like I know you use energies, and stuff like that.
And for the school Magic Club, normally it's the 8th graders that were 7th graders in the club the prior year, but I think last year the club was like mostly 8th graders, and they kind of graduated, and then one of the current 8th graders was sick, and so kind of ended up Dana was like the only one sort of like who signed up to like volunteer to lead the club, so that's how it happened. And also we should shout out Magic Kids.
Yes.
Who, if you don't know who they are a charity that essentially works with schools and clubs and other organizations to teach Magic to kids, and we submitted on their site a request to get stuff, and they sent us like a whole box of stuff that like was just cards and supplies and all that, and it was. If
you've got a link, go ahead and drop it in the chat. I would love to promote them.
Yeah, I will. I'll drop the link in the chat. And I think you said, Dana, that everyone was really excited by all the stuff, right?
Yeah, like I brought my own kind of like decorations. I had like some decks. I had some play mats out just to like get kids looking at the art and start seeing the art, and some cards to get them more interested instead of like Magic the Gathering. I don't know what that is. Move
on. Just one quick shout out. There's 4 minutes left in our Kickstarter, so thank you to everybody who is back so far. But if you're itching to bid, or not to bid, to back us, do it now or forever hold your
peace.
Or leave us alone.
Yeah. Lose your right to be kvetch about anything later.
So, with that in mind, we are almost wrapping up for the evening. Dana, what are you looking forward to in the coming months? Are you going to be at one of the Magic 30 events? Are you going to be like, what do you have coming up? What do you have going on?
I'll be going to the whole Magic 30. I'll be there the entirety of all 3 days. Nice. I will also be at the MTG Summit event the weekend of November 11th through 13th up in Salt Lake City, Utah. The weekend after that, I will be at DreamHack Atlanta.
Cool.
And I'll be there for also the full 3 days.
So not much. You're just sitting around lazy.
It's a busy like couple of months, but then we don't have anything else planned after that.
All right.
Well, we don't know what there is after that.
Well, yeah.
Right. I guess that's part
There'll
of
be
it.
something, I'm sure.
Just for my edification, what year of school are you in right now? You're in what grade?
I'm in 7th grade.
All right, so it's junior high. You are a junior high schooler now.
I am. And so now we're like trying to figure it out around school. So like Vegas, since Vegas is drivable for us, so we're just gonna like drive after school on Thursday and then drive back late Sunday. My dad will drive. I'll sleep in the car.
Well, I kind of figured your dad would do the driving, not you.
We hoped.
What's that?
We hoped you would be the driver.
Yeah, I figured you'd be driving and not Dan.
Yes, I'm not driving. But the MTG Summit event is nice because I have that Friday off anyway, so I don't have to miss any extra school.
But we've actually already had the conversation with Dana's teachers that she might be missing, a day here or there, and what it is and why and all that kind of stuff, and they're generally pretty understanding.
Yeah, because it was much different when I was in elementary school. It wasn't a big deal. I miss a day. Okay, that's fine.
And my wife has had a conversation with Dana about how if she wants to keep going to events, she's got to also make sure she's keeping up her grades in school.
Yep.
Sorry, I had to put this screen up because it's the 60-second countdown on the Kickstarter.
Oh, yeah.
Exciting.
I didn't know
That's
they did
exciting.
the second countdown. That's funny.
Isn't that crazy?
I never noticed them doing that before.
52 seconds to go.
Change her title. She's not.
You're not Matt Tabak. All right, hold on. I mean, you can be Matt Tabak if you'd
already
like.
established that
If I double my size, then I'll be Matt Tabak.
Yep.
I just stand on top of myself.
A couple of times. Yeah.
No, it would just be one.
Just the once. Okay, yeah, you're right.
There it is. 29 seconds. Oh my God.
And even since we looked yesterday, it's made a lot of good progress.
It has. So thank you everybody watching.
People
So you think we're excited because of the money it's rolling in? We're excited because we can just stop.
Yeah, it was just
finally
over.
rest.
We're going to sleep for a day and a half.
Just
Here, we have another person.
We have my sister.
Oh, come in. Hello, sister.
Hey, she keeps phasing in.
You might have to turn the green screen off.
Oh, yeah, turn the green screen off.
2, 1.
Invisible right now.
And it's over. We can
There we go.
sleep.
Thank God.
Oh my God.
Aw, there you are.
Oh look, they do a little celebration thing. Oh, that's so cute.
It's the Kickstarter.
Yay!
Yay.
So
All right.
happy. Thank you to everybody who backed the Kickstarter, who have joined us on this live stream.
Flip back
it's
over.
Insanity over the last 2 days because we're so crazy to have done this. But we're so glad we got to talk to so many people over the last 2 days that we have either interviewed or we're just seeing a lot of them think we interviewed, like me, or I see people in footage and I'm like, I know you, right? And they're like, no, we've never seen you. I'm like, oh. Right. But even those people, but yeah, it's been great to have everybody on and help support this little project of ours. We're really excited about it. It's Eye of the Beholder, the Art of Dungeons and Dragons, our first documentary was really great to make, and we had a lot of fun making it. There was a lot of hard times making it, just getting it out there, but this one I think is going to be even more special than that. Like I think it's got a lot of potential, so I'm excited. But anyway, that's my speech. Next, Brian.
Nope.
Yeah.
Nothing except to thank.
By the way, it's probably obvious. This is Dana's older sister, Sadie.
Hi, Sadie.
I could see that.
Good to meet you, Sadie.
She's in 10th grade.
Yeah.
Nice.
Back to study,
All right.
but I wanted to say
Thanks
hi.
for coming to say hi,
Sadie.
Sadie.
No problem.
Well, I wanna thank you both for coming on. And I don't remember where you're located, but it's late here. I'm assuming it's not as late.
West Coast.
Yeah, right?
Oh, okay. So that's early for you. But
really, really well.
Well, actually, it's right about time for me to start getting for bed.
There we go.
Yeah.
well, we appreciate it, and have a great time at Magic 30 and
We might see you
Summit
there.
and
We're
all
not
those.
sure yet.
Are any of you going to be at any of those? Or
We're
We're
not sure
working
about
on it.
Magic 30 yet. We're working on it. Hopefully.
Okay.
Hopefully.
well, hopefully we can see you.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you guys. And
Great.
holy crap, we're going to go to bed. So I'm going to say, everybody wave goodnight to the stream. Good night, stream. Good night, Dana. Good night, Moon. Good night, Spoon.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you.
Have a
And
great
we'll be
night.
off in 5, 4, 3, 2.